Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Soul Chess in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 156, Lelich's expedition begins. Soul Society, 12th Division. The viewing room of the Soul Society was packed with higher-ups of the Godi 13 on Lelich's invitation to watch his past. Lelich had left a typewritten list of instructions for Nimue and Jin to follow. In the last 3 years he had made the preparations to get the best observance of his rise and fall. It would be like watching a documentary, but the feed would be live. In the center of the room, with the all-around best seats in the house, sat Kian, Renji, Rukia, and Yachiru in that order, with Renji sitting in between and behind Rukia and Kian, while Yachiru sat to Rukia's left with a huge bucket of popcorn that she intended to share with her friends. Even Yachiru couldn't eat the whole thing herself. Hitsugaya was sitting near the group in a meditative position just off to Kian's right. Sitting off to the right, further away and closer to the screen than Hitsugaya, elsewhere on the floor, were 9th Division Vice Captain Atramir Senna and 5th Division Vice Captain Kazumioji Rurakiyo. In the last several years, both had shown exemplary skill as Soul Reapers and had already obtained their Shikai, Rurakiyo first. Ashido and Yuna hung off to the side next to the large computer station where Nimue and Jin were working, and Stefan and Kendra hung farther back in the shadows outside the glare of the 2.5-meter HD monitor viewing screen, both in height and in width. Naomi hung off to their right a little. Hisuna was standing behind the small quartet on the floor. She was a little bit forward and to the right of Naomi. Byakuya intended to join her when his work was all finished. He, like some of the captains, knew most of what was to come, so he was not present at the moment. Yukatake and Shunsui intended to watch as Yukatake hung across from Nimue and Jin, sitting in a chair with Kian massaging his shoulders. Vera was also present, standing just off to her Nii-san's left with her hands clasped down by her stomach. Shunsui was in between the distance between Stefan and Kendra and Ashido and Yuna. Tissen was not present. Not only was he blind, and therefore couldn't see anything anyway, he knew the whole story and therefore did not consider his presence necessary. Also, someone had to lead the Godi while everyone else was lollygagging. He figured it may as well be him, even with Yoriyuki, So-iPhone, and Urahara on backup, all of which also knew of what was to come and didn't feel like watching, the former 2 training and the latter of the 3 doing business Lelich had asked him to take care of in his stead. Anohana also intended to join the group later, but, like Byakuya, paperwork came first. She had to clear things with the Central 46 and set up an emergency broadcast system in case things were interrupted, putting all trivial matters in the hands of Tissen. Nimue was about to start the broadcast when someone else entered the room. Yachiru turned her head and waved. "Hiya, Kenny." "Zaraki Teiko, what are you doing here?" Kenpei walked in and stopped a few paces behind Renji. "Everything's boring, just sitting around. I heard the viewing room was active, so I decided to drop by." "Too true," Stefan said. Kenpei turned to look at him. "We're all about to watch the rise and fall of Lamperouge Lelich when he was alive." "Huh?" Kenpei was confused. "You can't honestly tell me you don't remember Lelich's trial and everything he told us back then," Stefan stated. Kenpei looked up and to the side. "Nope, can't say that I did." Stefan massaged his sore forehead. "You even made a grandstanding speech in his defense, saying he had guts." "Nope, don't remember," Kenpei said. His life revolved around fighting so much that anything else beyond a year or so usually fell to the wayside. "All the more reason to stay then," Yukatake told him and pointed to the back right corner of the room. "There's some popcorn over there, help yourself." Sure, why not? Better than paperwork, I suppose. Yumichika will be taking care of that." "Well, I would, but unfortunately I had to leave that to the senior officers." Kenpei looked at the floor where Yumichika sat on the ground on his side, head in his hand just off to Yachiru's left. "What the hell are you doing here? You weren't even close to Lelich. Neither was Ashido for that matter all that much." Yumichika made an excellent point, however. "Shisato asked if I would observe for her and tell her all about it later, since she's out on the expedition to play cleanup crew with her captain." "And what about Kiyaki?" Yukatake asked. "If you're here and she's there, his grandparents are taking care of him, of course," Yumichika stated. "Besides, Kyo and Isao are around his age. I imagine they can find a way to spend time together. All of them are nobility after all. Again, Yumichika made an excellent point. Well, that settles it then, Kenpeka said, sitting behind Yachiro. When's this thing start? You're just in time, Jin said with a smile, we were just about to flip the switch. Area 11, Shinjuku. Things kicked off with the bang for the observes with a high-speed chase down the freeway as Red Nightmare Frame, piloted by Kojiki Colin, also known as Colin Stadfield, fought against the Brighton Neon Menace, but was outmatched and maneuvered by Jeremiah Gottwald. She managed to get away by using her remaining Harkin on a sewer entrance to descend safely and escape. Jeremiah lost sight of her as he rounded the bend, but Colin had no idea where she was and she lost sight of her resistance partner, Nakata. With some time to catch her breath, she contacted Ogai and activated her fact sphere to transmit her location. Colin, that you? Yes, Colin answered. What's your status report? What's the situation? The mission's been compromised. I'm okay, but the Glasgow is damaged. I'm sorry. I got excited and I lost my way. It's alright, Ogai told her, we can use the Glasgow's fact sphere to find you. But is it really? Yeah, Colin noted, I believe it is poison gas as our source suggested. Where's Nakata? I don't know. He should be underground though. Colin-chan, are you alright? It was now Inu's voice on the other line. I'm fine, Big Blue, nothing broken, except the Glasgow's arm. I'm glad. Please hurry back safely, alright? Yeah, Colin said with a smile. She then hung up, leaving Inu worried. Ogai put a hand on her shoulder. Relax, Colin will be fine. She's a big girl. She can handle herself. I know that, but... Suddenly there was an explosion from far away underground. What was that? Inu exclaimed. I don't know, but I have a really bad feeling about this, Ogai scowled, and Ogai had every right to feel that way. Shortly after the explosion, chaos ensued. Clovis ordered the murder of the entire ghetto in order to find and secure the poison gas. Things were nuts upon the battlefield. Soldiers and night marais alike attacked the ghetto, but Ogai and his team fought back. A little girl, no older than 9, ran screaming away from a soldier shooting at her and the other fleeing numbers. She was crying, her mommy and older sister having just been shot as everyone but her began dying around her. The soldiers pursued. Kill her! An officer shouted. But, she's just a kid, another soldier said. Never underestimate the power of terrorism. Even the smallest toddler could become a war machine with the right training. The officer declared. But... Bang! A bullet tunneled into the back of the officer's helmet and he fell to the ground in a heap, dead. The other soldiers turned around and saw a woman with blue hair standing atop a platform of debris that used to belong to an office building. In her arms she was holding a 12-gauge pump-action shotgun. If you're looking for terrorists, look no further, she scowled. Shoot her. Kill the terrorist. Before the terrorists had even taken aim, the woman had amazingly superior reflexes and headshot them all. You will never take another life as you took his, she scowled. A two-way radio at her side buzzed. Inu. Inu, you there? Inu grabbed the radio and held down the button to speak. Loud and clear, Ogai-kun. How goes the rescue op? 1 9-year-old and 12 dead, Inu said with a heavy heart. Get that little girl to the rendezvous point, Ogai told her, then double back to us and we'll regroup on Colin's position. I understand, Inu said and hung up. She met up with Ogai, Tamaki, and Minami and they all headed out to meet up with Colin at... Ogai's transmitter suddenly went off. Are you the leader? A disembodied voice asked. Inu gasped softly to herself. Yeah, Ogai answered. I'll give you everything in that train as a present. A tool, to win this fight. That voice, Inu gasped. If you wish to use it and stand victorious, listen to my commands. Ichigo? Inu felt she couldn't be mistaken. Without a doubt it was her fiancé's voice coming out over that transmitter. The train opened, revealing a whole bunch of Sutherlands. Colin gasped in shock. Inu jumped up onto one of the open carts. There's more here. She called to her friends. Here too. Tamaki took note, peering into another car. This is amazing. Let's listen to what he says. Ogai exclaimed. Where did he get so many? Colin wondered to herself. Inu smiled as she jumped down from her perch. You really know how to make an entrance. You in the Glasgow, the disembodied voice called to Colin. Why yes. She responded back. Stay in there, he told her. Those machines don't suit your style. If Inu was paying attention she would know that her fiancé was not quite this analytical and she would have suspected something, but right now she was just ecstatic at hearing his voice. Understood, Colin answered. How much energy do you have left? The mystery voice asked Colin. About 15 minutes worth, Colin answered. Well then, put in a new battery. I'll give out new orders within 15 minutes. Understood. Colin shouted. Hey! Someone get me a new battery! She exclaimed. I'll do it. Inu volunteered. Big Blue, are you sure? Colin asked her. You just leave it to me, Little Red, Inu said with a confident gaze and an arm flex. She dashed off to get a new cell battery to repower Colin's Glasgow. Ichigo, when this is over, will you appear before me? Did you come here, knowing that I was in trouble? Unbeknownst to Inu, masking their riot so well, the mysterious hooded Soul Reaper stood behind the Sutherland. The mysterious voice actually belonged to one Lelich 6 Britannia, taking note of the situation. So, this is how it all begins. Put on a good show, Lelich. I'll be watching you carefully. Lelich resumed giving orders 15 minutes later. Ogai asked for his name, but he refused to give it. Again, if Inu wasn't so wrapped up in the idea that her fiancé had come back, she would wonder how strange it was. Still, he gave a good reason considering he didn't know if the transmission was being monitored. Following Lelich's orders, Inu, Colin, Ogai, and the others fought back and drove Clovis into a panicked frenzy. We're doing it, Ichigo. Inu gleamed, we're doing it. Britannia doesn't stand a chance. Colin thought to herself with a confident smirk as she decked a Sutherland right in the facts sphere. Everything was going great until the Lancelot, developed by Lloyd Asplund, piloted by Suzaku Kurugi, was deployed. At that point things started going south. The Lancelot then attacked Lelich. Seeing this, the mysterious hooded Soul Reaper drew out their blade and moving faster than either pilot could blink, even if they had the substantial spiritual pressure, cut right through the floor and was outside hovering in midair before retreating to the cover of another building. Heh, interesting, the hooded figure noted. The Soul Reaper saw Lelich's life in danger yet again, preparing their blade, wondering if another action should be taken, only to sheath it when they noticed the red Glasgow defend Lelich's Sutherland. This makes us even. Colin shouted. She didn't last long though and was forced to eject from the nightmare frame. During the brief encounter however she bought Lelich enough time to escape, or almost at least. Suzaku was persistent and gaining on him fast, but Lelich shot around it to use the falling debris to his advantage to make his escape. Thankfully a falling civilian caught Suzaku's eye and gave Lelich the opportunity he needed to make a clean getaway. Colin's ejection pod made a relatively safe landing and she ran for the rendezvous point. Ogai showed up and flagged her down and led her back to the hideout, safe and sound. However, there was more than just the group in there. 11, aka Japanese, refugees were also amidst Colin's group this time. Colin asked where the man with the voice disappeared off to. Ogai thought he might be dead. Thankfully Inu was far out of earshot and doing her best to calm a screaming child, a different one from the one she had saved earlier. In the next moment, Brighton Neons crashed the hideout and were about to attack when suddenly a miracle occurred and Clovis called for a full and complete retreat of his army, a ceasefire, and full and complete stop of destruction of property. This of course was all done per Lelich's orders, not that any of the Brighton Neons even knew that. The group was broken up and everyone that was alive was allowed to live. The refugees were able to head back to wherever it was they called home and Colin and the others had to find a new place to call their hideout. Upon settling down at a new location, the moon already high in the sky, the group all became relieved of being able to live. That was chaotic, Ogai sighed. You said it, Tamaki added, rubbing the back of his head. Colin looked over to Inu to see if she was okay, but surprisingly, Inu seemed in rather high spirits. Big Blue, what is it? Why are you so happy? Inu looked up at the moonlight peering through the hole in the roof. That mysterious voice, do you think we'll hear it again? I hope so, Colin smiled. A voice like that, Ogai said he might have died, but there's no way. Yeah, Inu nodded, still smiling. Seek me, I'll be waiting, Ichigo, my love. Bring about the end to my broken heart. Early the next morning. In the middle of Karakura town, knowingly abandoned, Captain of Squad 10, Lamrouge Lelouch and all of the other Soul Reapers that were coming with him entered through a gigantic Senkaimon that opened on the ground. Lelouch called an order to formation. He began shouting out orders and locations. Most notably, Susanna, for now, had command of the Ashford Academy grounds. Rangiku had Shinjuku. Nozomi had Saitama. Kyokaku's unit had Narita. Mei's unit had the rest of the Tokyo settlement. Isane's group had an order to take a plot of land that Lelouch knew would later become the site of the Saz massacre. Shisato's group had Kamen and Shikin Island. Momo and Lelouch's units would be spread out across the rest of Japan as either captain saw fit, despite that all of the squad members were from Lelouch's squad. Rotations could be made, but Lelouch was certain of his decisions for each area, for now. His own group was to follow his orders to the letter, even if it meant dispersing into other groups. As of right now, that's exactly what he ordered them to do, making them go along under Momo, Isane, and Rangiku's command. But Lelouch, that's your entire unit, Momo noticed when she realized Lelouch had named an amount of subordinates that summed up to equal his unit size. I have somewhere I need to be, Momo. I have a special appointment I need to keep. Rangiku. Yes, sir. Rangiku snapped to attention. Keep your communication line open at all times. As my second in command, it is your job to take over this expedition and make judgment calls to the best of your abilities when I need to strike out on my own. Momo, while you are superior in rank, I want you only to keep to your squad-specific duties. While Lelouch and Momo were both captains, because this was Lelouch's expedition, he had superior authority. However, if Rangiku's orders pose a problem to you, I want one of you to contact me, no infighting. This expedition is too important. Hi, Sensei. Understood, Teiko. That's good. Now, Lelouch flapped out his Haori and let it flap in the wind for a moment. Everyone, please motion according to your assignments. Keep communication open to your unit head. If there is an emergency, contact Hinamari Teiko or Matsumoto Fukutaiko. Lelouch only referred to his friends professionally because he was addressing his subordinates. If neither of them are available, only then do you have permission to contact me. I have an agenda I need to keep regarding this expedition and it would be bad if it was interrupted. Your actions here will make or break your careers as Soul Reapers if you intend to stay on my squad. I take my job as captain very seriously and I will be reading all of the report data when this is over. Do your best and stay safe. I don't want any accidental casualties. Also, keep your heads down and stay away from civilians. We're in Japan, a country with high spiritual affinity. With so many of us running around, we're bound to run into at least one spiritually aware person if we're not careful, and this job is crucial that I keep time running normally. There will be hollows and there will be danger, but do as you're told and I can guarantee that you can all go home safely. Am I clear? Hi, Teiko. Good then, Squad 10. Disperse. Lelouch waved his arm out over the horizon and his squad scrambled into different directions. Rangiku lingered for a moment, knowing where she was supposed to meet her unit. Momo did too. Susanna, not needing to ask questions, considering she knew everything, had long since left. So this is it, huh? We're finally going to learn all of your secrets? Momo asked. It depends on your locations, but I've already got Nemu in the 12th Division screening key locations like a live stream. We have 90% of Japan and some Brighton Neon locations covered with monitor flies as well as locations in the Chinese Federation. I know which ones to turn on and turn off. She and Ichimaru Teiko have a schedule. As long as they follow it, it should provide entertainment to the rest of the Gotei. Sir, if I may speak freely, as a friend. Lelich lowered his guard and dropped his tense state. Speak your mind, Rangiku. This is officially off the record. Right then, Rangiku cleared her throat. Lelich, I just want to say, no matter what I see and no matter what I may learn about you here, you've been good to me since the day I first met you and I've been your Fukotaiko for more than 2 decades now. I just want to say that, I trust you and that, I will never forget what you've done for me, even if I don't like what I see. That's very comforting, Lelich said, though his emotion didn't show, the inflection in his voice showed that he really meant that. I'll see you later then, Rangiku said, and took off. Lelich then looked at Momo. Have you anything to say, off the record? Momo shook her head, only to ponder for a moment. Well, actually, as long as you're offering, she looked at Lelich with a serious look. Sensei, I know you're trying hard to hide it, but I could tell it when you responded to Rangiku-san's words, if something's bothering you. I'm essentially reliving my past Momo, while being prevented from interfering, prevented from fixing the mistakes I've made. You tell me if I should feel bothered or not. I can tell because she left so quickly that Chapani-senpai probably already knows, but... Momo looked back for a moment and then looked back at Lelich with vigor in her eyes and threw her arm out at her side. I'm proud to have become your apprentice. I don't regret a moment of it. No matter what I see, I know it does not define who you are now. Momo smiled warmly. You are a wonderful person, Sensei. So, no matter what torment you suffer, even though you'd probably prefer Chapani-senpai's comfort over mine because you're married to her, Momo gave Lelich a vigorous look. As a friend, I'll do everything I can to help you survive this ordeal. Lelich actually smiled. Thank you, he told Momo, I appreciate that. He walked past her and ruffled her hair as he walked by. I'll see you later. Keep in mind that you have the most freedom out of everyone here. If you want to just drop by to say hi or have a question, you have that luxury. With that, Lelich vanished from sight and disappeared. Momo watched him go in the distance as she watched him use Shunpo again and again to disappear from her senses. Sensei. 12th Division, Viewing Room. What? That's it? Kenpeki asked, boring. Of course that's not it, Hisuna snapped. This is only the beginning. This stream will keep going throughout all of Lelich's expedition, am I right? Nimue nodded, yes, but it'll be a while before the streaming will be necessary again. She walked around the room handing schedules to everyone. It was a list of dates and times. They were all the moments in which Nimue and Jin would be streaming as per Lelich's instructions. Please come and go as you like. Lelich-sama promises it will be a spectacle worth watching. Well, I know I'm going to be here, Renji grinned. Me too. Yachiru exclaimed. Nimue handed Kenpeki the list. Maybe. I guess it might be interesting, but I better see more stuff explode, cause that was hardcore. Lelich-sama ensures you will find things to enjoy from the spectacle, Zaraki Teiko. Did he now? Kenpeki asked with a grin. Well then, maybe this will be worth checking out. Everyone filed out of the viewing room and went back to their regularly scheduled lives. Area 11, Viceroy Palace. Lelich wandered about the Viceroy office looking for Clovis' soul. He had been unable to find any trace of it aboard the man's personal transport, so this was the next place he decided to look. His sister had yet to arrive in Area 11, so he was free and clear to sniff out her office without people interrupting him. He found traces of Clovis' soul's presence where the body used to be, but from there Lelich didn't know where it had gone. He focused his mind. Yup, there was no doubt about it. Clovis' soul had spiritual power. That makes him easier to track. Lelich said and clicked his receiver. Rangiku. Hi, Teiko. I'm going solo for a little longer while than I expected. Contact Momo and Isane and pass along this information. Until further notice, consider me unreachable. Yes sir, understood. Where did you go? Ashford Academy. Susanna wandered about the academy grounds, invisible to the naked eye. Although Lelich had been clear not to interfere with the living world, she was just so curious. Sure, Lelich had told her practically everything about his past, but it wasn't like she was privy to every last detail. She wanted to see the type of school he had been educated by. She wanted to know all there was to know about the man she had married. She stopped in front of one particular building, having just seen a member of the horseback riding club walk right by the window. As she walked past it, taking in the scenery, excusing her in-depth investigation of the school as scoping out the landscape, she stopped in front of the window and looked in. Inside there was a woman with her back to her with blonde hair standing across the table from a girl with long red hair, a guy with short blue hair and, of course, her precious Lelich Dano. There was a girl with green hair with glasses inside the room too, but she couldn't be seen from the window. There he is, Susanna noted, blinking. She watched as hijinks ensue as the red-haired girl, Shirley, covered herself in response to a comment from the blonde woman, Millie, about how well she was filling out. Lelich said something, which made the others laugh, and she saw Shirley's face turn bright red. Susanna smiled. He looks so happy like this. Her face turned solemn, knowing that things had already been set in motion. It's hard to believe that this was all a lie. His hands are already stained with his brother's blood. His destiny is already set in motion, yet he is unaware of the future he will embark on or the changes he will undergo. She smiled again and held her hands close to her heart. He is unaware of the hero he will become. Lelich's location. Lelich followed the trail of Clovis' spiritual energy. The walk had taken him far across Japan. He didn't know how long he had been walking until he reached the coastline on the eastern side of the country. Did he cross the water? Clovis doesn't even have the stamina to do that when he was alive. He's no athlete. There's no chain of fate to follow. I'd best find Clovis and soon. Shinjuku. The Brighton were crawling all over the place trying to locate the poisonous gas, unaware that it had long since been lost. Having already contacted Momo, Ranjika waited in a remote location, the open third floor of an abandoned building, to await Lelich's unit. However, as she stood around waiting, she heard footsteps. Ranjika could sense that the owner of these footsteps had Ryotsu and not like that of a Soul Reaper, so she concealed herself in the shadows. She'd wait for her opportunity and then surprise them with a swift blow to the back of the neck. However, she became slightly panicked by what she saw. The woman that emerged had blue hair, green tube top, and a lavender jacket, ran up the stairs, carrying a sniper rifle and setting it to take aim at the hazard suit wearing 11s. This is bad, she's armed. Ranjika thought to herself. I can't call to change locations and she's blocking the only way out of here. She might become hostile if I expose myself, and her Ryotsu is well formed enough that if she knows how to wield it properly, that gun could seriously injure me. What do I do? At that moment, Ranjika's soul pager went off, but she silenced as quickly as she could without checking if it was a message or alert. She let out a cuss word in a whisper as she attempted to silence it, but just as Lelich's live self had had the same bad luck due to Shirley, Ranjika's position was given away. Who's there? The blue-haired woman turned her attention to the shadows and took aim with the sniper rifle. Come out where I can see you. Ranjika decided it was best to play it passively for now. An opportune moment might strike when she least expected it. With her speed she could knock out this woman and be on her way, but that would be irresponsible if the woman decided to pursue with so many Brightonians running around. And so, she stepped out from the shadows. She was surprised when she saw the gun lower and the woman's jaw drop open. Are Ranjika-san? Ranjika gasped lowly, wondering how this woman knew her, but as she studied her she saw her eye color, gray, and her well-shaped bust. Coupled with the fact that Ranjika hadn't been to Japan in 20 years, the identity of the woman before her was slowly coming into effect. It's me. The woman said frantically. Don't you know who I am? Orium. Ranjika blinked. That's right, Orium said plainly as she nodded with a small smile. Ranjika projected an image of the young teenage girl she had met 20 years ago next to this full-grown adult woman before her. Although her hair color had changed, her bust was bigger, her voice had gotten more mature, her hairpins were missing and she had grown a few inches. There was no mistaking those tinsel orbs of hers or that troubled, but cute forlorn face of hers. Ranjika smiled warmly and began laughing as she ran over to Orium to give her a big hug, causing Orium to stumble back and drop the large sniper rifle as Ranjika rocked her friend back and forth in her embrace. Oh, it is you, Orium. I'm so happy to see you. She held Orium out at arm's length. So you survived, I'm so glad. Look at you, Orium," Rangiku smiled with content. "It feels like only yesterday you were a high school student. Now you're mature, strong, confident." Rangiku trailed off as she realized the situation she'd caught Orium in. "What exactly are you doing with that sniper rifle?" Orium looked to the side and mumbled. "What's that? I didn't hear you." "Terrorist." "Come on, Orium, I can't hear you." "I'm a terrorist," Orium shouted at Rangiku with gusto. She looked down at the ground. You guys know, right? Tatsuki-chan and I couldn't find Ichigo's badge, so you guys know that he got shot down. You're the ones who took his badge, right?" "We took his badge," Rangiku said, much more mellow than before. "But, what does that have to do with terrorism? I want to find Ichigo. I know he's out there somewhere. He's probably really hurt and he's just too ashamed to admit his failure to us. He wants me to find him, I know he does." Orium was getting frantic. "If he's really gone though, I'm going to make Britannia pay for what they've done, but, if he's also looking for me and can't find me, maybe I can attract him if I fight against Britannia. Ichigo always saves me when I'm in danger. He promised me he'd come back. But he's..." Rangiku was about to trail off to tell her that Ichigo was more than likely dead, or such was the official report. No body had been found and he had been missing in action for more than 7 years, not even a "hello I'm alive" to the Soul Society. Even Stefan knew Zilch and Kendra hadn't found anything herself either. The chances of him being alive were incredibly slim, if non-existent. Rangiku was about to explain all this to Orium, but as she looked at the young woman she noticed the frailty in Orium's psyche. All she had was the hope that Ichigo was alive out there somewhere. If Rangiku told her that Ichigo wasn't coming back, worse if she told her that the Soul Society, especially Lelouch, knew what was going to happen, Orium would flip out. She decided she would keep this meeting from Lelouch a secret, the less he had to worry about the better. If Lelouch knew he wouldn't have said to Rangiku that he didn't know the status of any of Ichigo's nakama, which meant that he didn't know what it was that Orium was up to. Lelouch had told Rangiku some details once he told her about the expedition. She bartered with him, saying she wouldn't sign off on it and come along unless he told her a few details, forcing Lelouch to spill his hand that this would be a revisit to his past and stabilize himself, a secret he said only a majority of the captains, and Susanna, knew about. Rangiku asked Kyokaku about it later. She knew a few more details than Rangiku, but still didn't know the whole story. If Lelouch wanted to keep Orium's status a secret, assuming he even knew about it, Rangiku felt, knowing her captain, he would have had Kyokaku stationed here rather than her. So as Rangiku looked at Orium, she couldn't help but decide to remain silent. She rubbed Orium's head and said with a smile. "Yeah. He promised you, Orium. Ichigo always keeps his promises." "Yes, see I knew you understood," Orium said, beaming. She bent down to pick up her sniper rifle again and took aim at the Hazmat wearing Britannians. "Orium, are you sure this is a good idea? They're not exactly doing anything. All Britannians are my enemy. They killed Ichigo. So is my captain your enemy too?" Orium froze and looked back at Rangiku. "Lelouch is a Britannian prince, surely you saw the news of his banishment. And no, Lamperouge-kun is a nice person, why would he? You just said in black and white that all Britannians were your enemies. Those people down there are just doing their job, Orium. Save your bullets for the enemy soldiers. I understand that you miss Ichigo, but the Orium I know wouldn't spill needless bloodshed. And if Ichigo were here, would he approve of you picking off innocent civilians through a sniper scope?" So much has happened, Orium slumped back to her knees. "I've changed. Maybe you don't know me anymore. But you know what you were about to do was nothing more than violence to incite war and rebellion. Is that really smart?" "Don't pretend as if you understand," Orium said rudely. "I won't, but I want you to think about what it is you're doing out here. You know that I can't stop you from doing anything because this isn't affecting the Soul Society, but as a friend, I want you to think to yourself about what it is you're really trying to do. Are you trying to find Ichigo or is revenge all you care about? Because it seems to me that you're teetering on the edge of sanity." Orium clutched the sniper rifle to her bosom and tensed up. "Thank you," she said, trying to remain with dry eyes. "I'll think about it." "I hope you'll do more than think," Rangiku said, and left, leaving Orium to be wrapped up in her own thoughts. Narita. Kyokaku stood around the mountainous region and took out her pipe to light it. Things had been pretty quiet around here for the most part. This was Japan, so Five Hollows was considered quiet. Her unit hadn't asked for her to step in for the most part while she was here, so the expedition was turning out to be more like a picnic than a huge ordeal. Kyokaku would have wondered why Lelouch needed so many Soul Reapers, but she knew their necessity would come in time. As she exhaled the smoke from her pipe, she made a phone call home. "Yo, Kyan, what's up?" Kyokaku listened to Kyan on the other end until she flared up from Kyan's explanation about what was happening in Soul Society. "Lelouch did what?" Kyan explained to Kyokaku about the broadcast. She grew increasingly frustrated as she clenched her free hand over her face. "I swear, that idiot. It's not as bad as you think, sis. We haven't seen much so far. Zaraki's already bored, no telling if he'll show up again. The rest of us still aren't sure what to think. I mean, what could be so bad? This almost seems like one of those animes we hear about from the country you're in anyway." "You have no idea," Kyokaku said sullenly. "Well, whatever's going to happen, you know that I just wish you the best of luck for your part in whatever it is Lelouch is planning." Yeah, Kyokaku said, taking another inhale of her pipe. "How's the missus?" "Rookie is fine. She was looking fervently at the screen earlier while we were watching, like she expects Ichigo to pop up on screen or something." Kyokaku smirked. "It wouldn't surprise me if he did. That cousin of ours is way too tenacious to let a rain of bullets do him in, fatigue or no fatigue. That's some confidence you have in him, considering what we found. We also didn't find a body. Ichigo is way too much like his father." At the mention of his Hine, Kyokaku grew solemn. "Sis." Kyan could almost hear Kyokaku's change in tone. "I'll talk to you later," Kyokaku said, hanging up. She put her pager away and clapped her hands. "Yo. Listen up, shitheads. I'm heading out on some personal business. If anything happens, call me. I'm going to make contact with Hinamari Teiko and see if she can substitute for a while. Kappas." "Hi, Shiba Kyokaku-sama." With that, Kyokaku headed off away from her designated location. She didn't know where the Kurosakis had set up residence, but she could make a pretty good guess. Tokyo, night. A crowd had gathered for the execution of Kurugi Suzaku. Amidst the crowd was Arisawa Tatsuki, age 35. She stood with her usual white hoodie and jeans to conceal herself as a Japanese hiding amongst Brighton neons. She reacted suddenly when she was tapped on the shoulder. She turned around and saw a man with short black hair that didn't even come past his ears, dressed in a white business suit with a blue dress shirt and a white tie. "I didn't expect to see you here of all places, Arisawa." Tatsuki gasped as she looked at the man before her, puzzled. However, as she looked at him, she imposed a pair of glasses upon his face and hair coming down to his chin. "Ishida." Ishida Uryu, honorary Brighton neon lawyer, nodded and beckoned Tatsuki away from the crowd. When he was certain no one was looking, he grabbed her arm and used Hiren Kyaku to get underneath the bridge as he formed a square platform of reishi for them to speak on with no eyes watching them. He spoke lowly in Japanese nonetheless, though. "Do you think he did it? We're talking about the Prime Minister's son here, Mr. Love and Justice, who joined the other side to pursue that very goal." "Like fuck." Uryu smirked. "Good, because it's all a lie." "How can you be so certain?" "Simple, I was his lawyer. They let an honorary Brighton neon take such a high-profile case. I think they let me take it because I'm an honorary Brighton neon. Even with reishi persuasion, the racism of Britannia runs deep. I couldn't convince them, but Kurugi Suzaku is innocent, that much I know. Bastards. This is exactly the kind of thing they'd do. Damn it. Where's Lelouch? Isn't he supposed to? I am zero." Tatsuki and Uryu froze. At the hideout of the resistance, Orium's eyes widened. Tatsuki and Uryu made their way above ground with Orium's eyes glued to the group's television set. None of them could be mistaken. "Lelouch." Tatsuki gasped. "It's not him, or rather, not the one we know," Uryu told her. Tatsuki closed her eyes for a moment. You're right. This one is without spiritual power. I believe, Arisawa, that we are about to witness the birth of our friend's legacy right here and now. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Pacific, Lelich dropped to his hands and knees as he reached a small island jutting out of the Pacific just before the international date line. His stamina had increased, but even with the captain's level of Ryotsu this journey was rather far. It probably would have made more sense to get a pick-me-up from the Soul Society, but Lelich didn't want attention drawn to him so easily. The focus should be back at Japan. Speaking of which, he flipped open his soul pager and looked at the Tokyo time. That time already, huh? He smirked. How disappointing that I miss my own debut. He sighed. Oh well, guess I'll watch it in reruns. He continued on. Tokyo. Zero had just declared his murder of Cloves, surprising all except for those who, unbeknownst to him, knew his identity. Orium, being surrounded fellow Japanese, faked surprise well. Suzaku Kurugi was exchanged for the mechanical thing Zero had been standing in front of. At the end of all the chaos, Suzaku chose not to join Zero, much to the masked man's chagrin. He intended to leave his allies without a word, but Inu stepped towards him. You were the voice we heard, right? Zero, beneath his mask, looked at this woman with blue hair. She wasn't on the train. Does she need such a confirmation? He was, Colin said, standing upright. Zero, will we see you again? Of course. Zero whirled around and flapped his arms out. I will lead you to victory. Trust in me and Britannia will crumble before my might. I am Zero. The man who creates worlds and the man who destroys them. Inu gasped internally. It's really him. Lelich. Lead us to victory, huh? Against all of Britannia. Tamaki asked him. You doubt me after what just happened? I don't doubt that we'll get far, but I trust him. Inu said vigorously. Zero, lead us to victory. You have my full support. Mine too. Colin threw in. She smiled over at Inu, who smiled back. What is with that blue-haired woman? A minute ago she was questioning me, now she's loyal to me? Whatever, it doesn't matter. I will see you all when the time is right. Until then, farewell. With that, Zero was gone. He eventually found a place to ditch the uniform and return to his civilian clothes and head home. Meanwhile, back at the new hideout, now that the rush had worn off, Inu realized what a fool she was to think that it was Ichigo's voice she had heard that day in Shinjuku. She was sitting alone by herself, crying, until a warm hand touched her cheek. Orium opened her tear-stained eyes to see Ichigo standing over her, arm outstretched. Don't cry, Orium. I'm waiting for you to find me. I'm trying, Orium sobbed. You can't give up. I'm waiting. The illusion of Ichigo vanished from Orium's eyes. Orium was too warmed and uplifted by these hallucinations to realize how very sick she was. If Tatsuki saw her at any of these times, she would know Orium shouldn't be on the front lines, she should be in a psychiatric ward. She needed help. She kept having these illusions of her lost love, and it could only lead down a self-destructive path. Big Blue, are you okay? Colin walked up to her and saw the older woman on her knees. Ah, I'm fine, Colin-chan, Inu laughed nervously. Colin smiled. I'm glad I'm not the only one who is ready to trust Zero so willingly. And if anyone else is going to, I'm glad it's you, Big Blue. Thanks, Little Red, Orium smiled at her. There was an awkward pause. Do you want me to drive you home? I won't get out of the car. I mean, it's not like I have to, but you do want to go home tonight, don't you? Yeah, Colin smiled, and thanks, I appreciate it. What are friends for? Inu asked. The group climbed into Ogai's car, after borrowing the keys, and Inu drove Colin home. They got caught in late-night traffic due to the chaos that had been caused, so a lot of cars were still on the roads even at this hour. As they sat in the car, moving bumper to bumper, Inu smiled as she held her hands on the wheel. Zero will lead us to victory. That's the third time you've said that, Colin said. I know, but your fiancé? Yeah, Inu said, her face growing solemn. Hey, with Zero on our side, I'm sure finding him will be no trouble now. Yeah, you're right, and that's why I feel really good today. Say, Big Blue, if you wouldn't mind talking about it, what kind of man was your fiancé like? Colin asked. It was a subtle way of psychologically admitting it, but Colin thought that maybe hearing about someone else's lover might help her understand her feelings towards the mysterious masked man. Zero. Inu smiled. I don't mind. Let's see. She tried to think of something without giving anything away. Ichigo, that's his name. When I first met him, I was with my best friend, Tatsuki-chan. It was during my first year of high school. Ichigo, he was. Orium started remembering all of the times she and Ichigo had been together. He was. As she started to try and get more words out, all she did was choke on the first syllable as her tear ducts flooded. Ichigo. Hey, are you alright? Colin asked, reaching out towards Orium's arm. Why yeah, Orium said, taking one of her hands off the wheel. I was just remembering the first time we met. She didn't say it to Colin, but Orium could remember the moment like it was yesterday. It was the moment when, after that meeting, she felt she had found the one for her. 17 years ago. Hey, did you hear that Kurosaki Ichigo beat up Oshima Riki? What? No way. Riki is in Needle's protege Riki. The same. Tatsuki, overhearing this, while walking alongside Orium, went over to the students talking about it. She and her friend had just missed the huge fight earlier when Ichigo assisted Kigo along with Chad. Hey, did you say Kurosaki Ichigo? She asked the students, gossiping. Huh, yeah, why? Orange hair, tough exterior. Tatsuki asked. Yeah, he's down at the principal's office for picking a fight with another classmate. No, I heard he was at the infirmary because Riki threw the first punch. Kurosaki acted in self-defense. Tatsuki sighed. Never mind, I'll find him on my own. Orium blinked. Tatsuki walked around the building until she spotted Ichigo sitting outside the infirmary, backwards in a chair. Aha, there you are. She noticed Ichigo didn't have a scratch on him. What are you doing here? What do you think? Ichigo said, jabbing his thumb backwards, and smirked. I want to see what the nurse does to Oshima's face. Tatsuki rolled her eyes. That is so typical of you. She then felt pressure on her arm. Huh. She looked back to see Orium looking at Ichigo from behind her. Hey, come on Orium, there's no reason to be scared. Ichigo. Wah. Orium yelped as Tatsuki pulled her from around her arm and hugged her tightly to her side. This is a new Orium. I told you about her, remember? Oh yeah, you mentioned her before. That's the girl you made friends with in middle school last year, right? Ichigo stood up from his chair and walked over to say hello. I'm a friend of Tatsuki's. My name's Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo took a good look at her. Hey, haven't I seen you before? Huh. What do you mean? This is the first time you two have met, Tatsuki said to him. No, I'm not so sure, Ichigo said, putting his finger under his chin. I think it was a little before my mom died. He studied Orium carefully. Ah, now I know what's throwing me off. Your hair used to be shorter, didn't it? Orium flushed a little. How do you dash? About 6 years ago there was a little girl crying outside the clinic. My dad tried everything he could to save this guy that had gotten into this huge car wreck. That was my older brother. Oh, I see, I'm sorry for your loss. Geez, could this atmosphere get any drearier? This was supposed to be a way for me to introduce you to a friend, now let's not make this like a funeral. Go on, Tatsuki pushed Orium from behind. She grunted as Orium's feet seemed cemented in the ground, friendly. Tatsuki suddenly lost her balance and pushed Orium so hard that she went tumbling into Ichigo. Ichigo caught her as she banged her head against his chest. He had done it on instinct and, also on instinct, as if it was one of his sisters that had gone tumbling forward and not Orium, he crossed his arms over her back to secure her. Tatsuki got up, grunting and groaning only to see the image before her and held up her hands like she had a camera. Oh yeah, that's one for the album. Only now was Orium realizing where she landed. She had felt so safe and warm where she was that she could barely think clearly. She then broke free from Ichigo's grip like she had touched hot iron and frantically waved her hands back and forth. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I wasn't trying to. She whined. It's okay, really. Just be a little more careful, Ichigo told her, rubbing the back of his neck. He didn't see what the big deal was. He'd only done it so she wouldn't get hurt. Anyway, Inu Orium, right? I saw your name on the class roster when I was looking at class 1 to 3. You're in the same class as Tatsuki and me. He gave her a thumbs up. Let's try to have a good year together, okay? Why yeah. Orium then looked back at Tatsuki. Come on Tatsuki-chan. Orium gave her hand to Tatsuki. Tatsuki looked up from the ground and saw Ichigo smirking and Orium all bubbly, and she smiled. He's smirking, and she's smiling. Her eyes turned to ones of content. Somehow, each one broke the shield the other had put up. Ichigo is always scowling and Orium has been a little depressed all the time ever since I've known her. Maybe, they could be good for each other. Tatsuki smirked. Well, assuming I don't take Ichigo first. Yeah, Tatsuki said, taking Orium's arm. And with that, the two women, and Ichigo, headed for class. End of chapter 156. Chapter 157, Lelouch and Clovis. Viceroy Palace, Docking Bay. Cornelia exited her plane and stepped out into the Area 11 air. It was evening when she stepped down onto the Tokyo settlement. Many guards surrounded her and saluted. General-in-Chief. At ease. Cornelia yielded them with a wave of her hand. She noticed Yuffie was nowhere in sight. Where is the sub-viceroy? One explanation later. I see, bring her up here. I wish to speak with her. Yes, Your Highness. Yuffie was brought to the docking bay to see Cornelia. Before she could even say hello, Cornelia scolded her. I heard what you did, Euphemia, you shouldn't be so reckless. Sister, forgive me, but you will address me as Viceroy here, Sub-Viceroy Euphemia, because we're sisters we need to follow a stricter protocol. Yes, I understand. Euphemia looked down at the ground. She may have understood, but she would have preferred not to put such distance between her and her older sister. Cornelia was all she had in the world, as she had come to learn. She loved her older sister with all her heart. Cornelia smiled at her. The lights on the docking bay shading her face. Now then, she looked at a man with a flat top and mustache. Give me your report. Yes, the man crossed his arm over his chest. Milady, the first order of business is a welcome part we've arranged for your highness and parties. Everywhere she went it was always parties first and business later. That was not how Cornelia ran things. Not this time. Cornelia thought to herself as she raised her shotgun and aimed it at the soldier. She scowled. Sloppy. Senile. Corrupt. Where is Zero? I want the enemy of the Empire caught. Get Zero. Milda all reports detailing Zero are on your desk to be read at your leisure and bang. A shot of gunfire went off, but Cornelia's gun was aimed towards the sky. Reports? I could have stayed in Area 17 if all I wanted were written reports. You are soldiers of Britannia and you can't even capture one man. This isn't like the war 7 years ago. Zero is no superhuman. Be but your majesty. Enough excuses. Cornelia shouted. I want all efforts being put into capturing Zero doubled. If you need funding, squeeze it out of the nobility around here. Cornelia then click-clacked her way down the rows of soldiers who saluted to her as she walked by. Come Euphemia. Yes sis. Cornelia looked back over her shoulder with a tired gaze. I mean, Viceroy Cornelia. Cornelia nodded to her and Euphemia followed Cornelia to her office. Cornelia sighed as she sat down in the chair that had once belonged to Clovis. Viceroy, can I get you anything? I think I'll be fine for the moment, Euphemia, Cornelia said as she palmed her face with her glove. It's just jet lag. It's more than that, Yuffie said as she stood in front of Cornelia's desk. You can tell me? Cornelia sighed again and stood up. She turned around and looked out the window that faced out over the city. She scowled. I don't want to be here. Cornelia. I'm here, to grab that terrorist. The less time I spend here the better, Cornelia said through gritted teeth. Yuffie's eye turned compassionate and sorrowful. You're still hurt about the war? It's a little more than that, Cornelia said, sliding her glove up to her forehead. Do you remember why Clovis said he wanted to become viceroy of this area? Before she gave Yuffie a chance to answer, she followed up with, it was because he considered this a chess puzzle for Lelouch to solve. Well, it seems he thought wrong. I warned him. I warned him time and again to increase his security, but he wouldn't listen to me. Cornelia then began mocking Clovis. Everything's fine, sister, you're worrying too much. No one would attack me, sister. I'm taking good care of this area. Cornelia pounded her fist against the window. Damn it all. Yuffie could see how pained Cornelia was. Those around her she cared about were starting to drop ever since she hit puberty, and Yuffie could see how it was slowly eating away at the general-in-chief. Yuffie watched as Cornelia turned around and walked towards her before giving her a soft hug, holding her close. You can't do something so reckless like today again, understand? Cornelia squeezed, but her tension was due to anxiety, not malice. If I lost you, I don't know what I'd do. You're the last thing holding me together, Euphemia. The very last thing. Sister, you're hurting me, Yuffie winced from Cornelia squeezing her shoulder so tightly. Cornelia stopped squeezing and looked at Euphemia with compassionate eyes. I'm sorry. She then kissed the left side of Yuffie's forehead. You should go off to bed. Teenagers like you need their rest even if they have important jobs to do. Of course, I'll see you in the morning at breakfast. Cornelia watched Euphemia leave her office and then opened one of the drawers. Cornelia was relieved to see that her luggage made it ahead of her. She opened her lockbox with the key she kept on her person at all times and opened it. Besides a few photos, a memento of her mother, an emergency combat knife, and a pair of earrings Nonette had given Cornelia as a birthday gift that Cornelia was saving for a yet-to-happen special occasion, Cornelia only kept one other object in that box. She plucked it out and looked at it in her hand. It was a half-destroyed, dirt-covered black queen from a chessboard. Listen to me, Lelouch, I will come for you. Just hang on for me, okay? Negotiations are failing and Britannia and Japan will soon be at war. I won't let the war take you though. I'll come find you. I will rescue you. Lelouch, please don't worry about a thing. I promise I'll be there. I promise. Cornelia turned distraught in the darkness of her office as the sun began to set behind her, with no lights on in the room. Damn it, I was such a fool. If he were alive, he probably hates me now. I shouldn't have said that. Damn it all. Ares Palace. It had taken him several days to make the cross-country journey, but Lelouch finally made it to the Ares villa where a combination of Ryotsu Sensing and Bakudo 58, Kakushitsujaku had led him. Lelouch's old home had seen better days. The palace hadn't been repaired in the 7 years since Marianne's death. It seemed Charles had yet to pick a new lead empress to live in it, or possibly just simply didn't have the funding. After all, he was more focused on war than PR. Lelouch, as he stepped into the old palace, the broken glass crunching beneath his waraji, stood still when his sense picked up movement from the second floor. Clovis. Come out of hiding. I know you're there. The footsteps got louder and panicked. With a single burst of Shunpo, Lelouch was on the second floor and down the hall. He knew his old home like the back of his hand, even after so many years. He was at the end of the hall and face to face with Clovis. And no. The angel of death. Clovis fell on his ass and began backing up. Stay your hand, demon, I beg of you. You take the form of my demonic half-brother to smite me for the sins that I've done. Please, I don't want to go to hell. I'm far too pretty. I'm not here to kill you again, Clovis. Clovis stopped talking and just trembled with a terrified look on his face. He stared at the figure before him. The figure was wearing a black uniform and wore the face of his half-brother and mimicked Lelouch's voice. Clovis resisted every urge not to soil himself. How did you get to the Empire? I killed you in Japan. What? Answer me, Clovis. But, you are, a spirit, Lelouch. Lelouch is still in Japan. I am Lelich, Lelich said sternly. It's complicated, but all you need to know is that I exist both alive and dead, and I have existed dead for more than 5 of your lifetimes. Clovis whimpered. I won't ask you again, next time I'll resort to physical violence. How did you get to Britannia? I don't know. I remember wandering about Japan for a little while before finding this nice island. And, Clovis swallowed, and then I found this nice little ancient-looking shrine, but that was the last thing I remember. When I awoke I was here in Britannia and His Majesty was standing over me, talking to me, knowing I was dead, but somehow still able to commune with me. So that's where Cornelia got it from. Father has spiritual power. This thought was quickly followed by the pondering of, I wonder if any of my other siblings had spiritual power while they were alive. Too bad it's too late for Clovis, not that it matters. Please don't hurt me, Clovis pleaded. I'll do anything you want, Lelich, just don't hurt me. Clovis, Lelich spoke his name. Clovis swallowed. Why yes. I'm not going to hurt you, Lelich said. In this form you see before you I have been in the afterlife for nearly a century and a half. I'm not going to harm you. I'm a different man than the young boy who murdered you. I don't understand, Clovis was confused. I know, but you will come to understand, Lelich said. When you pass on to the next world you will awaken Britannia's noble house in a place called the Siritii, within a place called the Soul Society. I want you to seek out a noble house known as the Kukaki family. Find their leader, Kukaki Byakuya, and tell him, Lelich sent me. He will know what to do. Are you sure? I'm positive, Lelich said. All of my hate is gone, Clovis. There is only repentance. Starting with you, Lelich put his hand on his blade. I begin my atonement. Wait, I thought you said you weren't going to hurt me. I'm not, Lelich said and drew out his blade, swinging it at his side. I need to tap you on the forehead with the pommel of my weapon. Only then can you pass on to the next world. You were tethered here by your refusal to die. I will complete your rite of passage. No. Stay back. Leave me alone. Clovis said only for his riot so to flare up and turn black as midnight. Clovis screamed as a white fluid exited his mouth and began to cover up his face. Tch, Lelich spat, of course, why didn't I suspect it myself? Clovis transformed into a hollow. He was shaped like a cobra, but had 2 thorny tendrils for arms that ended in roses. His body was also incredibly thorny. He exuded a hissing roar at Lelich. So you fear me, do you? Lelich asked, readying his Zanpakuto. You have every reason to be, but I don't think that's what caused your transformation. Lelich was considering the possibility that the Ragnarok connection had made Clovis into a hollow or that he was ambushed from behind. He figured Clovis had come to the Empire seeking something. What that something was, Lelich no longer could find out. In the end I do have to hurt you, Clovis, forgive me. Lelich leapt forward with blinding speed before Clovis had even begun to attack him and was on the other side of the man already and was already putting his sword away while Clovis was dissolving into Reishi. It was times like this that showed how much Lelich's ability as a Soul Reaper had progressed. He recognized it himself. Even at 20% battles like that are nothing. Lelich looked down at his hand. I don't feel the least bit exhausted or weakened from the amount of spiritual power I just exuded. Now then, he began to walk out of the Ares palace. I'd best head back to Japan. Lelich began to exit the palace only for a glass fragment he stepped on to pierce his shoe and slice his foot. Instinctively Lelich brought his foot up and began hopping on it only to bang into the nearby wall, but his elbow pushed in a hidden switch. All of a sudden the stairs lowered like an escalator and Lelich saw a secret passage he had never known existed beneath his house. What is this? Lelich wondered to himself, surprised. Is this one of those secret escape tunnels that all of the families of the Empire have? No, I knew this place like the back of my hand. I never knew about this place. What's down there? What sort of secret might have been kept from me all these years, even now? Area 11. Having heard the news from Darlton about the chaos bridling around a Japanese mountain, Cornelia gleefully took to her nightmare to attack. Showing off her brilliant mind, while Cornelia had the majority of her troops attacking the enemy head-on, It gave her a chance to get serviced behind the mountain via airdrop and ride up the mountainside before dropping down from above. She saw the mountain-mounted cannons and showed a look of slight, aggravated disgust. Relics of a forgotten age, she mused as she opened fire with her assault rifle. She used her Harkins to destroy 2 of the cannons and used the impact to pull herself towards the ground, all the while weaving back and forth from enemy fire, minimizing the damage to her fabled Gloucester. She stood at the opening to go inside the mountain. "Darlton," she radioed, "in here, correct?" "Yes, milady," Darlton responded. "Shall we accompany you?" "Not for this level of resistance," Cornelia said, activating her land spinner system along the railway to go inside the mountain. "Understood," Darlton responded. He smirked. "You sure have come quite a long way, princess. I remember when it was I giving you orders. Even now, I marvel at your ability. Taking a lone nightmare up the side of the mountain unguarded by the enemy? Sheer brilliance." Inside the mountain, Cornelia emerged upon the hideout of the enemy. "Surrender at once, you feeble-minded 11s," Cornelia declared, not that she had any intention to let them live anyway, but protocol demanded she at least make the declaration. Even though she was at the top of the chain of command, she wanted to set an example for those beneath her. The 11s, formerly known as Japanese, returned fire, shouting racial slurs and declarations of telling Cornelia to die. Cornelia took the bullets from their small rifle like a tank, none of the bullets doing any significant damage to her as she casually looked back and forth to find her target with thermal imaging scanning from the fact sphere. "Doesn't seem Zero is here." She looked directly ahead. "No point in going after them one at a time, I suppose," she scowled slightly. "Vermin." She lifted her Mech's left arm and aimed with her assault rifle. "Rot like the filth that you are." Methodically she eliminated every last one of the terrorists and turned the inside of the mountain so red that, combined with the cream-brown walls, Cornelia had a rather amusing quip. "It's like a sandwich," she joked and radioed to the outside. "How's it looking outside?" "We're still gunning them down, Viceroy." "Leave it to me then, the rest of the troops have served their purpose. I want to minimize casualties as usual. Have the tanks give support fire and have all the infantry pull back." "Yes, Your Highness." As Cornelia slowly maneuvered outside, hoping to possibly lure the enemy into a false sense of security until she jumped out and surprised them, she then asked, "Where is Guilford?" "General Guilford is still investigating another branch, as per your orders, Your Majesty." "Which branch?" "Saitama. Ares Villa." Lelich entered into the dark, mysterious passageway only to find that he was in a very small laboratory of some sort. Tubes of unidentifiable bright green liquid illuminated the room to a degree. Lelich wondered where he had stumbled into. He walked around, pushing his way through the darkness until he accidentally pushed a floor lever that turned the whole place on and illuminated the entire room with ceiling lights and turned all the machines on. Lelich stared at what he saw in the back of the room. His jaw dropped open. There, in a large containment tube, was the corpse of Marianne Six Britannia. Some of her bullet wounds were visible, but Lelich noticed how they were healing and most of them were either scarred over or completely gone, even the dried blood. He narrowed his vision in confusion. "What is Mother's body doing in a place like this? I thought Father had hid it in a remote location in hopes of her one day returning to it. Was this what he meant? Was this where he had been hiding her? But why so close to home?" Lelich scavenged around for a bit and came upon a field journal. He flipped to a random entry. "June the 5th, at the Emperor's request, I have been working on restoring Her Majesty's body to its natural form to bring it back into existence. The process could take several years." He looked at another random entry dated a few years later. "July the 16th, Her Ladyship's body is restoring at a steady rate, but something is wrong. Her Majesty's body is more than capable of restoring itself. The liquid being used is experimental scientific technology using untested stem cell research that appears to be working wonders to heal Her Majesty's body." Lelich saw a bunch of formulas. The process went right over his head. However, even with the damage still done to her, she should have started a heartbeat long ago. Lelich looked at one of the last entries. "October the 4th, His Majesty has decided to shut down my project. Her Majesty's body has been preserved to his liking, but it seems she will never reawaken. I pleaded my case, but he has had me assigned to a new project with Prince Clovis. I must shut down this laboratory and leave its contents hidden away. Should someone stumble upon it, let them know that I tried to revive the Empress. Long live Marianne VI Britannia. Lelich brought the side of his index finger under his lip. A project with Clovis? Could this journal be talking about CC? Lelich thumbed through the journal for a signature of some sort, but the journal was blank of a name entry. Lelich looked back at Marianne's body floating nude in the tank. Her arms were folded over her torso and her hair spread out along the back of the tube. Her legs were close together to prevent view of her nether regions as her legs were crossed over each other. It looked like she was just sleeping, but Lelich knew better. There are so many things I want to ask her, but I know why she won't awaken. Her soul already left her body. It's in Anya now. Mother, you shared Father's vision, you wanted to change the world, but then why did you protect me if you didn't give a damn about the living? What was the point of it all? Did you care in your own special way? Lelich put his hand on the glass tubing and stared at his mother. Father never cared. Lelich remembered what Charles did to his memory. So he altered my memory to forget about the kidnapping. His gaze tightened. He also banished me and erased my memory and took away Nunnally. If he cared, if any of them cared, why was I not welcomed back with open arms? You tried to erase God and were punished for it. CC gave up before it was too late. Mother, what would you say, if I could talk to you again? He looked at Marianne's body. Still, this isn't a place for you. Your body needs to be preserved, but it's never said how. Right now, you're no different from a Jigai. Lelich looked around and scanned through the notes, then he found out how to drain the water and release the body. His mother's wet, nude, lifeless body tumbled onto him. Lelich hunched over and put her up over his back. His body had strengthened over the years, so now he could lift his own mother without a problem. He exited the strange laboratory and went deep into the ruins of the Ares villa, laying Marianne down on her old bed, covering her up. He then put a call into the research department. Akon answered, Lelich, what are you doing? You're really far away from your expedition zone. I had a little errand to run. I need something picked up, if you don't mind. I'll send Rin over immediately. What's the package? It's going to take a while to explain. Put me on a secure connection. What I have to say is for your ears only. Hideout of the Kojaki resistance group. Inu smacked the ladle against the cooking pot she had set up on the stove. Okay, it's ready, she announced. The blue-haired woman poured heaping portions of her special beef stew surprise. Her stew was comprised of beef broth and chunks of beef with ripped-apart floury biscuits, carrots, potatoes, cauliflower, mixed in with fried eggs, and a little bit of mango for flavor. Tamaki took the first spoonful as he sat down. His face lit up with delight as he yanked the spoon from his mouth. Ah yeah. This is amazing. Your cooking is always so delicious. Tamaki then began wolfing down his portion. I'm glad you like it. I'm not always so sure about my new recipes when I try them for the first time. You shouldn't be. Tamaki's right, you really cook well, Kent said, taking another spoonful. Inu walked over where Colin was looking at the spoonful of stew in her hand. The spoonful smelled fine, but look was another story. First of all, her pot was bubbling and it was a rather odd brown color for what had been beef broth. Go on, Colin-chan, eat up. Inu encouraged. Colin took a bite. Much to her surprise, her taste buds were in utter ecstasy, so much so that she almost felt like crying. It was so tasty. She took spoonful after spoonful after spoonful with increased excitement just to savor the taste. Wow, you must have been really hungry, Little Red. Colin was too busy stuffing her face to respond. Tamaki took the opportunity to make a joke. Nah, I bet it's all that prissy Brighton cuisine she has to chew on. Those Brightonians wouldn't know good food if you covered them in eggs, smacked them with a frying pan and called it an omelette. Colin was so busy eating that she took too much at once and wound up coughing. She was promptly handed a bottle of water. That's it, from now on Inu should get kitchen duty, Kent declared, if only because our cooking pales in comparison to hers. All those in favor? Aye. went everyone, save Colin, who was back to eating, and so she simply raised her hand. After the meal was over and Inu was cleaning dishes, while Tamaki admitted to how stuffed he was and Minami took watch while Kent drove Colin home, Ogai approached the blue-haired chef with a question. "Say Inu, I don't mean to pry, but did your fiancé ever appreciate your cooking?" Inu looked down as she looked at a clean bowl. "A few times, usually on the holidays. The day he proposed to me was the last day I saw him. We weren't living together up to that point. He had a really busy schedule and we were living in different towns." She showered the bowl with water and inspected it for dirt for the second time before putting it in the drying rack. "Why so curious, Ogai-kun?" "No reason, just making conversation," Ogai said and shuffled next to Inu. "Mind if I help?" "No, not at all, go ahead." Ogai helped Inu clean while she hummed a tune to herself. "You sound like you had a really nice life up until Britannia invaded," Ogai said, scrubbing one of the bowls while Inu began cleaning the stew pot. "I did," Inu said with a sad look in her eye. "What about you?" "It was all right, I guess." Ogai sighed. "I've been good friends with the Kojikas since I was young. My mother and Colin and Naoto's mother were old friends. My dad died when I was still in middle school." "Oh, I'm so sorry," Inu apologized. "No, it's okay. I've gotten over it for the most part," Ogai said as he cleaned. "It was an engineering accident. He worked with a lot of Sakuradite, overseeing new technologies. It was dangerous work and he knew the risk. We all take risks in life. Life without risks isn't life, he'd always say to me. A real man grabs the kappa by the shell and doesn't let go till he has what he wants." "What about your mother?" Ogai squeezed the bowl, nearly cracking it. "She was caught up in the Britannia/Japanese conflict. She had called me at the elementary school I was teaching at as a student teacher and the line hung up prematurely. I heard gunfire." The sounds of gunshots followed by the dead tone of a phone line went through Ogai's mind for a moment. He forced a smile. "I was her only family. She wasn't in a safe location and she cared more about letting me know about the war and asked me, get my students to safety. We all seem to have a reason to fight in this war, don't we?" "Yeah," Ogai said. He looked at the wall. "Do you think Zero has a reason for fighting?" "I know he has a reason for fighting," Inu stated. "How can you speak so confidently?" Ogai asked. Inu knew Zero, but rather than saying that she danced around the subject. You can hear it in his voice. He speaks with such conviction. Have you ever heard the old saying, the weaker the dog, the louder the bark? I think Zero has the biggest reason to fight out of all of us. Maybe that's why he masks his face. He's too much in pain to let anyone see his identity. That's really profound, Inu. The door opened as Kent came back. Man, no cars on the road at all, must be my lucky day. Any dishes left over? Nope, Inu smiled, all taken care of. Ogai-kun volunteered to help out. Well then, I guess that puts me on foraging duty. He walked over to Yoshida. Let's go, he said. The brown-haired resistance fighter got to his feet and he and Ken headed out the door to gather supplies. Inu looked around the small hideout and smiled. It's a nice little group, almost like a family. She looked depressed, but it's not the same. Ichigo, will you really come? Will you come and save me if I find myself in danger? I wish I had a sign to know if you're alive or not, just one. Ares Villa. And that's it. Right, I think we can manage that request. Geez, hard to believe you used to be a. Don't say it. Right, sorry. We'll have Her Majesty's body brought to the R&D department right away. An erased soul is still salvageable. It might take a while, but we can do it. Thank you, Akon. No problem. Give Stoa-san my regards next time you see her, would you? Akon then hung up. Lelich's 6th seat used to be in the 12th Division. She was an 8th seat and Akon's third in line from his direct chain of command. Much like the 2nd Division, 12th Division ran itself a little bit differently when it came to the R&D department. The captain, 3rd and 5th seats of the department all had a different chain of command as they were the 2nd and 3rd most important person in the R&D department. The vice captain was set up to simply be the captain's lab assistant, same as the fourth seat for seat number 3. Seat number 5 set up their own assistants since the fifth seat was the lowest position with a single person occupying that seat number. Lelich waited and Rin came by with a carrying case to bring back and preserve Mary Ann's body. Whoa, she's beautiful. Lelich wanted to say something like, of course she's beautiful, she's the woman who gave birth to me, but Rin wasn't allowed to know about this. Instead he said, she's the Empress of Britannia. Wow, really, but why are we recovering her body? It will all make sense in a year, Rin. And then, even you will know the truth I've hidden from the Soul Society for so long. Kaai, Rin pretended like Lelich wasn't crazy. Lelich had to whack him on the head every so often to get the damn kid to quit staring at his Mary Ann's body like he wanted to do Eka things to it, and eventually Mary Ann's body was brought before the R&D department. Though her body and soul had been separated, Lelich was hoping that her living shell could be artificially separated from the currently empty soul body without scarring his mother's body in the slightest. Since Mary Ann's body was an empty shell, it would be harder to separate the body from the soul body. Some of Keijiro Za's non-confiscated research material would undoubtedly have to be used to make this work. If all worked out well, Lelich could see his mother again and maybe he could talk to her. However, there was no telling how long it would take. This is awfully nice of you after you lost faith in her. I wasn't thinking clearly. I've had so long to reflect. Do you remember my depression? I was suffering. I hated the world. I want to believe that my mother was still a good person deep down. Father hated the world, but I know my mother cherished it. One does not have to act the same to share the same ideals. So you're thinking your mother might have actually believed she was saving the world while your father just wanted to get revenge on it. We've had extremists like this. Look at Aizen. I can't believe you just compared your mother to Aizen. Bad example, but it's the only one I have. Aizen's revenge was, well, it was disproportionate, not to mention the man is insane. A world ruled by the strong, Lelich scoffed. You may as well completely saturate the world with a virus so that only the strong can live. You really hate him, don't you? I thought you wanted nothing more to do with him. It doesn't change what he was or how he was a good challenge, but I never wish to deal with him again. That man, Lelich took a breath, is pure evil in its rawest form. We need to be getting back to Area 11. You need to plan coordination for Saitama, right? I'm glad you're so on top of my schedule. For once you're actually being helpful. Hey. I'm always helpful. Helpful without the witty retorts. That's part of who I am. It was irritating when CC did it and it's no less irritating when you do it. But at least you answer any questions I have. I am your Zanpakuto. It's my duty to serve my wielder. Serve and protect her? Where was that mentality when Muramasa came around? Shut up. Lelich smiled at the fact that he won an argument against his Zanpakuto. He then slung her over his back. Rally and motivate, Iin Tamashi. He obtained his cape and wrapped himself up in it in order to make it across the ocean faster. Shunpo was harder to use over water, less spiritual particles to utilize to move. With Lelich's cape he could air bounce to get a higher altitude and teleport across. He figured he could have asked Rin for a lift back and over, but he was determined to do things without returning to Soul Society at all costs. Before reaching the ocean he checked his pager and noticed the date. He smirked, my live self is going to be experiencing a bit of pandemonium tomorrow. The next day. Captain of Squad 10, Lamperouge Lelich, had arrived early that morning, having spent all night making it across the Pacific. He paged for assistance, given his fatigue, and Momo made it there in minutes flat to restore his Ryotsu. Once she was finished, Lelich told her, tell my unit to meet me at Saitama. Contact Rangiku and Isane and tell their share of my unit to do the same. Hi, sensei. Momo said and disappeared with Shunpo. Lelich met up with Nozomi's unit. She saluted to her captain. Lamperouge Teiko. At ease, Nozomi, no need to get all riled up. Nozomi put her arm down. Sir, everything's been quiet around here, nothing to report. Good, I expected no less, but things are about to get a lot louder. Round up your unit for me, will you? Hi, Nozomi took off. She's made great strides since she came out of prison. Back then she wouldn't even approach me or any of us. She just did her work and that was it. I'm glad she's warmed up to us. I needed an officer I can trust to get the job done. As Nozomi rushed to gather up her subordinates, she herself was also thinking about her experience since coming out of prison. Taeko, thank you for being so forgiving and for not looking down upon me. You, Matsumoto Fukutaiko, Shiba and Aloman Senpai, you've all been good to me. I wish there was some way I could repay you all for everything you've done to make me feel like I belong, but I suppose that being a good subordinate will have to do. Nozomi did a head count as she made sure all of her subordinates were rounded up. Listen up. Our captain has come here with his unit with an announcement. Everyone follow me to the rendezvous point. Hi, Kyujo Senpai. Once everyone was assembled, Lelouch made his speech. My fellow subordinates, thank you all for assembling in such an orderly and efficient fashion. Nozomi has informed me that things have been quiet, but I expected nothing less, at least up until now. Viceroy Cornelia Lee Britannia intends to attack this area as a means of repeating what happened in Shinjuku, which I already had Matsumoto Fukutaiko clean up. We will be experiencing the same mess she did. However, we will be experiencing it live in the aftermath. Avoid contact with both parties and avoid any rain of fire from Britannia. Some of the vehicles and soldiers are in the habit of using Sakuradite ammunition which can tear right through Ryotsu. Some of you don't even have the Ryotsu to resist normal enemy fire. Be careful, be swift, and perform your duty. I have Hinamari Taeko and her group of your fellow division members on standby in case of an emergency. Is everyone clear on what they have to do? Hi, Taeko. Some of you weren't loud enough. I said is everyone clear on what they have to do? Hi, Taeko. That's better. Spread out and move according to your coordinating officer's instructions, whether that's Nozomi or myself. I will send out a signal to your pagers when the attack starts. Everyone get ready. Ashford Academy, night. It was after Clovis' funeral. Lelouch VI Britannia, age 17, sat at the edge of his bed remembering his father's words to him as he was banished from the Empire. Bargaining tools, never alive, weaklings, the words still stung him even to this day. It was these words that gave him strength. Unbeknownst to the 11th prince, his future wife had also witnessed the funeral ceremony, having snuck in the back using Kyoko to cloak her presence. She remembered from her husband's stories how he said how much seeing his father again and hearing that speech had bothered him and he'd been unable to get any sleep. But then, no, it's stupid, Lelouch had said to her. Whatever it is, tell me. You can tell me anything, Lelouch Dano. Well, I don't know if I was sleeping or not, but, while I was loathing in my self-pity, a mysterious woman sat on my windowsill. She said some things to me that I don't remember now, but, I remember that, after hearing her words, I was able to sleep soundly. A mysterious woman. To this day, I still don't know who it was. At present, Susanna was watching Lelouch's window, waiting to see this mysterious woman and confront her, but she saw nothing, not even hinting a presence heading towards her. She stared at the open window. The only presence she could sense inside the room was the sleeping form of the girl Lelouch referred to as CC. When nothing occurred for the next couple of minutes, she looked at her hand. I wonder. Pulling a small capsule from the R&D department, Susanna conjured up a Jigai. With Urahara now in Seoul society, portable Jigai technology was slowly on the rise. While they weren't yet at the level where the Jigai itself was at the same level as Urahara's prototypes, some of which were still defective until he figured out the formula, Jigais could now be carried in the special patented R&D hyperspace capsules, the same capsules Nimir used to smuggle technologies into the Rokanga during the days of the Phantoms. Susanna looked at her Jigai's outfit. She was in a yellow leotard with a long coat over it with fingerless gloves and long leather boots. She fitted herself into it and ran around the schoolyard testing her Jigai's limitations. She still had some Ryotsu to work with. She jumped up to a level of air just underneath Lelouch's window and then motioned alongside it, still standing on air. She then used some Kido to use a less powerful version of the Hakufuku Kido, which made an individual drowsy. Inside his room, Lelich was oblivious to the purple petals fluttering into his room, but as he sat at the edge of his bed, unable to sleep, he started feeling a little drowsy, like he was in some sort of trance. His head bobbed forward for about a moment when he caught himself, or did he? Now Lelich couldn't be sure if he was awake or asleep because everything felt so surreal for some reason. There was a pressure in this room he couldn't explain, and he was so out of it that he felt like things were normal, not to mention that the room felt like it was tilted sideways and his vision was a little hazy. He then noticed a woman sitting on his windowsill. In his odd state he didn't freak out, but was rather curious. The woman had long silver hair and alluring red eyes that glowed in the moonlight. Her legs were together and bent over the side of the window, but not touching the floor, staying a few centimeters off it. To Lelich, her presence seemed angelic and soothing. She said something, but he couldn't hear her, but she had merely greeted him. She entered his room and lifted his chin. "Good evening, Lelich 6 Britannia." "Who are you?" he asked her. Susanna pressed a finger to his lips. "Don't speak, just listen what I have to say." Lelich stared into her alluring red eyes, darkened by the moonlight. He just went along with her words. "Your past does not make you who you are. You are Zero, the man who destroys worlds and the man who creates them. You will change the world and set it on fire. Your sense of justice is what the world needs. You did what you had to do with Clovis. The world has yet to understand your genius. Make them see it, rise to the challenge and make great war." Susanna removed her finger from Lelich's lips. "Are you some sort of deity? This is a dream, isn't it? I can be whatever you want me to be." Susanna then blew in Lelich's face with cool breath, holding her palm to the ceiling with her wrist underneath her chin, releasing more of Hakufuku's power. Lelich nodded off for a moment and stumbled to reach out for the maiden in the moonlight before him, but when he looked again, she was gone. He stumbled over to the window to look out it, but she was nowhere in sight. Susanna had already removed her Jigai and was far beyond Lelich's ability to see, given he had no spiritual power. Lelich then tumbled into bed alongside Cici, his back to her, and fell right asleep. Although Lelich hadn't been able to see Susanna, he had been looking right past her. She had been wearing her shiakusho and standing on the air in front of his window. He was looking right through me. He really can't see me at this point in his life. How ironic that he met me once before without even knowing it. To him, though, it was only a dream. Now in her shiakusho, Susanna entered the room and stroked Lelich's hair as he snoozed in a deep sleep. "Sleep tight, my prince." Susanna then leaned down and kissed his temple as though this version of her husband was like a son to her. She then left his room, and when Lelich would wake up the next morning, he would remember none of it at all. End of chapter 157. Chapter 158, Kurosaki Ichigo, The Legend lives on. Area 11. Cornelia walked along the walkway in Lloyd's research base, taking note of the Lancelot as Lloyd explained the specifics of it to her. It's a 7th-generation nightmare frame, making its abilities far greater than the normal. Cornelia turned around to address Lloyd. "I understand that the Lancelot's pilot is an 11. "That's correct," Lloyd responded, "an honorary Brighton Neon." "However," Cornelia interrupted him, "I'm promoting this man from private to warrant officer. That should satisfy him. I'm trying to win without having to rely too much on the numbers. Princess Cornelia, I know the great tragedy you suffered when you entered the battlefield in this area the last time, but..." Cornelia drew her gun on Lloyd, startling him. "Don't pretend like you understand what I went through, Lloyd Asplund." Her tone was bitter, hateful almost. "I am in charge here and I will command as I see fit. Warrant officer is high enough for the output your little toy has produced. If I give you the chance to prove it is more effective, perhaps another promotion might be in Kururugi's future. Am I clear?" "See crystal," Lloyd said, not wishing to anger Cornelia any further. "Good, now, show me this great beast you've been working on," Cornelia said, wishing to be actually shown the Lancelot. Hideout of the Kojiki resistance group. Deep in the Shinjuku ghetto, the resistance, minus Colin who was in school, was up to their usual standby tactics. With Zero now their crown leader though, they hadn't done much in the ways of action and were just awaiting Zero's orders. At present, the crew was just hanging around and gathering supplies. Ogai was out front on scout duty, Kent, Yoshida, and Minami were on foraging duty, and so that left Tamaki and Inu to do whatever as long as it didn't jeopardize group safety. Tamaki was sitting on a crate, leaning against the wall and putting out a cigarette he had just finished smoking. He flicked the butt away as it bounced off the adjacent wall to his right into the trash can. Inu, meanwhile, was walking around with a notepad taking stock of the group's inventory. Inu finished marking down the last of the homemade tear gas grenades the group had stacked in a box and then put the notebook down on an empty crate. She looked over to where Tamaki was now yawning. "Tamaki-san," Inu said to him. Tamaki lazily turned his head towards Inu. Inu leaned against the wall and smiled. "Why did you join the resistance?" "Hey-ah." Tamaki responded, confused. "Why are you interested in something like that?" Well, I feel I should get to know my comrades in arms. It makes me feel I can trust them more." "Well, pull up a crate and listen up then if you're that interested." Tamaki jabbed a thumb at himself. "I'll tell you all my great and wild tales from before the war started." Inu hurriedly put up a crate and sat with a smile and her hands on her knees. Tamaki picked up a bottle of champagne and looked at the label. "Let's see, what should I tell her? Should I tell her about the great fisherman and his lost love, or maybe I could tell her about the famous Ultra Mega Shinichiro, wounded in combat and miraculously survived? Or maybe," Tamaki continued to stare at the champagne bottle and put it down. He then turned towards Inu and the eager, cheerful smile on her face. "Maybe I'll just tell the truth." Tamaki sighed and straightened up on the crate. "Well, I'm nothing special. In fact, as a student I was a pretty bad kid. I used to get involved in all sorts of gangs and back alley deals. I was pretty fucked up as a kid. When I was 11 I wanted to be part of the Yakuza." Tamaki said with a grin, but it quickly faded. "I think when I was about 15, I grounded myself and saw how much of a little ratfink I was. I wanted to be a chairman of the board in some company, even started taking some business classes. I left my nakama in the gangs, started going straight." "What made you decide to change so abruptly?" Inu asked with concern. Tamaki sighed again and then grabbed the bottle opener and broke into the champagne. He knew he'd need it. He took a swig and continued talking. "It was during the autumn right here in this very ghetto back when it was still a bustling city. See, my buddies all ran for the hills during a pretty muddy, sunny Friday afternoon. I'll never forget this. I ran like the dickens to try and get away from 4, maybe 5 rival gang members out to pummel me until I looked like someone's prison bitch." Tamaki took another drink. "But as I ran, this random chick appeared out nowhere and, with a roundhouse kick like I had never seen before, kicked this one guy in the neck so hard that he curved downwards and bounced on the pavement." October 2008 ATB. Shinjuku. A young woman, only a few years older than Tamaki, had appeared out of nowhere. She had a slender build, with black hair that parted down the center of her skull to either side in a rather symmetrical slant towards either side and then parted at 3 sections and tilted up towards the ends. She had dark gray eyes and was wearing white sneakers, a gray hoodie with the zipper undone, emblazoned with her university's emblem. She was wearing a red short-sleeved shirt and shorts, both made out of nylon. It appeared as if she had been out for an afternoon jog. She took a right lead, crouching martial arts stance with her left arm tucked in by her average-sized chest. Her right-handed fingers were bent. "Man, I just can't get away from crap like this, can I? If it's not in my hometown it's in another. You punks feel like ganging up on a defenseless kid, or do you guys have the balls to go up against a black belt in 3 different martial arts?" Tamaki, age 15, sat in a puddle looking at this woman's back in sheer gratitude and awe at her behavior. No one just leapt in to help a stranger, least of all a woman. It was a cultural expectation. "Look at this bitch. She actually thinks she can take on Shinjuku's greatest gang." She scowled. "Try me. My older brother and I used to be part of the Yakuza minor leagues." She beckoned the thugs forward with her right hand. "Bring it." Knives and other types of weapons were all brandished, but the older black-haired woman took the Yakuza wannabes out like it was nothing. Tamaki was certainly no amateur to street brawls, but this woman made him look like he was a kid play fighting with a friend or sibling in comparison. Her form was so controlled, her motions so fluid, her responses so instinctual. Tamaki was just in awe and glad she was helping him out. She also never received an enemy blow once. "And don't I ever let you idiots pulling this crap again," she called as she watched them run with their tails between their legs. She palmed her face. Honestly, why aren't the Yakuza minor leagues just banned? She looked back at Tamaki. "Oi, Squirt, you okay?" she asked. "Why yeah," Tamaki got to his feet. However, he couldn't go 5 seconds before he was unable to contain his enthusiasm. "That was awesome. Where'd you learn to fight like that?" "I took classes," the older woman told him. "When my older brother left for college, I felt that it fell upon me to keep our home safe from thugs. I studied under his sensei and his best friend who taught me a lot about fighting. I came to Shinjuku hoping to get away from it all, but I guess, like my brother, protective instinct is in my very blood. I just can't ignore someone in danger." "Huh? You mean you don't like fighting?" Tamaki asked. The women grew snappy. "Why would anyone like fighting? I don't want to put up with injuries and hospital bills. Every time I throw a punch it feels like I'm only making things worse. If you fight with your fists, they bring a knife. You use a knife and they bring a gun. And it keeps going until there's endless chaos. But you said you were a part of the Yakuza minor leagues." "Not by choice," the woman spoke with less animosity than her last 3 sentences. "I told you, I had to watch my brother's territory. I knew he'd be worried about it. Surely the nickname, Soul Reaper, needs no introduction." "No way. You're the little sister of Soul Reaper." Tamaki was greatly amused and ecstatic. The name Soul Reaper was known far and wide across Japan. It was the young warrior who, by reputation alone, was the last guy you wanted to pick on. He didn't belong to a gang, just a group of friends. He was considered the enemy of Yakuza wannabes, but everyone admired his virtues. He didn't ask to be dragged into the mess he was thrown into. Of course, most didn't know the whole story. Soul Reaper was so legendary that his fame tended to be exaggerated a great deal around the water cooler, over the internet and through the grapevine. Tamaki was one of the people who didn't know the whole story, only that Soul Reaper was an amazingly superb and completely unbeatable fighter. So it was understandable that he was confused when Soul Reaper's little sister didn't exactly share his enthusiasm. "Listen you little punk," she yanked Tamaki up by his shirt and snarled into his face. "I'm not exactly happy about having been a street thug for my brother's sake, and it's not like my brother went around busting people up just because or even enjoyed that he had to. Do you know where he is now? He's a detective at the Mizuho precinct. Now you tell me someone like that enjoys violence and that there's any future in messing around in this kind of senseless stupidity." She dropped Tamaki on his ass and turned around. "I'm majoring in medical science to become a veterinarian. Fighting makes me sick. Whenever I see people getting hurt I can't help but step in, but only because I don't know any other way." She looked back at Tamaki and yelled, "But I'm telling you, you little punk, get out of this while you still can. Go to a good college and get a good career." She walked away. "Make something of yourself." "Hey. Wait, I didn't get your name." "It's Karen." Karen waved her hand in the air as she walked away. Present day. What she said didn't get to me at first. But when I got home to my drunken dad passed out on the couch and my overly cheerful mother with a new bruise on her face, I took a good hard look in the bathroom mirror and her words reverberated around me like a surround sound system. I couldn't ignore what she said. And after thinking about it a little, I knew that she was right. My life was fucked up enough as it was, and I was only making it worse by destroying my reputation, so I quit. I told my buddies in the gangs I was leaving. Tamaki took another drink. They were all pretty pissed, asking if I was upset because they abandoned me, but I told them what Karen told me and explained that that's why I was leaving. They beat the shit out of me, called me names, but through the mess as I worked to break free from the mayhem, fighting them off felt different. Different? How? I felt like I had a moral high ground, as if I knew that this was the right thing to do and that my fighting them was because they were too thick-headed to realize it, and I realized what lousy friends they were. So, I buckled myself down and decided I wanted to go to business school. Then the war happened while I was still in high school, and that ruined every last chance I had of making something of myself. Tamaki took another drink. But then why come here? Inu wasn't about to let it slip that she knew the Karen in Tamaki's story. Because like Karen said, she doesn't know another way than fighting to get her point across. Tamaki scowled. I want a fair shot at my dream, and only by getting Japan back am I going to get it. That's why I'm here. And also, it's the right thing to do. I'm sure Karen would be happy to know that you're trying so hard, and you took her words to heart. Inu smiled. Oh yeah, and how would you know something like that? Tamaki asked pompously. Because her full name was Kurosaka Karen. She was my fiancé's younger sister. What? Tamaki shouted. Oh, now this is gold. No, come on. Where's the hidden camera? No way. No way. Your fiancé was the man every punk on the street called Soul Reaper? You, a prime cook and a knack for healing, engaged to a former street punk turned cop? Seriously, where are we broadcasting to? But it's true. I wouldn't lie about something like this, Inu said fervently. Tamaki leaned back and let out a deflated breath. Man, small world. So he's the one you're out there looking for, huh? Well, you couldn't be in safer hands if you ask me. As he leaned back to take another drink, he stopped as a thought struck him and sat up again. Wait, I thought you were from Naraki. I am. Inu tried to think of an explanation. Tamaki waved his hand flippantly. Nah, it's okay, you don't gotta explain. It's cool. So what was Ichigo's reputation as Soul Reaper like? I'm afraid I spent time out of things like that. Yeah, that was probably for the best. If people knew you two were together, they would have kidnapped you just to get to him. Inu twitched a little, since she had been kidnapped once, and that was before she and Ichigo had been going out. She could defend herself. She had a black belt. However, the idea that people would go after her to get to Ichigo irked her to no end. Still, as far as street brawlers went, Soul Reaper was like a living legend. There were a lot of people in the minor leagues that wanted to face him in combat just to take his measure. It's hard to think he wasn't proud of it when so many wannabe troublemakers looked up to him. Of course, before I left I let it slip that of what he'd become, and I watched the crime rate around Mizuho descend a bit over the next 2 years. It was kind of funny. Inu laughed. I suppose no one wanted to think that they might anger someone so strong. Tamaki laughed. Got that right. There ain't anyone stronger than Soul Reaper. Inu looked blue. Hey, what's the oh right, you don't know where he is? Yeah, Inu nodded. Well, hey, you were with him right before you last saw him, right? Tamaki grinned widely. There's no way Britannia got him. If that guy is even 1/10 as strong as his reputation, he ain't getting into Death's boat anytime soon. Inu smiled. Thank you, Tamaki-san. If you don't mind, could you not mention this to the others? Hey, no problem, I don't exactly like having my past known either. You keep my secret safe, I'll keep yours. Okay, Inu nodded. Sayatama. Death machines, nightmare rays, and soldiers rolled towards the ghetto and completely cut it off from the outside world. Inside her personal mobile base, Darlton stood on the main deck along with Cornelia and Guilford. The Sayatama ghetto is now completely surrounded, he told Cornelia. The Yamato Alliance's hideout is somewhere in here. Half the people in this neighborhood are cooperating with them. So if we proceed now. Cornelia cut him off. What will be the effect on production? Primary sector output should decrease by 0.02%. Within expectations, you mean? Cornelia responded, wanting to keep things in layman's terms. Darlton nodded. All right. She looked right where she had brought some soldiers from the Shinjuku incident with her aboard her base. All of you participated in the Shinjuku disaster, is that correct? Before she entered the point of no return, Cornelia wished not to make any mistakes. Yes, one of the soldiers stated, and we are indebted to you, Princess Cornelia, for your mercy. He knew of Cornelia's low tolerance for failure. That's not what I'm asking, Cornelia said, raising her voice. She looked to the front of her mobile base. Do you think the conditions are similar? She smirked, to those in Shinjuku. Why yes, but, why is that important? The soldier asked. Ah, please forgive my impudence. No, it's a fair question, Cornelia said and began to explain. Zero is a criminal with a flair for the theatrical. I've recreated the same conditions that occurred in Shinjuku in order to draw him out. If he's the overconfident type, I believe he'll come here to try and kill me. Viceroy. One of the soldiers was alarmed. You'd really risk your own life like this? Cornelia was offended that a soldier could believe she was in any danger. What you fail to understand is that war is a struggle between pride and life. I cannot let my pride get in the way of doing what is necessary to bring Zero here. Clovis was far too prideful and far too soft. He let an enemy like Zero get the drop on him and, of course, Bartley is also to blame for whatever he won't tell the courts. Clovis also sat in this very sort of room, all by his lonesome when things became critical. I, however, have all of you in here with me. Unless Zero is some sort of powerful warrior like the Karakura 7, he'll never make it out of here alive. No, better to say because Zero isn't a member, he never will. But, Viceroy, how can you be so certain? If Zero was one of the 7, he would have no need to mask his face. He could come out and announce the return of the remains of the 7. Also, he'd have no need to resort to the methods that he did. A direct assault was more the style of the 7. Not to mention the body type does not match any of the members of the Karakura 7. Nevertheless, if you think I am truly in any danger, then you fail to grasp who it is you have been serving for the past few years. Zero is being called the man who makes miracles happen by the 11s, Cornelia smirked, but even a man who creates miracles must fall before a goddess that brings victory. She looked at Darlton with the utmost seriousness. How goes progress? We're done sweeping away those in charge, he said, making direct eye contact. It's nearly time to set our plan into motion, so shall we begin? Right. Darlton said and radioed the entire unit. Attention all forces, commence eradication of the Saitama Ghetto. All forces, assume level 1 battle stations. And this is why you are my lead general, Darlton. Cornelia smirked a little as she watched Darlton shout out orders. Things were going smoothly as Cornelia watched with required, if but bored, alertness. With things going so smoothly she began to wonder if Zero would even show. If he doesn't, then it just goes to prove he's just another. Suddenly panic swept up as the enemy began pushing her forces back. The enemy was using Sutherland's captured from Cornelia's own forces. Cornelia looked on with growing interest as the Shinjuku soldiers wondered if Zero was involved. It was when the bridge was destroyed that Cornelia believed she had seen enough. Order all troops to fall back, she said calmly. Further damage and casualties serve no point. Fall back. One of the Shinjuku soldiers was aghast. With all due respect, we can still fight them. Cornelia's stoic, unreadable expression didn't waver for a fraction of a moment as she said plainly, we can't fight them like this. Darlton understood and stated, all forces. Fall back behind ghetto perimeter at once. Formation doesn't matter. Fall back behind ghetto perimeter at once. She watched her units fall back on the monitor in front of her and with a smug expression stated, Zero is no match, I'll win. Of course, that's why they call you the goddess of victory, Darlton stated. Cornelia tilted her head to look at Guilford, standing tall next to her, silent all this time. Shall we go then, Guilford, my knight? Cornelia was, of course, talking about deploying the Glaston Knights. Guilford took a step forward, turned, crossed his arm over his chest and bowed shallowly to Cornelia. It is my pleasure to serve and obey you, my lady. Be but, princess. The Shinjuku soldier stated. This time Cornelia didn't even threaten. She promptly lifted her gun up and shot the impudent soldier's shoulder. He screamed as he fell backwards, causing a commotion. I've had just about enough of your undermining my authority, ability, and decisions. I have no need for soldiers in the army who question my orders. Is that clear? Why yes, your highness. Good, Cornelia said and looked at one of the other soldiers, someone, get this man some gauze. Wordlessly one of the soldiers got up and made for the medical bay. Do try not to bleed all over my floor, would you? Bloodstains are so hard to clean up. Why yes, Your Highness. Within minutes, Guilford had moved the Glaston Knights out into the open, the Shinjuku soldier had had his uniform replaced, his wound patched and the blood was moped up. Oblivious to the commotion inside, Zero continued to put his plan into motion. One nightmare left transmitting an IFF signal within the city area, Darlton stated. Can't you contact it? One of the two uninjured Shinjuku soldiers stated while the third was being patched up. Scramble a rescue team. The other uninjured one declared. I'll not fall for your tricks, Zero. Cornelia thought as she remained unreadable. No, destroy it, she ordered. What? You can't. He might be a captive of the enemy. I ordered everyone to fall back. I have no use for soldiers who can't follow my orders. You heard the princess, Darlton barked. But do your duty even if it costs your life. My subordinates follow that code without question, a code you seem to have trouble following. Shall I aim for a more vital spot this time? Cornelia said, reaching for her gun. No. Please. Have mercy, princess. Guilford and the two knights with him destroyed the nightmare frame, pilot, and all. Zero adapted his plan accordingly. Cornelia, well versed in the way of the military, knew it was a ruse. They've transmitted another signal, which means one thing. They've set an ambush. Send in more Gloucesters and surround them. Gloucesters have arrived at the indicated area. No sign of the enemy. Cornelia tilted her head back. She was now completely invested and interested in this operation. He anticipated my move. We may really be dealing with Zero himself. Zero, you might be criminal scum, but you are proving to be an interesting challenge. I've always wanted to have the opportunity to chase and hunt down an enemy who can face me head to head using my strongest assets against me. When victory is finally mine, I will savor defeating you once and for all. Much unlike Ogai's group, the Yamato Alliance hadn't the spine to stand up to Cornelia, despite Zero assisting them. It wasn't long before Cornelia had won. However, if they had tried to stand with Zero, they may have actually stood a chance. History would never know. Mission complete. All forces take formation number 4. All forces take formation number 4. Cornelia was rather happy, as she had an "I told you so" type of smile aimed towards the Shinjuku soldiers and also somewhat smug towards Zero for having not being able to defeat her. This didn't work out the way it did in Shinjuku, Zero. So are you still masquerading as one of us? We'll discover who you are shortly. Attention all nightmare pilots. Open your hatches and reveal your faces. Cornelia became ever more gleeful as she repeated the command. Things were going exactly as planned, with the Nightmare Rays opening their hatches one by one until Guilford reached a pilot who claimed his hatch was damaged earlier in battle. Cornelia smirked. Found you. However, just before Guilford could manually open the hatch, a soldier cried out. Zero's been sighted. What? Get me a visual. The base's camera panned to where Cornelia's soldiers were rushing. There, standing atop a bunch of ruins was, undoubtedly, Zero. Aha! I was right. Zero has a flair for the dramatic. Cornelia exclaimed, excited to see her enemy face to face with her. However, as fire opened, Zero fell backwards off the balcony and out of sight. Your Highness, Guilford radioed her, how do you want us to proceed? Cornelia looked at Darlton. Any likelihood it's a trap? Cornelia may have been in charge, but Darlton had been the one gathering intel for her. There's always that possibility, especially since we don't know anything about this person, aside from the fact that he seems to be as prideful as you anticipated, Viceroy. Then there's no point in chasing him, Cornelia said with a contented smile. It's a win-win scenario. I may not get to end the battle today, but against such an opponent I get to have the thrill of the hunt once more. How delightful. If he intentionally revealed himself to the enemy, he must have an escape route already in place. So self-preservation trumps all? So it would seem, Darlton told her. Very well then. Let's call it a day and fall back. No more blood needs to be spilled. Are you sure you don't want to do a clean sweep of Saitama, my lady? It would serve no purpose. If Zero isn't going to try and stop me, it would be like shooting fish in a barrel. I'm merciless only to my direct enemies, so whatever remains of Saitama poses no threat to the Empire any longer. Yes, Your Highness, understood. All units proceed back to base. This operation is over. Repeat. This operation is over. Cornelia looked at her navigator. Take us home, soldier. Yes, milady. Cornelia returned to her office later that day. At dinner, Yuffie noticed how Cornelia seemed to be in such high spirits. Cornelia, why are you so happy? Zero got away. The operation was still a success, Euphemia, Cornelia said as she took a sip of red wine from her glass. The light from the chandelier reflected onto the liquid's surface, allowing a distorted image of Cornelia's face to be reflected in the glass as she spoke to Yuffie. It is true that I was unable to serve His Majesty Zero's head on a platter, but I gained something a little more valuable than that. Oh? What's that? A truly worthy opponent, Cornelia grinned as she took another sip of her wine and put the glass down. I don't understand, Yuffie was confused. Zero has shown that he is something of a military genius. I can't explain it, but despite the fact that I hate his guts, I feel anxious to meet him in battle again. He only lost today because his allies showed no loyalty. I was a little disappointed, honestly. But, you could have been in serious danger if... Euphemia, relax, Cornelia put her hand on her sister's shoulder for a moment. I had Guilford, Darlton and several other soldiers inside with me who have the utmost loyalty to me. Zero would have never been able to take my head, Cornelia said as she cut her prime rib and took a bite. She swallowed and tapped her mouth with her napkin repeatedly in order to clean it of food particles. No matter what happened, Zero was doomed to fail, though to be honest, I was hoping I'd get to confront him. I'm a little disappointed in that regard as well. You wouldn't have let him go had he gotten that far, would you? Of course not, Cornelia would have never let Zero get that far, but she would have been impressed if he had managed it all on his own, and unlike Clovis I never would have shriveled up before him. Cornelia became cross. I saw the crime scene photos. Clovis begged for his life like a coward. A real man, or even a trained soldier, would have fought back. How long until you capture Zero, do you think? Truthfully. Cornelia looked over to Euphemia, who nodded. Cornelia took a spoonful of her soup before answering. To be honest, I don't think Zero will last even a year against me. If this continues to escalate at the pace I predict, assuming I don't crush him first, it won't be long before he mounts an attack against the entire area. At that point, it will be true hell. Before that though, you can be certain I'll have you shipped back to the capital, so that you're out of harm's way. But. No buts. This is war, Euphemia. I can't risk Zero deciding to take you as a hostage. This is a man that, while having the mind of an esteemed general, finds no tactic too low for his use. I may have to start looking into getting you a knight if this escalates too. I understand. After dinner, Cornelia retired to her bedroom and fell back onto her bed exhausted from the day's events. She was about to roll over and take a small nap before waking up in 2 hours to do a little more work before going to sleep an hour or two after midnight, but before she could her phone went off. When she saw the caller ID she smiled and answered. Yes. Ah, Nelly, you answered. I was afraid I would get your voicemail. Hello to you too, Nonet, how are things at the capital? Rather well. Nothing as exciting as terrorist hunting though. You know I wish I could be there. Nonet, I appreciate the will to help, but if a knight of the round showed up on this soil now, it would cause quite a stir and send the message that I'm incapable of doing my job. Zero isn't that much of a threat. Nonet laughed on the other end. Ha 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 ha. There you go again, sounding all business as always. I haven't seen you since your inauguration as the General-in-Chief and now I find out you're Viceroy of Area 11. I thought you would never go back there. Cornelia's eyes became slightly solemn. Truthfully, I don't want to be here, but circumstances dictate otherwise. Well, anyway, I just wanted to say that if things get too tough for you, you can always contact me back here. You know I'm always here to listen. I can help take some stress off if you need. Don't you have to be in the same room as me to do that? Cornelia smirked, knowing Nonet's habit of letting double entendres fly. Ha 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 ha, Nonet laughed, nice comeback, Nelly. She sighed audibly. Hey it's so good to hear your voice so calm. You really sound like you're doing better. I owe it all to you, Nonet. Hey, therapy doesn't magically change people. You have to want to change. All I did was foot the bill out of friendship. Anyway, wish I could chat longer, even though I'm the one who called you, but I just wanted to see how you were doing. I should be back home by the end of the year if all goes according to plan, Cornelia told her. That's my Nelly. Nonet said enthusiastically. Anyway, I know it's late over there and I'm sure you're tired. Hope you sleep well. But bye. Nonet hung up. Cornelia clicked the end button on her phone to completely end the conversation and stared at it and smiled. Nonet. Saitama. It took several hours for Lelich and crew to round up all the spirits that needed consos and all the hollows that were attracted to the stench of death. Lelich then did a double sweep of the area and a damage report. There were no casualties and only a few soul reapers had been grazed. The operation was successful. All right, troops, that'll do it. You're all dismissed. Lelich declared and the group dispersed. My unit, return to the rendezvous point at Tokyo Tower. Hi, Teiko. They all began to head off. Nozomi looked at Lelich with vigor and Lelich knew she wanted to speak with him. I take it you saw something interesting. The soldiers were all screaming out Zero. I saw a man who looked like you in your Bankai and, he reminded me of the Phantoms. And also, there was a nightmare frame that broke formation. The soldiers were too fixated on Zero to notice, but I followed out of curiosity. I saw you. Teiko, I know it's not my place to question, but what's going on here? Exactly what it seems. You are not the only one with a great secret to hide from the world. But then, Nozomi struggled to find the words. If that was you, she paused again, and you are you, she settled on the simplest way to ask, what does it mean? Temporal displacement, caused by a ripple in the Danga at the time of my cleansing. What? What sort of ripple? How? And what do you mean by cleansing? I don't know. I'd venture a guess that when Urahara Kisuke sent Kurosaki Ichigo and company to the Soul Society to rescue Shibarukia, something happened to impede the Kinso's movement, which caused a rupture in time and space, and so when my soul was transferred through that system, the buildup, which had happened over 15 years ago, caught up and flung me so far back to where I first made my debut in the Soul Society. As for cleansing, how else is anyone cleansed by our kind? So this is your origin we are revisiting? Why then don't you try to change anything? And why did you become a hollow? Nozomi asked. Lelich walked up to her and pat her head. You are still young, Nozomi. In time, you will come to understand. Lelich then left the area, leaving Nozomi to wonder what to do. Lelich had been kind enough not to hold the incident more than 15 years ago against her, even reinstated her as if nothing happened. He even encouraged her to open up, but at the same time, Nozomi was no naive child. She was reading the writing on the wall and she wondered if her captain was the patron saint that so many around him painted him out to be. And if that wasn't the case, would she still be able to serve him as she had always done for so many years? Soul Society. After bearing witness to both the Saitama and the Shinjuku incidents, a few of the spectators to Zero's Rising weren't all that amused. Kenpeki especially was hoping there'd be a lot more action than he had witnessed. It's only the beginning though, Kyan stated as a rebuttal. Beginnings are always rather unexciting. You need to let a story unfold and rise in action first before you can. Why can't you just stream the good stuff? Kenpeki complained. But if I don't do that, it goes against Lelich-sama's orders. Also, not everyone would understand what is going on or its significance. He said context is everything. Well, whatever, when's something exciting going to happen? I want to see some fighting. There will be a big clash at the Narita Mountains. Oh yeah, when's that? It's on the sheet. Don't worry Kenny, I'll come get you when it's time, if you're interested, Yachiro said happily. Well, alright then, you do that, he looked at Nimue. But if that isn't awesome, I'm not coming back. I'll catch you up to speed, Kenny. I'm gonna be here for all the streams. You have fun, Kenpeki said and walked away. Shunsui looked over at Senna, who was staring at the screen so seriously. "Senna-chan, what's the matter?" "I was just thinking, do all of these people," she paused to think how she was going to finish her sentence, "do they realize they're under Zero's manipulation?" "Manipulation? I thought Zero was leading them," Renji spoke up. "No, she's right," Rurokiyo stated, "Zero isn't leading anyone at all. It's like," she tried to think how to word her statement, "it's like he's using the people around him like this is some sort of game." "But Lelouch didn't do that to us when we were on the Phantoms," Hisuna defended. "Or did he?" Stefan asked. "He appealed to your senses of justice, used his own morals to manipulate you all into joining him. It's like with these people now. He didn't need his geese to get you to cooperate, he knew you would help him. The only difference is that you knew who you were working for. But Lelouch cares about everyone here. I've seen him," Yuna looked at Byakuya, "you've seen him. Above all people, Rangiku, Susanna and Momo definitely know the real Lelouch. He is not the same person he is today as he was while this was all taking place." Momo, Hitsugaya dreaded to think that Lelouch was using her to some twisted end. "That remains to be seen," Ashido said, studying the overhead of Saitama as Lelouch and the rest of the 10th Division cleaned up the mess. "As far as we know, Lelouch could only be pretending, biding his time until he finally strikes. After all, wasn't that why you couldn't stay with him, because he wasn't who you thought he was?" Yuna looked disgruntled as she grunted, knowing that was the case. She had fallen for Lelouch without knowing the real him, and though she felt she did now, his way of doing things and the underhanded deeds he had performed to get positive results had pushed her away. She couldn't just turn a blind eye to that. "And should that time come, we all agreed we'd wipe him out without hesitation," Stefan stated, "or rather those of us that are still here to remember that agreement." "You can't. Why are you talking about Lelouch like he's some sort of potential criminal?" Yuna asked. Although Lelouch's actions and personality unsettled her, she didn't see him as a threat to the Soul Society. He was very intelligent and very loyal to the Godiai as far as she knew. She just believed that the way he was, that they made better friends than spouses. She still believed that, and her mind had not changed. In the time that had passed since making her decision, she'd come to find herself growing closer and closer to Ashido. "Because that possibility exists in everyone," Anohana said, stepping into the room. Yuna went wide-eyed. "Anohana Suteiko. The possibility of someone becoming a criminal and someone becoming a hero is a question of self-control. You can stop being a criminal if you persevere, but people who know of what you once were may never fully trust you, no matter how much you change. Has Lamperouge Lelouch changed? Can we trust him? Those are the questions we must ask ourselves, and as a final testament to these questions, Lelouch has provided us with this footage. He wants to be judged because he believes he has not been punished and leaves us to determine what punishment he deserves." Yuna looked disheartened. "You can't be serious." She didn't want to see Lelouch punished for something she knew he'd worked so hard to make up for. "I wish I could be," Anohana said with a serious look. "TCH, man, this is way too contemplative for me. I'm out." Kenpei left. "I would advise coming back, just enjoy the spectacle, Kenpei," Anohana told him. "Whatever," Kenpei said as he left the room. Hideout of the Black Knights. When Zero, Secret Identity Lelouch 6 Britannia, called to meet with them, Inu Naomi, formerly known as Inu Orium, was not prepared to find that he had found them a hiding spot in a rather luxurious, double-decker mobile home. The others were confused as to how Zero could have secured something like this, just by asking, but Inu had two ideas. The first were the deep pockets he had to reach into. Lelouch was a former noble and an ally to the Ashford family. As a full-fledged Brightonian, it wouldn't be a stretch to think he could use his own money to procure something like this. However, Inu suspected a far simpler, less evidence-trailing solution: Lelouch's power of geese. Ichigo had told her about it after the incident with Jinjo, that Lelouch had the power to control anyone, make them do anything, and it worked once and only once on any given person, and the person had no way of knowing if they had had it used on them or not. Ichigo had revealed that this was how Lelouch had kept her from fighting when he, Lelouch, and Yoryuki dealt with the Fullbringers. Orium had already been subject to the geese power. This worried her, but if Zero asked her to do something, Orium figured she'd do her best to fake it, but she couldn't think that Zero could instruct her to do anything too terrible. However, Zero was not Lelich. They were the same person, but their moral structure was very different and Zero was much less experienced. Lelich had changed after Zero Requiem in order to atone for the actions he caused, maybe try things Suzaku and Euphemia's way, the peaceful less underhanded solution, and though he knew he couldn't behave like them, shortly after the death of Akari Mari, he'd tried his best to utilize a balance between the two. In his mind, it was the ultimate solution, the best of both worlds, staying on the right side of the law, while employing the tactics and ideas he normally did. He was on the winning side with the winning side on the right side, in his mind, much unlike here. Orium did not know this vast difference, but it was clear, to her, of Zero's lack of life experience. After all, the Lelich she knew was displaced in time for who knew how long. She knew that this had to be his origins. As Orium thought about it, she realized something. The reason Lelich didn't warn them, the reason he didn't tell them about Britannia's invasion wasn't just because he lived through the Japanese War and remained in Japan, he himself rose from the ashes to fight Britannia. Orium took a deep breath, wondering if it was all right to stay here. Then again, as far as Zero knew, a new Orium didn't exist. She was a new Naomi, a member of the resistance. Besides, if anyone could help her find Ichigo in these dark times, she was betting that following Lelich could lead her to the answer. She had already seen Rainjiku. Her luck was turning around a little bit. It was then that Minami turned on the TV and news of a hotel jacking was brought to the attention of the Black Knights, and that the Japan Liberation Front was declared to be the culprits as taking hostages and making demands. However, in the broadcast, and this shocked Orium more than anything, they were faint, but she could still make them out, there were Soul Reapers in the scene. She didn't recognize any of them, but they numbered in at least a dozen. There are so many, what are they all doing here? Rainjiku hadn't said anything to her, but at the time Orium hadn't exactly been in the greatest of mental states. She hadn't asked too many questions, she was dead set on murder and her ways had not changed, but she wanted answers. Orium didn't want the others to think she was crazy, so she remained silent in her desire to go to the hotel jacking, but then as they panned the hostages she was faced with another abnormality. Within the group of hostages Orium saw a girl. She looked almost 20 years younger than Orium, but she was nearly the spitting image of the girl in her teens, minus the hairpins, having a smaller bust and olive green eyes instead of gray ones. A conversation between her and Lelich brought something to Orium's memory. Her mouth silently formed a name, Shirley. From the student council, she heard Colin mumble. It seemed Orium was not the only person interested in going to the Kawaguchi Convention Center. Their backs to him, neither Colin nor Inu noticed Zero's head tilt towards the broadcast. Things escalated from there. Tamaki and Ogai discussed the finer points of the JLF's movement while Cornelia attempted to make an underground rescue attempt only to fail. Much to her annoyance, her sister was in that hotel. All the while, all parties involved were completely oblivious to the actions of the Soul Reapers scattered about the area. Stoa May, 6th seat of Squad 10, had been called over by one of her subordinates when they suspected trouble and was now surveying the area and hearing of the hotel jacking, standing within close quarters to the reporter, just off camera. She whipped out her pager and dialed for Lelich. May. Teiko, I'm within range of a hotel jacking at the Lake Kawaguchi Convention Center. Orders, sir. Kawaguchi, that's on the boundaries of her prescribed perimeter. Why is she even over there? Should I tell her it's nothing? I mean it is, but... Lelich pondered his options. The Lake Kawaguchi Hotel Center was something of note, and was being broadcasted to the Soul Society, but it was not, as far as he was concerned, something of grandeur that needed attention from his subordinates. It's not a big concern. Have one soldier stay there and the rest can disperse, there's no cause for alarm at that location. However, contact the other group leaders and tell them to find themselves as close to a television as possible, no one is going to want to miss this. Why? What's going to happen? May asked. You'll see. May could almost hear Lelich's smirk over the line. Your orders are mine to carry out. I will do what you want done. That's a good soldier. I will be there shortly. Although it's not of professional interest, what happens at Kawaguchi is of personal interest. Lelich then promptly hung up. At this same time, though Zero seemed to have an inkling of interest towards the hotel jacking. He declined to say anything about whether or not the group would mobilize. All he said was, "Let's get unpacked and settled first, I need some time to think." "But Zero, I am in command here." Zero calmly shot down Colin's calm protest before she even could get out her argument. As the duo unpacked, Anu put a hand on Colin's shoulder as she went for another box. "Relax, Little Red. I'm sure Zero is just as eager to jump in there as we are, but he's not one to ask rashly." "What makes you say that?" Colin asked, putting the box down on the table and opening it. "Call it women's intuition," Anu winked. As she continued to unpack, she watched Colin and Ogai enter Zero's room and, after a moment, later both came down the stairs and began distributing gear to the others. "What's this?" "A gift from Zero," Colin said. Anu held up the uniform for her. "Well, it's certainly fashionable, but what are we, Black Ops or something?" Tamaki asked. "Nay," the call from Zero coming down the stairs was heard by the entire group. "We are not freedom fighters, we are not Black Ops, we are not our warriors, nor are we terrorists. We are Knights of Justice." While Zero explained his plans and intentions to his followers, Lamperouge Lelich, captain of Squad 10, arrived back on the mainland. Night had fallen and the JLF had gotten testy. Because their demands had gone unanswered, a man was tossed off the convention center. May saw this and understood why Lelich said she should have one subordinate around, but, thankfully there was no hole to pick up. The hostage went to the other side without a fight or lingering. There was no conso to perform. May told this to Lelich. "Then we're lucky, cut your soldier a break and keep your eyes peeled. I'll be with you shortly." Within her mobile base, Cornelia spoke with Darlton and Guilford as they walked down a hallway, looking important. The ultimatum of the JLF had just been stated and now the military commander was looking to take action. "This is their warning?" "Barbarians," Darlton huffed. "For now we could negotiate just to get the women and children out," Guilford suggested. "Forget it," Cornelia snarled. "If you give in to their demands even once, then you're simply legitimizing terrorism." "Then do we use force?" Dartlon questioned. "We do that after we secure the safety of Princess Euphemia," Guilford noted, taking the words right out of the mouth of the princess he was hired to bodyguard. Cornelia scowled. Euphemia. Flashbacks to what happened with the Inked Alliance went through her mind. Worse though, there were possibilities of bad outcomes all going through her mind like a demo reel. Yuffie was no longer a child and Cornelia worried about if her sister might be used as a tool, passed from soldier to soldier like a whore before being brought out into the open. Yuffie was Cornelia's one weakness and she had been too lax with her. Cornelia was about to pull at her hair and scream in frustration, but an anonymous soldier came from down a corridor and called out to her. "Viceroy. It's Zero." Cornelia, Darlton, and Guilford stopped and turned towards the enlisted soldier almost in unison. "We've received a message from Zero." "What did he say?" Cornelia asked with urgency. "He said he's coming here. He wants to meet face to face." "What?" Guilford gasped. "Is there more?" "No, that was all he said." "Viceroy?" Darlton asked her. "Yes," Cornelia nodded and then spoke up with a loud thundering force. "Let's get the Gloucesters out and stand before the main bridge, get the soldiers to surround the only path forward. If Zero wants to come here we can take him out." "Viceroy," Guilford spoke up, "forgive my ignorance if this is what it sounds like, but, if Zero wants to meet, don't you think he might have something to say?" "Your knight makes a valid point, Viceroy, I will follow your orders no matter what, but, are you sure you wish to eliminate Zero without a second thought?" Cornelia remained quiet. After a momentary pause in discussion she looked at the low-ranking soldier. "What are you waiting for?" "I still want the escape routes cut off." "Yes ma'am, right away." The enlisted soldier left. Cornelia looked at Darlton with a dull glare. "Speak." "Viceroy, I know the pain and wounded heart you still carry from the war that cost you Prince Lelich and Princess Nunnally, but, if I may be so bold, if Zero is not working with the enemy, perhaps he is coming here to forge a temporary alliance." Cornelia looked at Darlton with an even icier stare than moments ago. If that were possible. She then shuddered with animosity and spat out a single word, preposterous. She then continued to walk down the hallway. Guilford watched her go. Sir, what did you mean by? It was before your time, lad. You know that Her Majesty served under Viceroy Mirdia during the war, yes? I heard about that. I was still in the academy at the time. I thought she was magnificent against what the media was calling the Karakara 7. She got a promotion and everything. You're lucky she's out of earshot. The princess detests everything about what occurred. Why? She performed spectacularly. What could she have? Guilford remembered what Darlton had said earlier. Oh. Exactly. After fending off the enemy, Princess Cornelia attempted to rescue the 11th prince and 4th princess. She failed and she still blames herself for not being capable enough to save them. Of all of the imperial siblings, of all of those close to the prince, even Orange, it is Her Highness, Princess Cornelia with the biggest wound carved in her soul from the events. She believes that the numbers are responsible for the deaths of her siblings. For their tenacity and their selfishness she blames them all, and she has detested non-Britannians ever since. But, Her Highness has always. The Viceroy was never this hostile towards the numbers. She changed after the war, Guilford. You were there when you saw what it did to her. Guilford let out a deep breath, remembering the incident with Guinevere. Cornelia might be the goddess of victory, but deep inside she is a troubled woman. But she never lets her insecurities get the better of her. She is a fine leader and she is an amazing soldier. And that is why I let her become the General-in-Chief over myself. General Darlton. Come, we're wasting time. The Viceroy wouldn't want us to dawdle. She's probably going to give us a tongue lashing enough as it is when we get to the docking bay. Meanwhile, Zero and the others drove up the road in a van stolen from Diethard's news station. Colin was concerned about what Zero was talking about when he spouted all that justice talk. Inu was in the back, listening to the others. I don't know about Zero. You sure we can't trust him? No, that's why I said he looked shifty to me, Tamaki said, but if anything goes wrong, I'll take care of it. Zero and the others finally confronted Cornelia. In the shadows of the bushes, Lelich and May stood by, watching. I don't understand. Why aren't we closer? May asked her captain. I can hardly see from back here. Her Majesty had spiritual power enough to see the Ichiban Fukotaiko when she was 10, and she evidence points to her only have grown stronger since then. If she sees me, she'll flip and everything will be out of sync. Why? You know her? How? That woman is my older half-sister, Lelich told May. What? She gasped with shock. You've always had a sharp intuition, Stoa-san. Surely you've caught on to my knowing things in advance when theoretically I shouldn't. You told us not to question you. I've been doing my job. Are you asking me to speak my mind? Right now? Yes. Very well then, explain to me what's going on. Too long to go into detail, but the short version is that I was once a Brighton prince, and when I died I was lost in time through the Danga. For you see, Lelich pushed on May's shoulder and pointed at Zero's back. That is me. May blinked. But why are you? All will be explained in time, my dear subordinate. For now, just watch. Lelich smiled. You're about to experience history in the making. Having cut off Zero from using the main bridge, Cornelia spoke to him and declared that she was not interested whether or not he was here to help or hinder the situation. She pointed her large shotgun at Zero and declared that she would avenge Clovis. Cornelia. Zero called to her. Which would you choose? Cornelia gave Zero a confused look. Clovis, who is dead. Or Euphemia, who is alive. Cornelia recoiled. Her most hated enemy knew her ultimate weakness. How does he? Guilford asked Darlton in shock to the next nightmare over, through private communication. No idea, Darlton scowled. The general could only imagine the effect this was having on Cornelia. No one should know Euphemia is in there. It's not public. How do you know about it, Zero? Who are you? Where did you come from? Another thought swirled within Cornelia and a devilish smile appeared upon her lips. Zero, coming here was the right decision. I don't know who you are, but you've just wanted to make me find out. Unmasking you will prove all the sweeter when I finally defeat you. Her expression returned to internal struggle as she now wondered what to do in the situation presented to her sunk in. But, what does it all mean? He knows, but is he here to cause trouble? If I let him in, will I simply be turning Euphemia over to a new handler? What do I? It's within my power to save Euphemia for you, Zero spoke to her. He elicited a reaction of hope from Cornelia on a reflex, but she quickly returned to being angry and hostile, burying that Zero knew what he was talking about and trying to deny the truth. What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about. If your goal is to break me, Zero, it isn't going to work. I said that I'm able to rescue her, Zero repeated. Cornelia let a small gasp escape her lips. She trembled as she held the gun at Zero. She could eliminate him here and now, but Yuffie was still in danger. She thought about it all the pieces she had on the board. What's taking her so long? Zero wondered. What's going on in that head of hers? Even now I never understood this hesitation. What is she planning? Lelich wandered over in the bushes. Step 1, send Zero in to meet with the JLF. Step 2, send the Lancelot in down in the tunnel, create a safe rescue path for the hostages. Step 3, blow up the tower while hostages are underground with the JLF and Zero inside. She put her gun away and scowled fiercely, knowing that, though this would be her victory, having to use Zero and Suzaku wounded her pride. Mission bloody accomplished. Darlton saw Cornelia's gesture and knew what it meant. Let Zero pass. As the van drove over the bridge, Darlton hit the ejection pod on his nightmare. Viceroy, what are we doing? Darlton asked her. I believe that by letting Zero go in, we can buy ourselves some time before the next hostage is executed. So this is our chance, Cornelia smiled, we can hit them both at the same time. She entered her nightmare and sat down in the cockpit and then sent a signal to Lloyd to give the Lancelot the green light. When the white Nightmare took off, Lelich understood. I see, I get it now. What? What do you get? May asked her captain. I didn't understand it at first, why let me pass and then, suddenly, the white Nightmare appears. He smirked. That's what she was hesitating for, a battle plan. He placed his thumb and forefinger underneath his chin. Crafty as always, I see, sister. Teiko, what should we? I'm going to cast Kyoko on us both. We'll slip by towards the hotel undetected and watch for a closer view. Why didn't you just use Kyoko in the first place? And get in everyone's way? Although we are invisible and undetectable, even to my sister under its cloak, we are still tangible. I won't take any chances to prevent alteration to the time stream. Why? If this is your life, this is your opportunity to change things. I don't understand why you wouldn't want to. Time runs on a fixed axis, May. If I change the future, then it changes what I am. If I do not go back in time to become what I am, who will stop Aizen? No, I have to make sure that there are no butterflies stepped on, not a single bystander obstructed by us. Life should go on as it intends, but our world should not interfere, only move like stagehands behind the curtain, pushing it forward, but not changing it. I don't understand. If I were in your shoes. But you're not. If on the off chance the smallest change could stop me from becoming what I am to you and to the others, I must swallow the bitter pill and relieve everything I have done. May, every man and woman comes with his or her own history. You yourself are from the Elizabethan era, a Brightonian citizen, so you stated on your written exam when you entered the academy. You were a housewife to a soldier that helped put down Washington's rebellion. You struggled in the soul society of making something of yourself, always feeling that women should have more dominant roles in society, even when alive, and eventually it brought you to the Godei. Your story is simple, easy to explain. My story is not so simple. My story could have a book written about it, Lelich gestured one arm out to the side, or a motion picture. However, the truth is always muddled when you try to retell your tale because you only have one perspective. Now you and the Soul Society get to see all of the perspectives. This is my story, May, and you have the honor of witnessing it firsthand. Yes, sir, thank you. Don't thank me just yet, save your thanks for another 500 or so days, then you can decide if I am worth thanking, or if I am worth condemning. Teiko, I speak freely. You are very strange sometimes. Does it bother you? Not at all, sir, but, well, I've been under your command for a while now and, for the time I've spent as your subordinate, sir, May saluted, I could not have served with a man I could be prouder to call my captain. Thank you, it means a lot to hear you say that. It helps make me think that what I'm doing has purpose. Now come, let's get front row, spaces. And so it came to pass. Lelich, May, the Soul Society, everyone in the general area and in front of their TV screens watched it happen. The Lancelot destroyed the Reikau, Zero blasted the entire convention center, and Cornelia screamed her sister's name in agony at the prospect of her being dead when, moments ago, hope was on the horizon. And then, before her eyes, lifeboats, carrying the passengers, appeared on the riverbank. Zero appeared and began making a grandiose speech. Cornelia let out a breath of deep relief. Her sister had to be in one of those lifeboats. There was no doubt in her mind. However, Cornelia then realized what Zero had done and the position he had put her in, and she realized that Zero would escape. Of all the brazen audacity, her eyebrow twitched. If we attack you, those people will become your hostages, won't they? Then, all of a sudden, up at the top of the wreckage, 8 individuals with face-concealing visors, showered in floodlights, appeared as Zero made a speech, his cloak wrapped so tightly around him. People, fear us or rally behind us as you see fit. We are the Black Knights. Lelich finished his live self statement in line with it. Even after so many years, Lelich still remembered this speech and he was smiling. Unfortunately, his comrade could not see it, being that they were both cloaked in Kyoko. We of the Black Knights stand for all those who have no weapons to wield, regardless of whether they are 11s or Brighton Neons. Lelich was enjoying saying the speech again since only one person could hear him even if he yelled. His live self had a microphone. Cornelia would never hear him all the way out at sea. The Japan Liberation Front cowardly took Brighton Neon civilians hostage and then mercilessly executed them. It was a wanton and meaningless act. Therefore they have been punished. Watching this from a remote location on the TV, Rangico gasped, he killed them. Just as the former Viceroy Clovis was punished for ordering the slaughter of countless unarmed 11s, we cannot stand by and allow such cruelty to be carried out, and so we made him pay for his actions. He hasn't changed a bit. Susanna smiled as she listened to Zero's speech. I will not repudiate battle on a fair and level field, but neither will I tolerate a one-sided massacre of the weak by the strong. The only ones who should kill are the ones who are prepared to be killed. Inu had a case of déjà vu as she recalled Lelich's closing speech during the court case she had presided as judge for. Wherever oppressors abuse their power by attacking those who are powerless, we shall appear again, no matter how mighty or how formidable our foe may be. Lelich continued to talk in line with his counterpart. Knights, Colin said aloud to herself, for justice. Those of you with power, fear us. Zero declared as he tossed out the left side of his cape. Those of you without it, rally behind us. Lelich even mimicked his other self's gesture this time, fanning out his haori, smiling all the way. We, the Black Knights, shall be the ones who stand in judgment of this world. So it is declared. So it shall be. Lelich said, and then began to clap for his counterpart's speech as the Black Knights disappeared behind a cloud of smoke. As the hostages floated ashore, Cornelia completely broke professionalism and ran towards Euphemia to embrace her. Sis. I'm so glad you're safe, Euphemia, Cornelia said softly. Area 11, Northeast. Inside a small house, a woman with black hair, wearing a beige tube top and holding a mug of coffee, switched off the television as she sat down on a green couch next to an older man with a fuzzy stubble, sharply pointed black hair and wearing a doctor's overcoat over a yellow button-down shirt. See, what did I tell you? The woman said. I still can't believe it. I mean, 10 years and the kid doesn't say a word, now he's got you all here and has to rewatch his past. I mean, this is the kind of thing you see in an anime or a science fiction book. I mean, I know that's a little lacking considering our origins, but... No, I get what you're saying, the woman said. I'm just glad I had the foresight to bring a Jigai with me. Kyokaku, the older man looked over to her. Do you and the others really have no evidence as to Ichigo's fate beyond his badge? It's as I said, Kyokaku said, there was no body left behind. Your son might very well be gone, Ishine. Your daughters, are they? Karen and Yuzu are fine, they still keep in touch. Neither one wants what happened with Ichigo to happen with them. 7 years ago. September 19, 2010 ATB. It had been a few days since the declaration of Britannia's victory. Families were already leaving the Tokyo settlement and Japan would soon lose its name with Britannia taking all the major cities and places for themselves. Ishine already knew the family could use their old summer home they still owned, but hadn't used since Masaka died, up north since Karakura town lay in ashes now, but, his little girls weren't so little anymore, they didn't have to stay in the nest. What bothered him though was that Ichigo and the others still hadn't shown. Yuzu, Karen, and Ishine waited and waited for Ichigo, or even one of his friends to show up at the relief center. They waited for days on end, for any sort of news. Then, Tatsuki and Urayu showed, the latter going to find his father, the former approaching the Kurosaka family. Tatsuki, good to see you, Ishine said with a welcoming grin. Your folks are over that way. He pointed over his left shoulder. I can see them in a moment, Tatsuki said, her eyes hidden by her hair as she stared downward. What's the matter? And come to think of it, where's Ichigo? He's not coming, Tatsuki said solemnly. Why? What's the matter? He's not ashamed or upset that we lost, is he? No. No. Knowing him, he's charging straight for the Emperor, right? He's not coming because he can't come. Tatsuki looked up from the ground and Ishine saw the tears free-flowing out of her eyes. She looked back at the ground. I thought you'd want to hear it from me since our families have been friends for so long, but... She looked up from the ground. Ichigo's gone. Ishine felt like he was going to throw up. The blow came at him like a wrecking ball to the face. See, come again. Ishine's teeth chattered nervously. We fought tooth and nail against Britannia. We gave it everything we have. They starved us out and then they Yoshino bought us a few more weeks with her life. And then, on the last day, Ichigo pulled a valiant effort to fight the menace attacking us all on his own. He never came back. We found his blood. Tatsuki let out the most feminine-sounding squeak she had ever uttered in her life. She didn't even care. Her heart was wounded too badly by the loss of the friend she had known for so many years. They killed him. Nay-ah, Ishine thought this was a bad joke. Come on, Ichigo's made of sterner stuff than that. There's no way. It'll take more than a few dozen bullets to stop my son. Stop joking around and face reality. Tatsuki shouted as she stomped her foot, staring at the ground. Your son is gone. He's dead. Orium and I found where he had fought based on the presence of his Ryutsu and we couldn't find anything resembling a body, but his blood was everywhere. Ishine did the neighborly thing and brought Tatsuki closer to him with one arm and then raised his arm up and waved her parents over, both of which were so happy to see her safe and sound. Tatsuki was held by her parents, her mother of which held her grown-up daughter tightly to her, kissed her cheek and rubbed her back as Tatsuki cried her eyes out from the loss of Ichigo. The three headed off together, but Tatsuki would soon separate from them to go off on her own, telling them that she had something she needed to do, and of course her parents understood. Their daughter had been self-sufficient since puberty. What Tatsuki didn't know was that they knew more than they let on. She didn't have to say anything for them to know that she was part of the folk legend every 11 formerly known as Japanese was abuzz about. The day Tatsuki left, her parents told her only one thing: no matter where you go. No matter where life takes you. If you need a place to stay, the light will always be on and the door will always be open. Ishine only waited a couple more hours after Tatsuki and her folks left, wondering how he was going to break the news to his girls. Having thought of nothing, but knowing that they had no more reason to stay in the shelter. Why? Yuzu asked. Aren't we waiting for Unii-chan? Yuzu asked. Yuzu, didn't you hear Tatsuki-chan? He's not coming, Karen told her. Ichi-nii isn't coming home. No, that's not true, she's lying. Unii-chan will come home. He has to be okay. Yuzu was smiling, but there were tears in her eyes plain as day. We can't leave. Unni-chan will come here and wonder where we are. We have to wait here for Unni-chan. Yuzo was in such a state of shock that she couldn't process that Ichigo was gone. The brother that she loved so dearly, looked up to and cared for so immensely couldn't be dead. Yuzo, Karen didn't know what to say as she looked at her twin with a demoralized expression. She then watched as her father embraced Yuzo with both arms and pushed her head into his shoulder. Ichigo is with Masaka now, Yuzo. I'm sure he'll be happy to see her. It was those words that finally got Yuzo to process Ichigo's departure, and her mind caught up with her heart. She clung at her father's jacket and she sobbed and wailed at the loss of her older brother. Karen stood by watching until her eyes began to drip too, and Ishine brought the other twin into his embrace, and the Kurosaka family mourned the loss of their son and brother. Present day. When they calmed down, I told Karen and Yuzu everything they needed to know about where they came from. Karen sort of demanded it out of me. Karen took it well. Apparently she'd suspected such things for a long time, even saw Ichigo in his Shiakusho once. Yuzu was confused, but ultimately understood. I hear from them once a month. They're doing well for themselves, or so I hear. Yuzu's working at a soup kitchen to help the needy, and last I heard of Karen she was thinking of quitting her job and joining the JLF. You don't think she? Ishine sighed with a shit-eating grin and said, well, I guess I'll find out in the obituaries. Or perhaps. The phone started ringing. Kyokaku nodded to Ishine and he picked it up. Go-chin. Karen. Ishine's voice was so excited. He let out a deep sigh. You have no idea how happy I am to hear your voice. I just didn't want you to worry. I wasn't at the hotel. I'm not even part of the JLF yet. That's a relief, Ishine sighed. Say, why don't you go get your sister and come on over? And Kyokaku drew her hand across her throat and shook her head, indicating she wasn't staying long. Ah, never mind, forget I said anything. Are you still going to join the JLF, after what happened? There's bustle that Todo of Miracles wasn't a part of this action. You know, maybe you should join the Black Knights instead, Karen. They seem like a wholesome bunch, Ishine suggested. And just how do you suggest I go about doing that? At least the JLF are doing open recruitment. Knock on the front door and ask politely, Ishine joked. Oh haha, very funny, Karen said sarcastically. Anyway, if I join, I'll let you know. I just wanted you to know that I'm safe and alive. I'm glad. You take care of yourself, little lady. You know I will, Karen then hung up. Sounds like you dodged a bullet tonight, Kyokaku said. You have no idea, Ishine scratched the back of his head as he put the phone back on the receiver. Where are you off in such a rush to anyway? Look, as much as I'd like to spend more time here, I don't think I can afford it. Any day now, Lelouch is going to be planning out my real assignment at Narita. He's told me most of what's gonna happen already. I'm here to support him. He's a good man, Lelouch, Ishine said and sighed. How did he? It killed him to know Ichigo's fate. Trust me when I say that, if he could, he'd bring your son back from the dead. Ishine smiled. Well, you take care of yourself, Kay. Of course, Kyokaku said and made for the door as she prepared to eject from her Jigai, and thanks for the coffee. She ejected and stuffed her Jigai into the portable capsule, disappearing from Ishine's sight. The man had not regained his spiritual power for a second time. Then again, it hadn't been longer than 20 years yet, but Ishine didn't think he wanted his spiritual power back anymore. As much as he would have loved to have had it and maybe helped his son stay alive, Ishine knew that he was not to blame. Ishine knew that Lelouch was not to blame. Ishine knew that neither Britannia nor his son's recklessness was to blame for his Ichigo's death either. He knew that, ultimately, the one responsible for Ichigo's death was the simple fickle hand of fate. It didn't make reality any less painful, but Ishine wasn't the type of man to blame people for the deaths of others. He'd never be able to face Masaka that way if he did. Narita. At the footholds of the mountains, Lelouch and Kyokaku met up with each other as Lelouch reached his ally's location. Where have you been? You seem out of breath. Kyokaku was about to speak, but Lelouch didn't wait for a response. Don't answer, I think I know. After a pause he said, is he mad? Depressed is more like it, and before you ask, no, he doesn't hate you. Lelich smirked. He very well should. Lelich, you did nothing wrong. We couldn't have known. Stop blaming yourself. It's hard considering how used to it I am to the concept. Here, Kyokaku said and handed Lelich a spare pipe she carried around. No, Lelich rejected politely, I couldn't. Oh, relax. It's a perfectly safe concoction. Lelich was still hesitant. Just do it. Lelich took the pipe and inhaled. The air he sucked in had the taste of mint and created a fuzzy feeling in his head. Neat, huh? I found a way to make smoked mint leaves. There's a secret Shiba technique to how it's done hidden in there, but it's good for relieving tension. It's like incense. Thanks, Lelich said, feeling loosened up. I think I needed that. You've been walking on eggshells since we got here, Kyokaku said, arms folded. You really need to relax. Lelich yawned and stretched. I suppose a little nap wouldn't hurt. I'll keep watch. You've told me what's going to happen for at least 24 hours. You rest. Just because we're here for more than 1,000 days doesn't mean you have to stay up through all of them. Kyokaku expected a witty or sour response, but Lelich was already on the ground snoring. She looked at the pipe. Man, this stuff is strong. I should market it when I get home. Tokyo Settlement, Government Office. Cornelia hadn't let Yuffie out of her sight since the hotel incident. Yuffie was thankful for her sister's concern and too humble to tell her not to watch her like a hawk. Cornelia and Euphemia even bathed with each other, an act they hadn't done in more than 10 years. It was at this point though that Yuffie at least addressed Cornelia playing Mother Lion. Sister, really, I don't mind you paying close attention to me, but... Oh Euphemia, just relax. How often do you get to spend quality time with me? Yuffie protested no further. She could hear it in Cornelia's voice, despite its cheeriness, that this was her sister's way of coping with almost losing her. Yuffie could think for herself and realize that Cornelia must have thought Yuffie was caught in those explosions. As Cornelia washed her sister's hair, she noticed just how big Yuffie was getting, and not just in height. She knew about it for a while, which had worried her and created horrible imaginative scenarios before Zero's arrival was brought to her attention, but only now she was noticing that Yuffie was no simple flower bud. You're growing up quite nicely, Euphemia, Cornelia said to her. Have any of the princes or other noblemen noticed yet? And no, sister. I've devoted myself wholly to my studies, Yuffie said quickly, trying to hide her great embarrassment on the subject. She knew she had grown in nicely and under normal circumstances was not embarrassed, but didn't feel she needed to be talking of such things with her sister. Oh Euphemia, I'm only teasing, Cornelia said as she dumped water over Euphemia's head to rinse out the soap. Besides, you're too young to be thinking of such things anyway. Wait 3 years, then start looking. It was too late for that, unfortunately. Now that they were talking about it, Yuffie was already thinking of Suzaku. Well, what if there was someone who had caught my eye? Hypothetically. Cornelia smiled and switched places with her sister to let Euphemia scrub her back. Hypothetically or realistically, the answer is the same. It is. Yuffie asked. Yes, Cornelia answered as she lifted her hair up so Yuffie could get to her neck. Should anyone become intimate with you or attempt to do so, especially before you're ready, I'd cut off his pride with a knife. Sister. You're right, Cornelia pondered, tapping a finger to her chin, too barbaric and noticeable. I'll just use my gunblade. Size isn't the problem here. Yuffie exclaimed. The situation calmed down a bit as now it was Yuffie's turn to notice Cornelia's body. Will I look as good as you when I get to be your age, sister? Of course not, Cornelia laughed, making Yuffie feel down for a few seconds before Cornelia added, you'll look better. Yuffie blushed hard. You won't have battle scars, your skin will be softer than falling snow and you'll have the air of a true Brighton princess. I, despite my appearance, am a war machine, Euphemia. But there are people who find that very attractive. Oh yes, I've met them. Cornelia recalled the incident with the Inked Alliance, not that Yuffie understood that. No, I really mean it, sister. There's probably someone out there for you who could like you for who you are. Cornelia snorted, I gave up on romance a long time ago, Euphemia. That's a terrible thing to say, love is a wonderful thing. And with it, it brings its terrible friends, divorce, heartache, and argument. Not all love ends so violently. Love can be pure and kind. You've been reading too many fairy tales, Euphemia. No, I mean that too, sister. I really believe that everyone who deserves it will get their happy ever after. No matter how much pain they have to go through or the suffering they need to endure to get there, they will obtain their proper fate. That's what I believe. How idealistic, Cornelia scoffed. You're making fun of me again, Euphy whined. Cornelia laughed. Calm down, Euphemia. I'm not making fun. I'm admiring how you can still be so idealistic, how you are able to cling to the innocent, joyous beliefs of life, while I lost my innocence and kindness long ago. Cornelia. Cornelia turned around and embraced her sister. You're all I have left in this world, Euphemia. I don't know what I'd do, if I lost you. You said that already and I'll say it again, I promise I won't go anywhere, because no matter where I wind up, it won't be without you. Unfortunately for the sisters, they would be separated and they would have to figure out how to go on, but that was in the time yet to come. For now a big battle was ahead for the young general-in-chief. It was a battle she would never forget. End of chapter 158. Chapter 159, Field Commander Inu, The Broken Soul. Narita. It was almost an entire week after the Kawaguchi incident. Kyokaku made sure Lelouch was getting plenty of rest for the Narita incident. Meanwhile, all of the other group leaders were making do with their assigned roles. Because he didn't suspect anything more out of Saitama, Lelouch had it relayed to Nozomi and her group that if they wanted to leave, they could. While many of Nozomi's unit was more than eager to pack their things and leave, Nozomi and a few others stayed behind. This in mind, Lelouch asked Nozomi to help Mei with the other Japanese settlements and asked Susanna to be taken off the Ashford Academy grounds and assign Momo to that location. The captain would take the location while Susanna, Nozomi, and Mei scoured all of Japan for anything of note. Susanna, though she knew all the events herself, wondered still while Lelouch was sending her away. She had been enjoying watching her husband while he was alive. Think of it as a precaution, Lelouch told her as he chatted with her via Soul Pager. What do you mean? The only thing that happens at the academy is... Mao, I know, but, just as I kept my geese, if Mao kept his... I still don't understand. Remember how I told you how Mao was able to dig into Suzaku's mind and draw out that he killed his father? Yes. I don't want Mao picking your brain. I trust your capabilities as a Soul Reaper, but I don't trust what he might do to you. Mao is not an enemy that you should be facing. I don't understand, what could he say that would drive us apart? Nothing. It's not what he could say that might drive us apart, but, we'll talk about this at home, in private. Remind me. Okay, I trust you, Lelouch Dano. Lelouch hung up with his wife. Just what are you so afraid of? Kyokaku asked, approaching him. Didn't your mother teach you it's not polite to intrude on other people's phone conversations? Gotta make sure you're relaxing. For all I know, the phrase, "I'm taking a phone call," could mean, "I'm trying to escape." You told me you wanted to be well rested for Narita. I'm doing my duty as your subordinate and not letting you wear yourself out. Fair enough, Lelouch said inside. I told you about Mao, right? Mao, oh, the silver-haired guy with the mind-reading abilities. Kyokaku prodded her temples with her index fingers to symbolize her idea of mind reading. The same. Why don't you want Susanna fighting him? She should be the least of your worries. Actually, she's the most, and it's because of her loyalty that I'm so concerned. How so? Kyokaku asked as she put a hand on her hip. Susanna would do anything for me, this I know. Mao had a woman he would do anything for. CC, Kyokaku noted. Precisely, Lelouch acknowledged. Mao is crafty. Once he prods Susanna and finds her loyalty, there's no doubt in my mind he won't try to make her seem exactly like him. You're afraid he'll make her go crazy and attack others? Lelouch nodded. Like I said, it's not our relationship I'm concerned about. It's her relationship with the world. Lelouch cleared his throat and did his best impersonation of Mao, even going so far as to clap his hands. Lelouch has always been kind to you, the rest of the world hates you, don't try to deny it. You must do everything you can to cleanse the world of everyone, except him. Lelouch ceased the impersonation. Kyokaku swallowed. I can see why you'd try to prevent something like that. She may not look it, or act it very often, but deep inside Susanna is still the psychologically frail girl I met so many years ago as an academy teacher, Lelouch told Kyokaku. I won't subject her to Mao, he said adamantly as he crossed his wrists over each other with his fingers extended and then flung them outward quickly before letting his arms drop at his sides before scowling to Kyokaku. I will personally see to his defeat. There's no doubt in my mind that he'll become a hollow. He was far too obsessed with CC. Why send Momo to Ashford then? Momo is a captain and my apprentice. I have no idea if Mao will just be some run-of-the-mill hollow, but better safe than sorry. I defeated Mao last time with 2 people, I will do so again. Excluding Susanna, you are the person I trust most to stand at my back and not have concern with Mao's abilities, but Momo is the most capable. I intend to draw Mao's attention to me and Momo can stab him in the back. You've thought a lot about this, haven't you? There hasn't been a single day, Lelouch turned around to face a tree, when I haven't thought about these long 500 or so days. Come, I need to do some more preparation. I'm right behind you, Captain. Tokyo Settlement, Warehouse District. Once again, Zero and the Black Knights were ready to raid yet another refrain camp. A couple of the Black Knights were sketchy about the whole doing the job of the police thing, but Zero knew what he was doing. His army was to be amassed by the Japanese people. If Refrain was keeping them down, he wouldn't be able to use them as part of his army. Also, he was hoping that being an aide to the law enforcement would let Cornelia let him live long enough to plot against her. As things stood, Cornelia was away tracking down the shipment source, as part of her viceroy duties, to the Chinese Federation. Cornelia didn't like having to leave Area 11, for Yuffie's sake, but politics demanded that she had no choice in the matter. As much as she'd love to solve the situation by putting a bullet through the skull of the offending party, she had to do her job by the book. Still, she brought her phone with her, just in case she needed to make a cross-country trip. Her hand hovered over Nonette's number. With a push of a button she could have the Knight of Nine's requested deployment to the Chinese Federation and silence the Refrain bullshit in much less time than doing this on her own would. But for now, she let the train take her where she needed to go as she remained oblivious to Zero's little setup at the warehouse. Things were going fine until the group got into the back. As Colin struggled against a member of the night police, a member of whom Tamaki swore was not involved when he scoped out the place, Inu looked around at what Refrain was doing to its victims. She noticed how the people around her all seemed so happy, one of them delightfully cheering about his college acceptance certificate. When the others rushed to Colin's aid, Inu hung back wondering if she too could be happy like the 11s formerly known as Japanese around her and remember the good old days. Colin. Colin, are you okay? Colin. Ogai-kun seems to have the situation under control. Confident that her presence was not needed, and the lack of it would not be noticed, Inu strolled back into the lab area, shooting scientists directly and sending off warning shots to ensure the deaths and evacuation of the place. She then strolled over to one of the tables and looked at the bottles of Refrain and the devices used to inject them. Hesitantly, Inu reached out towards the glass bottles. They won't miss one bottle, right? Elsewhere. Gunfire and screams sounded through the Chinese embassy's underground basement. Cornelia stood at the entrance of the well-lit tunnel that led into a secret hideout planted under the embassy. With pull she had managed to get in and not cause an international incident. It's days like this I'm glad to have my status, she smirked. The embassy, upon letting her in, had her meet with the ambassador and told Cornelia all about the underground beneath the embassy. Cornelia had a right mind to suspect the ambassador himself was involved given the crafty smile he was giving her, but even she was not going to risk a war with the Chinese, not with domestic affairs the way they were. On top of that, even her father couldn't protect her from the consequences of shooting an ambassador, no matter how much Cornelia wanted to set the whole embassy on fire. So here she was, content with just shooting up some scientists and putting a plug on the Refrain where she hoped was the source. Her experience with the Inked Alliance told her that there might be more sources later on, but hopefully this would at least keep production and usage way down in or out of Area 11. Hideout of the Black Knights. When things finally quieted down, Zero disappeared into the night, as he was known to do, and Colin went back home for the evening with Ogai driving her back, though this time they'd be taking her mother to the hospital at Colin's earnest request. Inu wanted to go with her, but she knew that no civilian identity meant that a hospital was the last place she should be. When she was sure things were clear, back in her room, she opened the drawer containing the Refrain bottle and injection device. Her hand hesitantly trembled over the items before it dove forward like it was trying to catch a falling pencil and grappled both items. Inu looked at the items in her hand, still wondering if this was a good idea, but ultimately settled on learning the hard way. The blue-haired widow rolled up her sleeve and loaded up the injection device and held the needle by her arm. Like most students, anti-drug propaganda played a big role in education and warned how drugs are bad and destroy your health. It was this propaganda that made Inu stay away from Refrain before, but now, having seen how happy all of those people were, she was willing to give it a try. One time couldn't hurt, she thought to herself as the needle drifted closer and closer to the inside of her elbow, right? In went the needle and Inu's world went dark. She opened her eyes again and suddenly she was back in her old classroom, in high school again. So iPhone was giving a lecture on paleontology. All her friends were there and most importantly he was there. For a fleeting period of time, Inu was happy again. Her five senses made the illusion brought upon by Refrain to be very real and she really felt like she was back in the old days. Time had brought her back to the days of her senior year, those fleeting moments when she was at her utmost happiest. She and Ichigo were going out, everyone was working hard and getting ready for college, she would spend most nights at the Kurosaka clinic in her love's bed, in his arms. And, most importantly there was no danger, no threat, and barely any hollows dragged Ichigo away from her, from this complete and utter bliss. Her high ended after a few hours and reality slowly came back to her. Although she slowly came back into reality, the switch from past to present was like she had just been dropped into her chair from the ceiling. It was very disorienting and very dizzying. Her mouth felt dry, her vocal cords slightly paralyzed. It wore off after a few moments. She looked at the red spot on her arm and where the blood was dribbling out from. She felt guilty. She had resorting to drugs to ease her pain. Even as she put some gauze and a bandage on it to hide the wound, she couldn't believe she had resorted to something so awful to try and make her happy, but as the minutes ticked by, she realized how little she cared. Being a Black Knight was hard. For several years now she had seen neither hide nor hair of Ichigo, she'd been stuck in Shinjuku and the surrounding Brighton Neon settlements and not once had she heard anything of him nor had he tried to seek her out. With the establishment of the Black Knights, Inu had hoped her fiancé would have come rushing to join, but he hadn't shown himself at all. Pain racking her again, Inu injected herself with the drug again, subjecting herself to the blissful era that was her past. Once again she drifted off into the wonderland of peace that was her past, reliving more happy times of her history. The drug didn't last as long this time. And when she came out of her trance, Inu decided to stop and moderate her use. She only had a limited supply after all. She didn't want to rush to it every time she was in a bind, but she felt like this drug would soon become her lifeline. Nevertheless, while it was only fleeting, and only an illusion, the bliss brought upon her by the drug was the only true joy Inu had felt in the last 7 years. A few days later, only 2 more shipments of Refrain had been stopped, stragglers. Cornelia had made an announcement that she had put an end to the source of the dealer, or so she believed, though she didn't say that on her broadcast, and that any more suppliers should turn themselves in now since their main supplier would not be sending them anymore. Suzaku had hoped to see footage of the gentleman behind bars, but when he read the newspaper, it seemed Cornelia had spoken more in an interview than the news had aired. His hands gripped the sides of the newspaper hard when he saw the words "eliminated the source of Refrain." I feel that it's best to stop a source before it becomes a problem. Putting a drug ringleader behind bars is just asking for a knockoff to be made in the prisons. She killed him. What the hell? That's not justice. What's the matter? Colin asked, peering over Suzaku's shoulder, seeing his distress. Suzaku sighed. Her Majesty, he said the words with bitterness, killed a man in cold blood for drug peddling. Oh, just read that, did you? Millie asked, looking over to Suzaku. How do you not have a problem with this? This man should be serving 20 to 50 with 85, not rotting in a casket. Knowing the Viceroy, he's probably just rotting on the floor, Rivalds quipped. That's not funny. Suzaku leapt to his feet in anger. This drew Lelich away from the magazine he was reading that was gossiping about Zero's latest activities. Drew away of course meant, glanced upward and to the side from the words. Calm down Suzaku, Shirley told him, isn't it better this way? We don't have to worry about refrain anymore. It's not justice to just kill a man. He should be facing trial. Just because she's a Brighton princess she thinks she's above the law. Those with power will abuse it to their fullest, Lelich said as he turned the page, however for once I have to give the Viceroy credit. If Clovis was still in charge, he'd probably have let the matter continue if he could get a cut of the profits. Lulu, that's a terrible thing to say. Shirley admonished. No, he's right, that was how Clovis operated, Suzaku submitted only to raise his voice, but that still doesn't change that what Cornelia has done still isn't justice. I mean look at this, he pointed to a part of the article as he held it by his ear and turned it towards the others, tried everything she could, but could not help turning the place into a massacre? Somehow I highly doubt that. The Viceroy is a soldier, Lelich continued with his usual bored yet cynical tone, she solves every matter by putting a bullet through it. It's how she's wired. If the first princess was here instead I imagine she would have kept a few free samples to sell on the black market. You want to take this outside and maybe we can have a little more of a private chat, Lelich. Fine, see you on the roof in 5. Suzaku and Lelich left the room in a huff in opposite directions. Geez, with friends like that who needs enemies? Millie commented. I'm gonna go too, Colin said, getting to her feet as she grabbed her things. Off to visit your mother in the hospital again? Want me to drive you? Millie offered. No, it's fine. I'm not going there today, Colin waved her hand gently back and forth in protest. I have an errand to run. In truth, Colin was actually headed for the hideout. Well, have fun then, Millie said as Colin left. Lelich and Suzaku continued to work out their differences on the roof. What is with you? I thought you hated your family. That doesn't change the fact that I think Cornelia had the right idea by eliminating the source. It's what I would have done. Putting someone behind bars isn't always the answer. Shooting people isn't always the answer either. It is when you're prepared to be fired back upon. Now you sound like Zero, Lelich, Suzaku chastised. Is it wrong to embrace someone who intends to expose the problems with the system? Shouldn't that make you work just a little bit harder? Lelich asked. Suzaku scowled, but suddenly felt weary. Huh? You okay? I don't know, but, you don't feel that. Feel what? Lelich was confused. It's like a great weight pressing down on the area, I can hardly breathe. Lelich held a hand up to the air as if trying to feel this great weight, but as he lowered his arm and with a confused expression he simply said, I feel fine. Suzaku continued to feel a cramp. Whatever, I'm going to go lie down. He made for the door. Want me to ask the president to bring you something? Lelich was sincerely concerned for Suzaku. No, I think I'll be all right. I'll text you if I need something, Suzaku said and left. Huh? I wonder what that was about, Lelich scratched his head. Unbeknownst to him, a Soul Reaper was standing right behind him, Hinamori Momo, captain of Squad 4. She was standing on the ledge, facing the same direction Lelich was. How odd, he didn't even notice me. Momo's Ryotsu had affected Suzaku, but he hadn't been able to see her. She had landed nearby, but while Suzaku was able to be affected by her presence he hadn't noticed her at all and Lelich was blissfully unaware of Momo's existence. She had landed on the roof when she saw Lelich emerge. She had a right mind to ask the Lelich she knew about it, but he had told her that he would see her when he came to the academy from Narita. Momo was unaware of the temporal paradox. Lelich, the one that was her sensei, had never told her anything about it. At first she thought the person she was looking at was just a doppelganger, but when Suzaku referred to him as Lelich there was no doubt in her mind and now, standing in front of him as he turned to look over the horizon, she got a good look at his face. There was no denying it. This was her captain, alive, powerless, and oblivious to her presence. His line of sight was right in between her ankles. To make sure they didn't come in contact, she nudged to the side a bit when he went to lean on the ledge. What does this mean? Momo thought aloud. First zero, now this, are they connected? I'm sure Sensei will tell me about it. Hideout of the Black Knights. By the time Colin had made it to the hideout, the sky was grey and cloudy. When she arrived she made a snide comment about how the weatherman had said, sunshine all day today. Currently, she was upstairs writing in a diary about her thoughts and feelings about being in the Black Knights. She'd made several entries already, one discussing what the whole thing had done to the community. Colin pushed her chair away and put her pen down. She closed the booklet and put it away. She sighed. Things had been way too depressing lately, both in the nights and even at school the air was just tense like the very fabric of space was being pulled like a rubber band. She exited her room and walked down the stairs. She saw Ogai sitting in front of the TV watching the news. Hey Ogai, have you seen Inu anywhere? Colin asked. Inu was always someone Colin could talk to when things weren't the best. The two women had a support system for one another and right now Colin needed to make good on that system. She and Tamaki were supposed to be dealing with getting rid of the refrain we acquired last night. They should be out back. Thanks, Colin said, heading for the door. You and she really get along, don't you? Ogai smiled. Colin stopped, turned around and smiled warmly. Yeah, we do. I'm glad. I think she needs a friend. What makes you say that? Colin frowned in concern. Ogai stood up and looked more serious. He muted the TV. You aren't around all the time, so I guess you haven't picked up on it. That woman is troubled, Colin. Don't get me wrong, she's a good person and she's a hell of an aid to us all, but she always seems like she's off in her own plane of existence and I don't mean that she's a ditz. I mean like she really seems like she's been through a rough time and she's desperately trying to cope with it. I think your friendship is one of the only things holding her together. I'll keep that in mind, Colin said sternly. She then went outside. She didn't need Ogai to say things like that to her. Colin had enough trouble worrying about herself, now her potential best friend might be a mental case. As if things weren't bad enough, Colin grumbled mentally, what am I going to do, turn the corner and find her using refrain? Colin should have known better than to tempt fate because as she turned the corner that's precisely what she saw. Inu was sitting on a crate and had her sleeve rolled up and looked like she was heavily considering administering the drug yet again. Tamaki was nowhere in sight. A look of dread washed over Colin. Naomi. Stop. Colin yelled at her friend by her given name. She rushed forward, wrenched the drug out of Inu's hands and shattered it on the ground, taking the woman completely by surprise. What did you do that for? Inu sounded like she might cry. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Colin said with terrifying seriousness. I was going to use refrain, Inu didn't hesitate. It reminds you of the good old days, Inu held her the arm with her rolled up arm by her chin. It brings you, she hiccuped as her eyes became wet, back to happier times. She gasped in sorrow. I just want my life back together. It's so hard. I can't do this every day. I just want to be able to go home. I want to see my friends all smiling and laughing. I want Ichigo to whisk me off my feet and take me to find a wedding dress to marry me. Inu hung her head as tears cascaded down her face. I just want the pain to go away. She dropped to the ground on her knees and began to cry, hands buried in her face. Orium plummeted straight into despair. She had finally cracked under all the pressure. Her sorrowful sounds were not like the sounds a grown-up woman would make, they were the sounds of a teenage girl with a broken heart. Colin felt really bad. She didn't regret what she did. Refrain was evil, not to mention illegal. However, she now understood what Ogai meant about how Inu was suffering. Whatever she had been through, it had made her consider using an illegal substance. No, perhaps she had already used it, Colin figured. The redhead wasn't sure what kind of terror or horror her friend had to go through to get to that state. However, she knew exactly what the right thing to do at the moment was. Colin dropped down to her knees too and put her arms around Inu, welcoming her to a comforting embrace. She spoke to Inu reassuringly, don't cry Big Blue. It's okay. You'll get through this. We'll get through it together. Inu grabbed Colin's spandex and rested her head upon her shoulder. Colin-chan. Colin shushed her much older friend to further soothe her. It's okay, we all make mistakes. There's nothing to be ashamed of. This is a job nobody wants, but someone has to do. Nothing's keeping you here, Inu, you can leave. If I left, I'd have nowhere to go, Inu said softly and sniffed. Outside the garage, the rain began to fall. If you don't want to have to fight, stay here with us. We won't kick you out. Ogai's concerned about you and I'm sure all of the other members are worried about you too. We're like a family, Inu. Remember, you're my Ne-san. Inu sniffed again and sat up on her knees and looked Colin in the eyes. Thank you, Colin-chan. It's okay, Big Blue. Don't worry about it. Colin held up Inu's hands. Don't worry about it, okay? I'm here for you as a friend, so just relax. It'll all be fine. Everything sucks right now, but one day Japan will be free and everything will go back to the way it was. That's why we're here. Okay. Colin gave a slight smile to Inu. She returned the expression. Okay. The two women gave each other a tight hug. Both stood up. By the way, I heard Tamaki was out here too, where is he? Oh, he said he went outside to light up. He knows I don't like the smell of cigarettes, so he said he was being a gentleman. That sounds like Tamaki, Colin thought with a goofy grin. Colin-chan, about Zero. Yeah, what about him? Why do you have so much faith in him? In truth, Inu herself had reasons to believe in Zero, but she wanted to know why Colin was so loyal to him. Because Zero is our hope. He's given us this opportunity to strike back. Colin's face turned hard and strong. And I won't turn my back on the person who has consistently given us the opportunity to fight back against Britannia. Inu looked slightly troubled. If only she knew, I shouldn't tell her though. Or, maybe I'm wrong. Lamperouge-kun, was there anything between you and anyone on the resistance before you died? You've kept so many secrets from so many people? What don't we know about you, Lamperouge-kun? With a little bit of help, Colin was able to get Inu back on her feet and once again the blue-haired woman was feeling a little like her old self again. Even so, she continued to be just as methodical and ruthless as any of the other members of the Knights. Recruitment was going up and now the Kyoto group was appraising the Black Knights. As a testament to how much she had changed, hearing Inu say the words, "Newbies, what are you gonna do?" would have alarmed Tatsuki and the others had they heard her. Inu had completely changed. Gone was the innocent, kind teenager of yesteryear, replaced with a cold hard war veteran with such a drastic change in values that it was comparable to the transformation that the Viceroy had gone through after the same war that changed them both. Tamaki helped her recruit out with the equipment she was trying to work on, while Inu and the others puttered around the warehouse they currently inhabited, surveying the area. It was then that Inu felt a strange presence out of the corner of her sixth sense. It was coming from outside. She ran towards the exit to go check it out. "Ah, Inu-san, where are you going?" One of the newcomers called to her. "I'm just going outside." Inu called with a hand wave. Seriously, that woman feels like she's from another plane of existence sometimes, Yoshida sighed. Why do we keep her around again? She has good medical knowledge and not to mention she's a decent fighter, Minami stated. I'm just saying we could have fighters that are just as capable without being so off-kilter, Yoshida indicated. We need her, Ogai said, stepping out from the shadows. Oh, Ogai, Kent said. Inu is one of our founders and, more importantly, she's Colin's friend. Also, surely you all have noticed that she has plenty of experience under her belt. Yeah, that's for sure, Kent agreed, she certainly seems to know war a little too well sometimes. It's a wonder Zero just doesn't promote her to field commander, Minami took note. Promote who to field commander? Tamaki asked, coming back towards the group. Inu, Ogai looked over her shoulder. What? You guys want to be taking orders from her? The others gave him a glare. What? Don't get me wrong, she's hot, she's a great cook, she's a great person to be around, not to mention she knows what she's talking about half the time. But Tamaki trailed off, unsure how to finish his sentence. We know, Kent spoke up finally, she's not normal. Still, Zero really should consider it. Maybe he hasn't noticed. You guys ever get the feeling we're just like pawns to Zero? Minami asked. I don't feel that at all, Ogai spoke up. Zero might be secretive, but he has us well grounded and he knows we're here to support him and that we need him. Still, he hasn't done much to know our strengths and weaknesses all that well, Yoshida stated. No, but I get the feeling he'll learn. Besides, he doesn't want us sacrificed, and that's what's most important. Now this everyone could agree on. Outside, Inu looked around for the presence she had felt. She found it out by the pier. It was the same cloaked Soul Reaper she had seen more than a few years ago. Why you? She dashed towards the figure, but it backed away off the pier. Inu didn't attempt to stand on the air. Her faith in her abilities without her hairpins was minimal, not to mention if the others saw her it would look rather strange. The Soul Reaper stared at her, remaining silent all the while as if he was waiting for Inu to say something. They're riots, so I can barely sense it. It's so well controlled. If I could sense a little more of it, I could discern it, but why is it so familiar? Her forlorn face seemed to register within the mysterious figure as this is when it chose to vanish. Ah. Hey. They're gone again. Big Blue. Colin came rushing outside. She shuddered as she neared the pier. Oof, it's freezing over here. How are you not cold? In all the excitement, Inu was only noticing the chill now. Brrr, now that you mention it. She and Colin walked back toward the warehouse and sat down on a set of boxes. Why are you so chipper, Colin-chan? I'm not chipper as much as I needed to bring you news right away. We're going on a trip to Narita. To Narita. Narita Mountain Range. At the start of the morning, Lelich heard the rumbling up the mountain pathway. He roused from his sleep and Kyokaku handed him a sweet roll. Eat that and get ready, your crew is here. So today's the big day, huh? Lelich asked as he dusted off his pants. You kind of lose track of time as a Soul Reaper. What say we get the others into gear and get ready? Kyokaku nodded in agreement. As the Black Knights trekked up mountainside, discussion about what they were doing there sprouted up amidst the group. Only Ogai knew of Zero's true intentions, but he wasn't sure he should share it. Zero was going to fight Britannia here and now as they approached. Inu suspected it, which is why she was confused when Zero said they were going hiking. Cornelia believed she was ready for him, intending to keep him outside the mountain range, but she was blissfully unaware that Zero was already one step ahead of her and already inside it. She had 4 battalions split into 7 units, surrounding the area, certain that Zero would never be able to break through her formation. Unfortunately for her, Zero had been tipped off on her movements by one Diet Hard Read and was already at Narita. Cornelia was also surprised how adamantly Yuffie had wanted to come with her to the combat field. Earlier. No. Absolutely not. I cannot have you come with me. But sister. No buts. Stay here where it's safe. No. What? Cornelia was taken aback by her sister's adamancy. I want to see combat with my own eyes. I want to know how it's changed you. I can't keep myself sheltered from the truth of reality any longer. Please let me go with you. I must see the real world with my own eyes. It's still going to be dangerous, Cornelia simmered. If you are not confident you can protect me, I can always hang around with Lloyd's group. Anyone else and Cornelia would have flipped her lid, but Yuffie was able to get away with things that no one else could. Cornelia sighed with a smile and pressed her fingertips to her forehead. Well, you've already taken one step towards reality, using your opponent's weaknesses against them to manipulate them into doing what you want. Keep that up and you really will make a fine viceroy. But I. Very well, pack your things and meet me downstairs in an hour. Present time. Kyokaku, Lelich said to her. What's up? There's something I need to investigate. With Cornelia leaving her base, I want to see if Euphemia has any sort of spiritual power. Why is that important? My father had spiritual power and passed it along to my sister. If there are any other members of the family with the ability to see spirits, I want to know about it. But she'll see you if she has power, won't she? I don't need to get visible. I only need to get close. If Euphemia can be affected, she'll start choking like Suzaku did. Lelouch had received a phone call from Momo about Suzaku having been influenced by her Ryotsu, but not being able to notice her. Not the best idea, Lelouch. Kyokako lit her pipe. Why? What's the matter? Have you forgotten that Ichigo showed up on the Nightmare's fact spheres? Remember how we proved that to discover how they were even able to know where he was by constructing similar technology? Lelouch sighed, having forgotten that point at Kawaguchi. He'd tell Mei about it later. Good point, they might wind up attacking me the moment I'm noticed. Lelouch then gasped. He grabbed his pager. All units fall back to the forest at once. Wait until the battle is completely over before engaging in any activity outside it. I repeat, wait until the upcoming conflict is completely over. What's with all the shouting? Didn't you do that at Saitama? I was supposed to lose at Saitama. As long as I was nearly captured by Cornelia, it didn't matter if there were any screw-ups. Besides, it was a much less open terrain with plenty of places to hide and much less focus on the entire surroundings. Here, nothing can go wrong. All of Lelouch's forces fell back to his and Kyokaku's location. Captain, what's wrong? I just remembered that Nightmare rays can pick up spirit energy with their fact sphere sensors. In the interest of your health, we're waiting here. Not all of you can cast Kyoko, and performing Kensos invisibly is just going to frighten the holes. For now, we wait. And wait they did. The battle at Narita engaged and already panic swept up within the group. Tamaki was yelling at Zero for the large force headed their way. What? Inu's jaw dropped open. She was in awe that Zero had taken them all there to fight. We can't fight the Brighton-Neons. At least not like this. Lamperouge-kun, what are you thinking? Inu knew Zero had to have some sort of plan, but she didn't want to make it seem like she believed in miracles. There were times that even she had to stay on the same plane of reality as her comrades. Although eager to make Britannia pay, even Inu wasn't ready to commit suicide. If only Ichigo were here. Let me get this straight. Tamaki shouted. We're surrounded and you want us to fight them head on. We're even fighting against Cornelia. Her forces are far stronger than any we've encountered. Kent added. Correct, it would be a miracle if we win this, Zero stated. I've walked straight into suicide. Ichigo, help. Zero, what are you saying? Ogai shouted, turning to face him. Even messiahs must perform miracles if they're to be acknowledged. Therefore we have to produce our own miracle, don't we? Now look, pulling this off ain't going to be cheap. Tamaki shouted. The price could be our lives. I knew it was insane to make you our leader. Tamaki began taking off the gun strapped to his back. It should be me. However, before he even had it ready, Zero had his gun trained on Tamaki. However, after a brief moment he flipped the gun upside down and pointed the barrel towards his body with the grip facing towards the sky. Our path of retreat has been cut off. If you think you can win without me, then shoot me. Someone? Anyone? Everyone stared at Zero in awe, completely in shock at the disregard to his own life. However, there was even more in Inu's stare. Incredible, he knows that we can't win without him. He knows that we have to follow him in order to win. If he had told us straight out that we would be fighting Britannia, we never would have agreed, so he brought us here knowing we'd have to fight and obey. Lamperouge-kun is, and always has been, a great strategist. It's amazing. He has a way out. What is he planning? You have only two choices. You may either live with me, or you may perish with me. No one moved. What's wrong? Challenge me and try to take me down. The Black Knights submitted to Zero, as he anticipated. This isn't like Lamperouge-kun at all. The Lamperouge-kun I knew never tricked people into assistance. He was always so friendly. Alliance through deception and manipulation can only lead to downfall. From there, Zero began splitting up teams. He was about to put Inu into a beret and Kent on back reserves when Ogai spoke up. Zero, with all due respect, put Inu on back reserves. Huh. Even Inu was surprised to hear Ogai speaking on her behalf. She's a good field commander, sir. If you want to perform miracles, you should use us to our greatest advantage. I've led this unit before you showed up and I know Inu is a good field commander. Field commander. The words reverberated in Inu's head. She herself didn't exactly understand what Ogai was talking about. Inu never considered herself a leader or a tactician, even a skilled combatant. But then again, she hadn't been aware of much of her own metamorphosis. Zero was silent for a moment. I'm glad to see you taking things seriously. Very well. Kent, Inu, switch places. Yes, sir. Both soldiers said simultaneously as they did so. As per Zero's orders, Colin started the up one of the charges with her radiation wave blaster, creating a landslide. With Cornelia's forces divided, Zero led the charge towards her unit. Inu did her job, running alongside in cover of the terrain and watching for Brighton Neon soldiers. When a few soldiers got in her sights, Inu looked at her units armed with RPGs. She was ready to do some damage. This is payback, she thought to herself. All right everybody, she addressed the soldiers with her, you know the game plan. Our job is to watch their backs. Everybody ready. She waited until the enemy was directly in her path. Fire. The weapons smashed into the tank. Inu smiled. I can do this. She looked through her binoculars to find more Brighton Neon soldiers. Ogai. You've got a Gloucester riding up to ambush you. Roger that, you heard the lady. Ogai managed to fend off the attackers headed his way. I knew she would pull through for us. Inu radioed to two of her underlings at the mountaintop. Tsuki-san, Minama-san, status report. All things clear. Inu-senpai, no. Wait. Scratch that. Movement from the opposite side of the landfill. Orders, ma'am. Radio to that group and tell them to be careful. Are things clear on my end? You're good, Commander. Nothing near you or the others for now. All right. Unit A, stay here. Unit B, we're moving to meet with D&E. Yes, ma'am. 0. Inu radioed him, but her signal wasn't reaching him. Damn. Let's keep moving. Inu commanded the foot soldiers and sniper units. She was dismayed at the dead bodies of dead soldiers that she passed along her pathway, until she came across a soldier that was very much alive. He was a relatively young member and he was clutching his shoulder in pain. He'd been shot. You all go on ahead. Inu called. She knelt down at the soldier's side and removed some gauze out of her pocket. You're not going to die, soldier. Not on my watch. She gave the soldier emergency first aid. Go. Get back to the top of the mountain. She pointed up towards the top. You can get fully treated there. Thank you, Inu-sama. The soldier ran back. Inu picked her gun back up and continued onward. At this same time, Cornelia was set upon from the rear by the JLF. As the holy swords entered the battleground, Chiba Nagisa had a wide smile upon her face. If her old partner could see her now, he'd be so proud of her. This reminds me of 7 years ago, Asahina Shogo, one of Nagisa's allies, said. But it's different now, Nagisa smiled as she replied, this time we have Knight Mares as well. She recalled how Todo had managed to secure that one victory against the Brighton Neons at Itsukushima. Todo had used similar tactics to the soldiers during Washington's rebellion, hiding from behind cover and using the familiarity of the terrain, using hit-and-run tactics to strike Knight Mares with heavy weaponry such as how cannons had been used to shoot down large cloves of horse riders and having empty tanks as Washington's army had used empty caravans for deception. He used experimental remote control technology to make them fire, such as how Washington had booby-trapped said caravans. He had been crafty and clever and it had won them the day, pushed Meredith Mirdia's forces back. Of course, the Major General had taken the land back when she took to the battlefield herself, but it was a single victory for the Japanese if one did not count the Karakura war front. To the Four Holy Swords, the battle for Karakura town was of extreme importance to them and a tale of great patriotism. Todo had even gotten word of their actions at the time of the war itself, using their determination in a rousing speech. It was true that neither Nagisa nor Todo saw a single member of the group in action, but they and many of those loyal to Todo considered the Karakura 7 to be very real as long as Todo believed them to be so. Now there was another man to believe in who was trying just as hard, the man calling himself Zero. What was he? A phantom from another world. A great hero risen from the ashes and soil? A fallen hero of the Karakura 7 fighting once again under a different name and face? To Todo it did not matter. He needed to protect Japan and he would do that with all of his power. Seeing the situation going sour, Guilford told Cornelia it was in her best interest to withdraw from the battlefield. He half expected Cornelia to respond with something along the lines of, "No, I can handle this," but Cornelia had a better mind than that. "Very well, I know a way to turn this around," Cornelia told him. "After you drive them back, meet me over at point 9. 9. Guilford questioned for a moment, but then smiled. "I understand." "Cornelia." The JLF members shouted her name in disgust. "You weaklings." Cornelia drove her lance straight through the side of one of the frames and then escaped over the mountainside, retreating to find cover. Meanwhile, up on the mountainside, Inu was radioed by one of the newcomers. "Inu-senpai. I read you loud and clear, soldier. What's your situation?" "It's Cornelia. She's being attacked by an unknown source. Tell Zero immediately." "Understood," Inu said and rushed forward trying to get in contact with Zero. Her radio was still not connecting the signal. She ran and she ran and she ran until suddenly gravity seemed to leave her for a moment and she zoomed forward right past a tree she nearly hit. Inu was lucky no one was around. Without even meaning to, she had used bringer light. However, as she looked down at her radio, she could hear Tamaki and Zero talking to each other. She had contact at last. "Zero, Cornelia's under attack down below," Inu radioed. "What's that?" Zero was surprised. "Which team made the move?" "It's not our people. It's more than likely the JLF." And all the while this was going on, Lelouch and Kyokaku just watched, and unfortunately they had long since been out of popcorn. However, in the Soul Society, Renji was asking for another bowl. "Ah, I love watching things blow up. It's always so refreshing," Kyokaku said, lighting up her pipe. "Why do you think I had you stationed here?" Lelouch asked. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say this was an early birthday present, or an attempt to woo me," Kyokaku joked around. "Can't it be the former?" Kyokaku smoked. "Very funny, Lelouch. So, how much longer does it take before this is all over?" "Not much longer." Lelouch looked over in the direction where Cornelia had mentioned point 9, "The battle ends over there." And now, Cornelia and Colin had met face to face. She was then shot from behind by Zero's unit. He missed, but the message was clear. "Can you hear me, Cornelia? This is checkmate." And now it was even clearer. "Zero. Yes. Should we celebrate our reunion?" "Of course you'll have to surrender to us first, and after that, there are a few questions I want to ask you." "Questions?" "Probably military and personal secrets. Like I'd have anything to say to a terrorist. Just kill me and be done with it, Zero. Or better yet, die when my reinforcements get here. And in case you're wondering, your reinforcements won't get here in time." "I win, Cornelia." "Wrong, I can still escape." Cornelia clenched her controls fiercely. "You don't know who you're dealing with. You're a fool, Zero." Cornelia looked at the Gurren Mk2. "This one. If I take this one out, I'm free and clear." Cornelia opened fire with her assault rifle as she took aim at the Gurren. The Gurren dodged the onslaught of bullets, so Cornelia struck with a slash Harken, but the Gurren Mk2 proved to be equipped with a vibrator sword and managed to keep itself from being tangled by the weapon. "You've got some moves." Cornelia was actually impressed. She liked it when things were a little bit of a challenge. It added more meaning to her victory. Cornelia then lashed out her lance, but it was caught by the Gurren's radiation wave, which then surged into the Gloucester's entire arm. Frantically, Cornelia detached the arm as it exploded. Her other arm was then shot to pieces from Zero's unit from behind. Cornelia rocked back and forth in the cockpit. Cornelia turned her head. "Coward, attacking from behind. Really?" Zero called her on her hypocriticalness, "and your own attack methods don't show acts of cowardice." Kyokaku cast a quick Kakushitsujaku to scan the area. "Things look grim for Britannia, and you didn't succeed here. What the hell happened?" Lelouch scowled. "The fickle hand of fate." On the battlefield, Cornelia believed herself to be finished. She was on her last legs. Her nightmare's arms were destroyed. She was surrounded, at her enemy's mercy. She let go of her controls. Euphemia, I'm sorry. She knew that this had to be the end. She radioed Guilford. Guilford, Cornelia took a deep breath and started again. Guilford, my knight. You and Darlton, protect Euphemia. Your Highness. Guilford called to her. I won't surrender, Cornelia stated. She gripped the controls. Zero, you will not take me alive. With my last breath I will fight. As an imperial princess, I will fight to the last breath. In an instant though, through the ravine, Suzaku emerged in the Lancelot. Viceroy, are you all right? I came to help your highness. Cornelia stared the white nightmare in the face. Moments ago she was ready to go down fighting, and all of a sudden hope and the chance to live had been relit. But a question lingered. Warrant officer, who authorized you? No, I think I know. Thank you, Euphemia. I won't let your concern go to waste. Zero opened fire on the Lancelot, but it blocked his weaponry with a shield. Mk2, destroy that unit. It's interfered with us enough. Colin charged forward to attack, but only managed to take off a single chunk of the Lancelot's leg. You handle that thing, I'll take out Zero. Cornelia declared. Damn, having to work with an 11. Still, he's not bad, asking for my safety like he's a true blood Brighton Neon. TCH, how pretentious. Nevertheless, Cornelia fired off her slash Harkins and struck the side of the nightmare that held Zero within, barely missing a direct hit. Don't think you can get away from me. Zero ducked and swerved from Cornelia as he, Tamaki and Ogai began backpedaling away from Cornelia. Inu, I'm coming back towards you, set a trap at Delta 4. Understood. Inu declared. N5, N6, approach Delta 4, set the charges and wait for Zero's signal. Yes ma'am. We can do this. We can win. We're going to make it out okay. Split up and pull back, Zero ordered to Ogai and Tamaki, go to Delta 4. Inu has a little surprise for Her Royal Highness. You got it Zero, veering left. Tamaki declared. I've got the right. Ogai acknowledged. Nice try, Zero, Cornelia declared, gaining on her enemy, but I know you and your flair for the theatrical. I know that you're in the one that's marked. By marked, Cornelia was referring to the fact that Zero's beret had a helmet structure of some kind. I'll get a shot on you, Zero. I swore I'd never use these powers again, but right now I can't afford to make any mistakes. There's too much at stake. Cornelia took a calm breath. Engage focus. Cornelia strained her eyes as the world around her became hued with blue and her eyes laser-focused. To Cornelia the world around her had slowed down to a crawl. Her reflexes were now 4 times sharper than the world around her. She could hold this ability for 3 minutes, but she wouldn't need more than half of one as she focused her crosshairs on Zero's ejection seat. At this same time, Lelich suddenly dropped to one knee in pain. Captain! What's going on? I feel so weak. Lelich became frozen as his sight began to vanish. What's happening to me? What's going on? Is time unraveling? But nothing's changed. Lelich then mentally gasped, remembering something a little off. I remember now. I had to shake Cornelia off and there was an explosion I couldn't explain. I wasn't near Delta 4. If that explosion doesn't happen, then, with Cornelia's skill. Damn it. Everyone stay put. Kyokaku shouted. I'm scouting out ahead. I'm willing to bet my money that this has everything to do with the temporal paradox. The question exactly is what? Zero. Cornelia shouted and fired her slash Harkin. Zero veered off to the side just in the nick of time, but lost his beret's left arm as Cornelia snapped it right at the joint lock. The distance between him and Cornelia had given him the chance. Cornelia's reflexes may have been sharpened, but it wasn't like she could increase the speed of a fired projectile. TCH, looks like I'll have to get closer. Cornelia said as she cranked up the speed. Damn it. I can't shake her off. She's really going to kill me. If I turn around and fire, I'm done for. This is Cornelia I'm facing down. I don't have the pilot skills to beat her one-on-one. And with the way she's driving, I can't veer off towards a noose trap. Kyokaku made it over to where the action was happening. Lelich had told her that Cornelia was at the portion where the battle had ended. Find Cornelia, find Zero, and find a solution to the problem. Those are my goals. Kyokaku made her way to find the only source of human spiritual pressure she could lock onto in the general direction Lelich had told her about. Then she saw it, the Gloucester belonging to Cornelia Lee Britannia, chasing a beret with a missing arm. That's it. Warning, unidentified energy signature approaching from the right. Cornelia's computer beeped, breaking her focus. What? Zoom in. On her fact sphere Cornelia saw it. What the woman in black? Explode with intensity, Kyode Bakuden. Cornelia watched Kyokaku's arm transform. Is that a prototype? She was thinking of Kyokaku's arm as being similar to Colin's radiant wave surger, but in reality they were nothing alike. No, this is, what's going on? I thought I shook off this nightmare for good. Damn, I hope I don't get punished for this. Kyokaku examined the nightmare frame. Based on blueprints and diagrams Lelich had shown her of them in Soul Society, she had a good guess where the power supply would be and loaded up a bomb and chucked it at Cornelia. The bomb went sailing near her energy filler and detonated, smashing and damaging Cornelia's power supply. Cornelia's nightmare began losing power. What? No. What the why? 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 Damn it. Damn it. I was so close. Victory was at hand. Cornelia was having an entire temper tantrum in her mind. Then again, anyone in her position would be a bit perturbed. Move to your escape points. This has become a war of attrition. Retreat. Zero declared as he escaped up the side of the ravine. Cornelia moved a little more forward and then her nightmare dropped to its knees and everything went dark inside the cockpit. Viceroy, Suzaku voiced his concern. Go after Zero. Cornelia twitched, doing everything in her power not to yell at Suzaku for something that was, and could not have been, his fault. But. She raised her voice, but did not yell. Only someone as professional as her could have that level of patience. My energy fillers just drained. Go. Right. Suzaku took off. Kyokaku was about to pursue, but her pager went off. Kyokaku. Lelich. The others said you left to scout out ahead. What did you do? Forget me, what the hell was that? I don't know. Look, there's no time to explain, the other you is still in danger. That white nightmare just took off in pursuit of him. No. Come back here. But. Don't make me repeat myself. It's absolutely imperative that he chase me. Don't worry. I think the danger has passed. If you pursue, you will destroy the most crucial point in my existence. Wadash. This is the moment, when Iin Tamashi is born. How do you think? Kyokaku sighed. All right. She looked at Cornelia's damaged nightmare, the pilot of which was just sulking, not even bothering to come out. What should I do with her? Leave her. She's no threat right now. Don't approach her. Don't say anything to her. Just come back. Understood. Kyokaku retreated back. Cornelia watched her go. Damn it. Again I get no answers. Suddenly her headpiece buzzed with Guilford's voice. Your Highness, I'll be right there. Guilford, relay this message to all units. Cornelia's voice was solemn, and why shouldn't it have been? In every fight she'd been in every war she had fought, never once did she lose the ultimate battle. Sure, she failed to rescue Lelich and Nunnally in Japan, but Britannia still won. She had always won. But, not this time. She never expected the day would come that there would be a battle she could not win. The worst part was that she had almost won. With the timely arrival of the White Nightmare, victory had been at hand, and for some damn reason the other world had decided that victory was not meant to be. Was it revenge? Karma? She had no answers and she thought she had put away that chapter of her life a long time ago. Prepare to retreat. There's no reason to waste the lives of any more of my soldiers. Stay in formation and fall back cautiously. She sighed. We have to face facts. We've been defeated this time. And what a defeat it was. The Black Knights lost maybe a couple dozen foot soldiers. Cornelia had lost more than a battalion and a half. It was an absolute mess. Back on board, Cornelia headed for the dining hall with Guilford following close behind. So Zero escaped again. She had hoped that Suzaku would have been able to have succeeded where she had failed, but apparently even a 7th-generation nightmare frame couldn't properly apprehend the Man of Miracles. The Japan Liberation Front hammered our defenses and he slipped away in the confusion. Despicable, using someone else to cover his movements. Oh, what about Kurugi? As much as she hated the numbers, Suzaku had saved her life. She at least owed it to see if he made it out alive. She might need him again. He's safe now. We had to wait till his energy filler ran out to finally stop him. Stop him? From what? Cornelia had ordered him to capture Zero. What in the world could have happened? Was there a problem with his unit? A malfunction could explain everything and would be acceptable. Being top-of-the-line technology, the Lancelot could sustain a malfunction or glitch or two and it wouldn't be out of the ordinary. Even the Glasgows had a glitch or two when they were new. Apparently. It was going berserk, Guilford told her. A failure unworthy of my half-brother's forces. Anything else to report? No, my lady. But I'll be certain to round up an obituary list as soon as possible. Good, send a gift basket with wine, condolences, and 5 paychecks worth of currency to the families of the deceased if there are any. Of course, without a doubt, Guilford crossed his arm over his chest. Very well then, dismissed. Guilford walked away and Cornelia sighed and ran her hand up over her eye through her hair. I need a drink. Cornelia walked into her private catering hall and sat down. She went to the liquor cabinet and poured herself a 250 milliliter glass of cream brandy and downed it in seconds, wiping her mouth in irritation. Cornelia, are you all right? Yuffie asked her. I'm alive, that's something, Cornelia said. If you hadn't deployed Kurugi, I'd probably be dead. Thank you Euphemia, I appreciate it. Yuffie would have told her sister she was welcome, but she could sense that Cornelia was in heavy distress. What happened out there? Cornelia looked crossly at Yuffie so she quickly added, besides the obvious. Cornelia sighed and sat down at the dining table and gestured for Yuffie to sit nearby. A chapter in my life I thought I had closed completely reopened. It was the reason I lost. I should have lost because of superior military tactics and skill, not some stupid reason like that. It wasn't fair. Cornelia completely lost her composure as she slammed her glass on the table and ranted like a gamer rolling a 1 on a 20-sided die 3 times in a row, but that was partly due to the alcohol. I had Zero. He was in my grasp, goddammit. Cornelia hiccuped and then abruptly face-planted onto the table. Cornelia. Yuffie thought, for a moment, that her sister had passed out, but as she shook Cornelia's shoulder she could hear sobs emitting into the table. Cornelia. Cornelia lifted her head. She was in tears. I try so hard, Euphemia. I'm trying so very hard. But I failed. I failed to rescue our siblings and I failed to win today. She went back to pouring her sorrows over the table. I'm just a failure. If not for the alcohol in her blood, Cornelia wouldn't be saying any of this. She wasn't drunk, but it was already having an effect on her. I can't do anything right. I can't even protect myself, let alone you. She lifted her head and looked towards the opposite wall. I should just, she hiccuped, hang up my mantle and give it to Kurugi. What good am I if I can't lead my troops to victory against the enemy? Yuffie gave her sister a gentle hug. You're not a failure, Cornelia. Don't say things like that. None of them are true. You're a hero to our people. No matter what, the Brightonians will still support you. No one else is fit to lead, but you, big sister. Cornelia sniffed and looked at Yuffie's smiling face. She wiped a tear from her eye. Yes, thank you Euphemia. Cornelia stood up and gave Yuffie a hug, running her hand through Yuffie's pink hair and gently stroking her back. As long as I have you, little sister, everything's fine. I'm fine and the world doesn't matter as long as I have you. Cornelia, Yuffie sounded concerned. For Cornelia to say something like that scared her a little more than it did warm her heart that Yuffie meant so much to her. To Yuffie she was scared that Cornelia might risk everything to save her. Yuffie was worried if that might lead to Cornelia's downfall. As the sun began to set and the Black Knights began celebrating their victory, once the Brighton Neons left and the Black Knights' equipment had been turned off, Lelich had his unit spread out and moved to look for souls to perform Kinsos on. According to Lelich, it would be a multi-day job. As the only one skilled in Shunpo, besides Kyokaku, Lelich intended to take care of all the souls on the other side of the Narita mountain range. He didn't think there'd be many, but souls had a strange habit of popping up in places they weren't supposed to. As he strolled about towards the top of the mountain range, Lelich was surprised when someone called out to him incredibly informally. Lelich. Lelich turned his head and gasped when he saw Joseph Fennet, Shirley's father. My father died during the Narita incident. If Zero is a hero, why did he kill my father? He was always so gentle. You're Lelich, right? You have to be. My daughter talks about you all the time. You know her, right? Shirley Fennet? She's in your class. I know Shirley, Lelich said. His gaze was very sympathetic and his tone reflected such. Mr. Fennet, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but, have you noticed what's become of you? What do you mean? When that big mudslide hit I thought I was a goner for sure, but, I mean, a lot of people seemed to have made it out just fine. Mr. Fennet, you probably don't realize yourself, but, no one caught in that mudslide made it out alive. Lelich stood with his haori flapping in the breeze looking down on Shirley's dad from higher ground as if Lelich was some form of deity. You, what are you? As a man whose family was one of serious religious faith, Josepha Fennet almost believed he was looking at just that, a deity. You identified me correctly. I am Lelich Lamperouge, but I am not the Lelich Lamperouge you or your daughter knows. I don't understand. Mr. Fennet. You are dead, and I am here to send you on your way. Joseph's eyes widened as he stared up at Lelich. So then, what's? I understand your confusion. As a practitioner of Catholicism you were probably expecting the Messiah to lead you on, or for an angel to take you to heaven. I am no angel, but I am not devil either. The place you are going is not heaven, but neither is it hell. Mr. Fennet, Lelich spoke to the man, I am captain of Squad 10 of the Godi I-13, an organization of soul reapers sent from the Soul Society to pass on souls much like you. Because you did not go of your own free will and because I know you, do you have a last request that I can offer you, something within my power that I can offer you or your family? If it's within my ability, I will do my best to carry it out on my honor as a soul reaper. So then, the Japanese have had the true faith. Is that all you care about? I thought you were a man less petty than that. My apologies. It's just you never know what to expect when you're dead until it happens. Lelich smiled faintly. I understand. It is a strange world we live and die in, isn't it? Now then, your request, if you have one. Yes. My request is this. You said you are not an angel and I don't pretend to understand how things work outside of life, but, can you watch over Shirley? That request, Lelich thought how to answer that without revealing the future, is difficult, but, I will do my best to keep her safe, mark my words. Whether it is here or long after her death, Shirley will be under my watchful eye, Mr. Fennet. Thank you, Lelich. I appreciate that. Suddenly then, without Lelich needing to do anything, Mr. Fennet began to glow. Wadash. Your desires have been fulfilled. You wanted to make sure your little girl would live happily with you gone, make sure she was in good hands. In a day or two, I know she'll be in mine, quite literally. Mr. Fennet looked at Lelich confusedly, but decided it was best not to say anything and just let his spirit depart from the material world. Lelich trembled as his fist shook erratically back and forth from the tension. I wish I could have told him the truth. He will understand. They all will have to at some point. Whether they choose to accept it or not is something else entirely. Comforting words from you? I must be going senile. Oh hush. I'm allowed to be sentimental every once in a while. Lelich sighed. What happened with Clovis was painless the moment he turned into a hollow, not that I expected any less. But this, I felt like someone was pushing a pin straight into my heart. And it's only going to get worse. Settle down, Lelich. Breathe. Lelich let out a deep breath. Yes, worrying about it now does me no good. He hiked up the mountain towards the top of Narita to survey his work. However, when he reached the top, there was a figure waiting there for him. The figure wore a standard shiakusho, but their tabi was black rather than white as was the waraji. The person was also wearing a black shitaji and also wore a hood, completely concealing their face. At the person's left hip side there was a zanpakuto with a red handle with a rectangular guard and 2 blue ribbons coming out of the pommel. The blade was sheathed in a brown-gray scabbard. The individual was also wearing black gloves, which meant that not a single portion of skin was exposed. The individual looked like the Soul Reaper version of Christmas Carol's Ghost of Christmas Future. Lelich had no idea as to the identity of the individual before him. He seemed familiar and yet the entire black outfit was throwing him off. Also the zanpakuto seemed familiar. Ishin. Lelich mentally shook his head. No, Ishin's sword is in a black scabbard. Then who? I've been waiting for you. The Soul Reaper before Lelich was now obviously male, but Lelich did not recognize the man's voice. Waiting, for me? Lelich was surprised. I have a lot of questions for you, but I'll hold on to them for now, until I have seen all there is to be seen. The cryptic wording confused Lelich. What are you talking about? Do you know me? The Soul Reaper took a few steps back. I've cleared the holes on the other side of this mountain. That should give you a bit less to worry about. Huh. Now Lelich was really confused. Who are you? Well, what do you know? Finally something the all-intelligent Lelich does not know. The statement was said with a bit of disdain, but mostly mocking. Sorry, but now it's my turn to keep something from you. I will see you at the close. Farewell. What? Lelich said, but the Soul Reaper was turning away. Hey. Wait. Too late. The hooded figure tore down the opposite side of the mountain, jumped into the air and disappeared with Shunpo. Who was that? Lelich pondered. It sounded like they knew me, understood what was supposed to happen, but, how? Lelich shook his head. I have no time to ponder this. He went to turn down the mountain and continue to survey the area. I have a job to do. End of chapter 159. Chapter 160, It's a Mao world. Tokyo settlement. Political meetings. Cornelia hated political meetings. Worst of all, she hated political meetings that didn't produce any results or produce any new information. Her vice minister was incompetent, the internal affairs agent was being too lax, and no one was willing to admit, except her, that Narita was a disaster. After the meeting, Cornelia promptly stormed into her office, leaned over her desk and promptly uttered the cliché phrase, "I'm surrounded by idiots." The only person in that meeting that had at least been trying was Darlton, but that was to be expected of her lead 4-star general. Cornelia sat down at her desk and just opened up a desktop game. She needed to blow off steam and she felt it would be just as productive as anything else. After 1 failure on the game and 2 victories, Cornelia closed the application and just threw her head back in frustration. Yuffie stood in the doorway and knocked on the open door. Cornelia opened her eyes and looked forward at her sister. Is there anything I can do to help? You seem really stressed out. Cornelia let out a deep breath. Thank you for the offer, Euphemia, but there's nothing within your power you can help me with. Except maybe take over while I take a day at the spa, but that would look bad on the vids if it came out I took a vacation while things are in this kind of turmoil. Sister, Euphemia spoke up with unexpected enthusiasm. Yes. Cornelia asked. Euphemia was considering talking to Cornelia about what Zero had said to her at Kawaguchi. Now seemed a good a time as any to tell her. What? What is it? What's the matter? At this juncture in life, it is unknown whether Lelich could consider his life lucky or unlucky. Even at this point in time, he had already said too much to his half-sister as Zero, and she was already beginning to suspect him. Unfortunately, due to his sister's submissive nature, she could not bring herself to tell Cornelia of her suspicions. Given Cornelia's stress, Yuffie, of course, did not want to add to it. On top of that, Cornelia's vehement disgust with Zero was another reason Yuffie was hesitant. If Cornelia knew what her half-brother was doing, Yuffie felt that her sister would be torn between family and duty. She didn't want to see the Viceroy more bent out of shape than she already was. She was even afraid to speak in hypotheticals. If she started speaking hypothetically, she was afraid Cornelia might catch on or bark at Yuffie, given her stress level, for wasting her time. Yuffie could handle the latter with a simple apology, and Cornelia would apologize back since she cared deeply for her. It was the former that Yuffie was worried about. When Cornelia cracked down on something she deemed suspicious, she always got her answer. Yuffie didn't want to be on the receiving end of that interrogation. After all, Cornelia would then wonder why she hid it from her. So, the third princess just decided to keep her mouth closed and back out like the passive teenager she was. "No, it's nothing, never mind." Cornelia got up from her desk, walked over to her sister and brushed Yuffie's cheek. "I'll avenge Clovis. I'll defeat Zero. And then this place will be safe for you, my darling little sister. You have nothing to worry about. Just like with the Inked Alliance, I'm handling it." "Yes, sister," Yuffie said to her submissively. Narita, afternoon. Lelouch collapsed against the side of a tree. He had expected all of the consos to be over the next few days, but it turned out that they wound up all popping up within a few short hours after nightfall. On top of that, the chaos had woken up a nest of hollows on the Hueco Mundo location parallel to the Living World one. As if that weren't bad enough, the chaos from the first nest roused a second one, which in turn roused a third and fourth, the exact kind of chain reaction Lelouch had prepared for and was fearful of from the beginning. Fearful in that he had a feeling it would happen, not that he was terrified of it in the slightest if it was countered properly. It had been a busy night of hollow slaying, even a Jillian spilled through at one point. True, as a captain Lelouch should have had no trouble on his own, but given all the holes that needed protecting, it was a tiring evening and morning. The work had gone through the night chasing down every last hollow and hole. His fellow scattered units even had to be put on alert. Between shouting out orders and fighting for his life, it was tough work, especially since Lelouch wanted to set a good example by not using Bankai. It was a run-of-the-mill threat. Most of the hollows quaked in fear of just his 80% reduced presence, but even then his stamina hurt him terribly. "And that's why you needed to be well rested," Kyokaku said, taking a seat down next to him. "Haha, very funny," Lelouch said sarcastically. "You say that like you know more than I do." Lelouch fixed his hands behind his head and slunk down lower along the ground. "Well, at least you got the Narita incident figured out. What's next on the agenda, oh great captain?" Kyokaku teased. Lelouch tensed. "Mao. Ah, him. Guess you're shifting hands to Momo then. Lemme guess you want my unit to leave if they want to end." "No. Actually, your unit can stay and provide backup for Isane. If today was any indication, we are going to need the backup during the Saz massacre." Good point, and I make a good drill sergeant, unlike Nozomi. She's coming around, but she's still too passive, that's why I haven't suggested her to any senior officer positions that open. Speaking of which, despite never wanting to become a Soul Reaper, you've done rather well for yourself." "Well, I owe most of it you," Kyokaku said as she flexed her arm, grabbed her bicep and grinned. "I've had a good commander to serve under. Flattery will get you nowhere in my division except a smile and some reflexive gratitude." Lelouch let out a deep breath. "Hey, about earlier. You mean when you nearly collapsed?" Kyokaku asked as a flash of the scene and the panic that swept through along with it flooded her mind. "What was up with that? Do you have any idea?" "I have a suspicion that I'd rather not confirm." "Wanna tell it to me anyway? I think we're on the same page." "That's why I acted without waiting for an answer." Lelouch nodded and sat up. He started his explanation by holding up his index finger. "When I collapsed, I felt pain one moment and then in the next, numbness. My sight left me and I felt like I was going to sink beneath the earth itself, a sensation of falling. I suspect that at the time this was going on, there was a situation that, without outside interference, was going to allow time to change like a ripple effect. Lelich spread out his hands and waved his fingers to imitate such ripples. If time changes in a way that could change my existence, that would make me feel or act different, or even change the flow of history, I suspect that, as a soul reaper, I would cease to be. But then why does no one else feel this effect? Why are only you subject to this? I suspect because the change does not occur. If you had not interfered, it's likely I would have faded out of existence instantly. Then, I suspect all of reality would collapse upon itself like a funnel. Lelich pointed at the ground and swirled his index finger. After that, I guess you could say reality would reboot itself, given the change in the time stream. A life of the soul society, where I never was subject to the temporal paradoxical effects, and none of you, not Yuna, not the head captain, and not even Susanna, would even remember that I existed. Essentially, it's the worst outcome and game over for me. If I change even the slightest thing, reality resets, and a new reality is created. I was afraid that such things might be the case, and I'm glad my suspicions were confirmed now rather than later. You see, Lelich stood up and the deaths of Yuffie and Shirley flashed through his mind. There are two things that I desperately want to change or have others change for me, but, even without my interference, even a lack of interference could change reality completely. The worst part is, now knowing that there's a warning signal and how lifeless I felt, that could happen to me and I wouldn't even be able to tell a soul that something was wrong. We just have to be alert then. No, we have to be careful. Who knows what minimal changes might have occurred already just by us being here. Hey, no matter what, when it comes to pass, you have to die before the autumn of 2018. You think reality will reboot to the way it is now as long as that happens? Possible, but doubtful. Zero Requiem left me with a lot of regrets, a lot of pain and a lot of suffering. Lelich covered his heart. It's no wonder that I immediately turned into a hollow before becoming a whole. Kyokaku put a hand on his shoulder. Hey, relax. You've got people like Kuratsuka Fukutaiko and me watching your back. You'll be fine. You don't understand. This isn't like fighting Aizen. In fact, you can't even call this a fight at all. Ow. Kyokaku dug her nails into Lelich's shoulder. Does that hurt? She asked. Yeah, it hurts. The heck's your problem? Lelich snapped at her. That means you're right here, with us. What about my hand? Can you feel it weighing down on your shoulder? Yeah, Lelich nodded, looking around to see if everyone's favorite superhero Captain Obvious was nearby. That means I'm right here, beside you, and so is everyone else. So stop looking like you're going to disappear any second, okay? All right, Lelich said, forcing a smile. Much better. Anyway, you head for Ashford and meet up with Captain Mo. I'm gonna round up these goons and march them on over to Katetsu Fukutaiko's outpost. Sounds like a plan, Lelich said, and watched Kyokaku go off and begin shouting out orders. He felt like a little kid again, almost, overlapping Cornelia's image over Kyokaku's. He looked down and thought about his older sister. Cornelia. Miles away, Cornelia sneezed. Hideout of the Black Knights. As it was brought to Zero's attention about Tamaki's spending issue, and brought upon the word trust, Tamaki returned by turning an issue of trust back on Zero. Inu scowled, but not for the same reason as the others, but because she was 1 second away from telling everyone to let up on Zero. Thankfully, Colin beat her to it. Better her than me, Inu thought, going back to a neutral expression. Later in the evening, as usual, Zero left, leaving the group to wonder about what they should do. I don't know, Ogai said in response to Tamaki's inquiry. We were in Naoto's unit, Kent spoke up. I don't mind about his kid sister Colin, but, Minami spoke up, but was cut off. You were next in line to be leader, Tamaki looked at Ogai. No one said that at Narita, Ogai said with a hint of spite. Because Zero practically forced us, Inu made note. She was referring to the fact that Zero usurped leadership role with a metaphorical snap of his fingers, not that she was complaining about being given the chance to kill some Brighton Neons. She was a little peeved about Zero's attitude. When she recognized Lelich as Zero, she expected it to be working like the time she rushed off into hell with him or the time he was leading a group in the world of the living. Or the time he assisted her and Ichigo and the others to rescue Rukia. Inu tensed. Ichigo. She had spaced out for a minute, and by the time she returned to the conversation Ogai was calling her name. Inu, hey. Huh? Sorry, I spaced out, what? Ogai sighed, I was asking if you trust Zero. Inu folded her arms. Mostly. That figures, Inu's always been a little different from the rest of us, Tamaki joked. No, I don't think it's about that, Kent spoke up. Speak your mind, Inu, that's what we're doing here. Inu sighed and looked strong. I trust Zero because I feel we need him. I agree with everything Colin-chan said, as long as he can lead us, it doesn't matter who he is. My problem with him, Inu then spoke bitterly, is how he acts. What do you mean? Yoshida asked. I mean he's almost forcing us into cooperation. He knows we need him and that betrayal will lead to our deaths. I trust him to lead and I trust him to keep us alive, but I despise his attitude and how he doesn't open up to us. Open up? Couldn't he just come through with his identity? Yoshida asked. Even if one wears a mask, one can still reveal much about themselves just by explaining things about them. The problem with Zero is that he doesn't act human. He acts less like a human, and more like a ghost. That was a nice speech, Kent told her. I agree, why can't you be like that all the time, Inu? Tamaki asked. Alright, let's not turn this into a let's tease Inu session. Ogai jumped in to defend Inu from slight. He knew about her odd psyche and didn't need it cracked. Colin told him about how Inu had dabbled in refrain after Ogai went to count the bottles before turning them over to the authorities. There were 3 missing from what they had taken in. Colin came clean on Inu's behalf while she was helping him and swore for him not to tell anyone that the crisis had passed. Ogai knew what Inu was like snapped. After Naoto died, before Zero entered the picture, Ogai had the misfortune of seeing Inu's psyche break in 2016 ATB. For weeks now, there was a man walking through the ghetto bagging able-bodied 11s and they would never return. With a little bit of digging, Ogai found that the man was part of a slave trade. He'd turn the 11s into submissive workers and sell them to a highest bidder at a party. He told the group about this and that they were going to stop the noble the next time he came by, but Inu had a different idea in mind. I say we strike him where it hurts. Colin-chan, listen for a party going on in the noble district and if you hear anything tip us off. Inu picked up a shotgun and clicked the pump. We're going to go in guns hot and wipe them out. Inu, are you crazy? He's a noble. He's probably got a bunch of guards stationed and everything. That's borderline suicide. Tamaki exclaimed. Correction, Minami stated. It is suicide. Not entirely, Ogai deducted, maybe if we pretend to be the next shipment we can get past the perimeter guards undetected. Then how do we get out? Minami questioned. I'm telling you, we'd be done for. No, Inu responded again, we can do it. Colin-chan, you're a high-ranking noble, right? Why yes, Colin's voice quivered. If you perform a fainting spell and sow discord when we break in, it'll give us a better chance at escaping. That's not a bad idea, Kent noted, if Colin here sets a few pranks in secret it'll draw less attention to us. So what do we do? Just shoot up the place? Tamaki asked. We rescue the hostages first, Ogai said, that's top priority. We'll make it work, Yoshida noted. Inu nodded in agreement. With planning it took only 2 weeks to set the plan in motion and from there the group broke in, with Ogai driving the truck and Inu and the others hiding in the back like the Trojans. Ogai was ordered to drive around back and bring the new slaves down to the basement. In the underground chambers, the resistance members saw the horrors that were being done on the 11s to turn them from simple ghetto citizens into broken slave labor. When Inu saw this, her jaw dropped wide open. Inu, hey, are you okay? Ogai asked her. Such cruelty, Inu said barely audibly. Much like with Naoto's death, in that moment something inside Inu snapped, much harder this time. The scene before her was inhuman and she was filled with rage and hate. And then out of the corner of her eye she saw a girl with scarlet red hair and dark purple eyes. Framework of broken glasses lay shattered upon the floor. The woman was Inu's age and Inu recognized her immediately. Honsho-san. The girl reacted and looked towards the source of Inu's voice. Unable to see clearly without her glasses, she crawled towards Orium with the chains on her legs and hunger weighing her down. She looked up at Inu with sleep-deprived eyes. "Help us, my angel from heaven." It was one of the things Chizuru had once called Inu, and much unlike the woman herself, Chizuru's voice had barely changed. After the war, Lisa had gone into modeling as there was still a market for strippers and call girls that were 11s or honorary Brighton Neons. Lisa, having no connection to the Japanese heritage, did her best to live more comfortably while Chizuru firmly stayed with her heritage. As could have been expected, they had a falling out, and Chizuru's lack of protection had led to the current situation. Inu smiled. "Don't worry," she said calmly. "We will." Her smile turned nervous and Inu backed away from the slave pit and bolted up the stairs to burst through the basement door. "Ah, Inu, wait, Colin hasn't given us the signal yet." Ogai called, but Inu ignored him. The blue-haired woman kicked the basement door open, shotgun in her arms. She took a look at the first Brighton Neon noblewoman to cross her path, a brunette wearing a red dress and beehive hairdo accessorized with a pearl necklace. Aim, Inu got the woman in her crosshairs. Brace, she prepared herself for the kickback and tightened her gaze. Fire. Inu fired her shotgun and everything swept into a panic as she shot and killed a baroness as blood-spattered pearls went everywhere. It was at this point when Colin tugged on her dad to get him out of here with her, alive. Inu took aim at a window as Colin was the only one daring enough to drag her father through the broken glass. The other nobles were too prissy to risk scraping their skin. Colin managed to survive jumping out the window with her old man's collar in her grip as she chucked him with precision accuracy through the window, with just a scrape along her arm, opposite shoulder, knee, and a torn dress. Her father would have a ruined business suit, but he could afford a dry cleaners and tailor for a new one. The rest of the nobles weren't getting out of here alive, some even marveling at Colin's insanity. "It's called bravery and heroics," Inu corrected. "I'd tell you all to try it, but you can go to hell." She fired shot after shot and began gunning down nobles methodically and mercilessly with no hesitation in her movements or compassion in her eyes. Every shot hit flesh. Inu didn't waste a single shot and she had plenty of extra ammunition. She shot down the security that came charging after her and took and used their ammunition and weapons for herself. She even blockaded off the exits the guests would run towards, making it clear that no one was getting past her. Ogai could only watch as he huffed and puffed up the stairs, not having the same methodical adrenaline rush Inu did to properly tear after her. He stood still and watched as Inu just stood there and fired the gun over and over and over again. Ogai could barely return support fire. He mostly just stood there like a deer caught in headlights as he watched her, only ever taking shots to shoot guards creeping up on her blind spot. This was ludicrous to Ogai. Inu was the group's medic. Of all the members of the group, she hated fighting the most. Then again, Ogai hadn't, nor had anyone else except her victims for that matter, seen Inu disintegrate a nightmare frame and pilot out of existence on the day Naoto died. Inu had snapped. Ogai was afraid that Inu would soon turn her gun on him, but as the last Brighton Neon noble skull caved in from bullet penetration, Inu rocked back and forth on her legs. She was covered in blood splatter. It was all over her clothes, in her hair, and there was a smear across her nose. "Dead," she laughed nervously. "They're all dead." "Ah ha 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 ha." Inu dropped to her knees. "Aino, Yui." Ogai crept forward slowly. As if he had set it off, Inu burst out laughing, but her eyes were still open and crazed. It was as if she was mocking the deaths of her victims, laughing like a serial killer or a complete maniac. "Dead. They're all dead. I did it. I saved the slaves. I'm a hero. Ichigo will be so proud of me." Hill. Something wet hit Inu's jeans, but it wasn't blood from the bridge of her nose, but tears from her eyes. "Hate me," she squeaked. "I killed them, oh God, I killed them all." Inu looked at her calloused hands with a "what am I turning into" sort of look. "Ogai. What happened?" "We heard gunfire from upstairs before the sig." "Holy shit." Tamaki marveled at the destruction. The operation was not supposed to turn into a bloodbath. The only person they had intended to kill was the slaver and maybe a few guards. "Tamaki, Go back downstairs. I'm going to. Ogai took a deep breath, calm Inu down. Present day. At the time Ogai had no idea if Inu was going to get calm. Tamaki sort of remembered the incident and that led to the remarks of wanting to stay on Inu's good side, but only Ogai saw it in her eyes when she was shooting. She wasn't a newcomer to this chaos and destruction. Whatever she had been through, Inu had more experience than any of the other members of the resistance. None of Naoto's unit had been in the Japanese army for some reason or another. Often Ogai wondered what exactly it was Inu had been through. He suspected a lot if would connect back to her missing fiancé. Guys, maybe we should trust Zero, Ogai spoke up. We all keep secrets from each other. I think Zero's allowed to mask his identity. If he wants to, he'll open up to us eventually. No one can hide a secret their entire life after all. You make a good point, Kent stated. Anyway, let's break up before the others start to think we're conspiring against our leader. They did just that. Some time passed. It had been chaos for the living, the disaster at the port with the general of the JLF and Mao's attack on Shirley. Of course, it had been serene for the dead. Lelich had naught to do, but watch over Ashford Academy in apprehension, wanting to reach out and warn Shirley about her impending doom. However, he could not. He could do naught but watch and know the bitter outcome. The gunshot that took Shirley's life reverberated in his head as though he was there and he tensed. Damn, and to think I'm actually going to stand there and watch it happen. It's going to take all my strength not to strangle Rollo where he stands. But, I'll have vengeance, Lelich made a fist, on him and on Mao. Both of them will die by my sword. Even if they are reborn as holes, they will feel the sting of my blade. I can never forgive them. He knew he'd get his vengeance. He'd have golden opportunity. Mao would be difficult to deal with in the crowd, but Lelich was going to attempt it anyway. Momo would be his backup. She could commit to crowd control. While he had his phone out, he dialed and asked if any of his units had taken care of the port incident where the remains of the JLF members had gone out with a bang. Thankfully Nozomi was already on that at Kyokaku's request. As a higher seat she willingly obeyed. As he had gone in rank order, and then followed on Nozomi, Lelich had to call Rangiku back to let her know things were taken care of. Before he hung up with her the second time though, Rangiku sounded like she wanted to talk to him. Captain I. What? Is something the matter? No, it's probably too soon. What's too soon? Rangiku, if you don't talk to me I can't help you. Rangiku sighed. Forget about it. I'll take care of it myself. Rangiku hung up on him. Rangiku, wait. Dial tone. Damn it. Rangiku sighed as she stood amidst the streets in Shiakusho. She walked past all the shops, but unfortunately she was on duty. She figured she'd contact Lelich in a week or so, maybe then she'd go on a shopping spree. As much as she loved just leaving him with paperwork to go off and have a good time, she took less menial tasks much more seriously. Her concern to Lelich was about Orime and how she had seen her in Shinjuku. Rangiku was afraid that Orium might die. She'd been watching Zero closely. He was not like her captain, not at all. Her tension got the better of her and she did the only thing a stressed Soul Reaper of her level could do, Shunpo tantrum. Rangiku zipped around the air, hoping to blow off some steam, and finally came to rest after 34 uses of Shunpo, on top of a small apartment complex. Her actions had roused a hollow and she moved to dispatch it, but that's when she caught sight of a figure in black that took it out before she could even move. What the? Intrigued, Rangiku intended to follow and pursue, but before she even got a foot off the ground, the figure was on the edge of the roof, standing before her. He was wearing a hood and not a single part of skin was exposed on his all-black uniform. What? Who are you? I see, so you can't identify me either. I was concerned Lelich couldn't because he was trying to forget. That means it's working. What's working? You've met with my captain, who are you? Let's talk about you instead, Matsumoto Rangiku-san. Rangiku went for her sword. I wouldn't. She froze. I am neither your enemy, nor hostile. Keep your sword in its sheath, like I have with mine. The Soul Reaper moved his hand away from the blade to reveal a red handle and 2 blue tassels in the pommel. I've been watching you, Matsumoto Rangiku-san. I've been watching all of you. I overheard your conversation with your captain. You're concerned about the woman, Inu Orium, calling herself Inu Naomi. I'm watching her as well. Fear not, while you're not in a position to act, I am. Are you making a threat? I don't make threats, the mysterious hooded Soul Reaper stated. If I wished you harm you'd already have your neck sliced. In an instant he was behind her. Rangiku brought her hands to her neck. No blood. I told you already. I'm not hostile. That motion was to prove my speed. His Ryutsu, he's so strong, I can sense it deep within him, but it's so well controlled. Even if this mysterious swordsman is someone I know, I can't trace a big enough pocket. Even after that use of Shunpo he didn't use all that much. He's good, very good, whoever he is. Matsumoto Rangiku-san, tell your captain that I will be watching him, or don't, that'll be more fun. Just who are you? And what are you planning? Planning? I'm planning not a single thing. I was testing to see if I am as in control of myself as I thought by getting physically close to you. If you can't discern my identity, it appears my efforts have paid off. I'll be leaving now. You will not see me again, not for another year or so. Before you go, I have a question for you. You said you're in a position to act. You know Lelich, so perhaps you don't know about. I know about the circumstances surrounding your captain. I know when I can and cannot act. Trust me though when I say, if the woman, Inu Orium, is in danger, I will save her. She is an ally to the Soul Society, though she mingles amongst those who cannot see us. You talk as if you are an ally of the Soul Society. If you are, then let's just say that, it's better for now, for your captain at least, if my identity remains void. Are you a rogue? You can't discern that, now can you? If you attack me then it becomes justified self-defense and I will have cause to draw my sword. Let me assure you that you'll lose. He's right. He's controlling his Ryutsu so well, but I can't attack him. He's way too powerful. But just who is he? I'll be taking my leave. Farewell, Matsumoto Rangiku-san. And with that, just as mysteriously as he appeared, the mysterious hooded Soul Reaper disappeared over the horizon. Ashford Academy. Lelich watched the academy like a hawk. He couldn't do anything to Mao in his second encounter with him, but it would be at his death that Lelich would be able to finish Mao off for good. As night fell over the academy, Lelich noticed himself burning Shirley's diary. He was just watching passively at least until he saw a Senkaimon open. About time she got here. Lelich flagged her down from his perch and Kendra made it over there in a single shunpo. You have the reports. Kendra held up a huge manila folder and extended towards Lelich. It was bound together by several rubber bands with files held together with paper clips, post-it notes, and other tabs within the gigantic folder. It was all inside. It took a while to get everything together, but this is every single rogue Soul Reaper that we've had, still at large, between your arrival to the Soul Society and the day you mentioned down to the criteria you gave me. Glad to know I can still trust business to be conducted. It's not like we consider you a villain despite what we're seeing, Kendra said. Speaking of that, Lelich said, putting the folder into the folds of his Shiakusho, what's the opinion on the home front? Well, Zaraki was bored up until Narita. That was a pretty dastardly move you pulled with the landslide, after all. Kyuzajishi, Aburai, Shibukayan, and Shiburukia Fukotaiko are the most engrossed in the whole thing. Some of the others it's a little bit harder to get a read off of from the other side of the room. Of course, everyone is rather disturbed as to the difference between that you, she pointed to the Lelich walking away from the ash pile that had been Shirley's diary, and you, she pointed back to Lelich. It's made me what I am today, all of it. Yes, we know, but it's put some of us on edge. I see, Lelich said with a serious tone. You're losing your faith in me. I didn't say that, Kendra remarked. You didn't have to. You implied it. I expected that though, and I don't expect any of you to just blindly accept my actions. I see. There was a silence long enough to drive a truck through before Kendra broke it. You are the most interesting Soul Reaper I think we've acquired since I became one. Is that so? Is that your opinion or absolute fact? Just an opinion, Kendra remarked. There was another awkward silence. Feel free to contact me again if you find something. The patrol corps will hunt down whoever this is without fail. Despite what's going on right now with you, justice still has to be served. Yes, I agree. Thank you, Kendra. It's my job. Kendra then took off back into the still open Senkaimon and left Lelich to sit down and open the large folder before him. Well, I might as well get started. Hideout of the Black Knights. I'm sorry Zero, we haven't found this Mao guy yet, Inu said, talking to him over the phone while staring at a map. Should we check our contacts in the Kyoto network? No, he told her, just stay with the Kanto block. If you come up with any leads let me know. Yes, will do. Alright, I'll get back to you. Inu removed her headset. Man, you're sure eager to help the big boss. Are you trying to score more points? He went and made you a field commander like you deserve. Are you hoping he puts you in second in command? Personal secretary. Tamaki, you know I'm engaged. Why don't you close your mouth before I close it for you? Ouch, harsh Inu, you don't have to bite my head off. I was just noticing that you seem to have taken a personal interest in Zero's domestic affair is all. I mean, even Ogai didn't seem all that interested. Unbeknownst to both Tamaki and Inu, Ogai was currently dealing with a domestic affair of his own. Zero is our leader and our hero. As I've said before, he doesn't have to show us his identity for us to need to trust him. What? Trying to open him up? Good luck. Around here, the only one I see him saying anything of sentimental value to is Colin. Given his build they might be around the same age. Tamaki laughed. Now that's hilarious. Colin's still in school. We're being led around by a Brighton neon prodigy or something. Come on, get real, Inu. Ever since their meeting with the Kyoto group it was now common knowledge that Zero was not Japanese. Doesn't change the fact that I think it's all too likely that I think Colin's fallen head over heels for our leader, Inu smiled. Tamaki chuckled. Yup. He began downing more root beer. Want one? He offered Inu. I'm good. She began tapping more into the computer. She began making a phone call to a Kyoto contact. Hey, I thought Zero said not to contact Kyoto, Tamaki said. I'm not calling them about Mao. Tamaki got up. Oh, I think I get it. I'll get out of your way. Good luck, hope you find him. Want me to get you some coffee? I get the feeling you might be up all night. I appreciate the gesture, thank you. The receiver finally picked up as Tamaki left. Hello. Hello, my name is Inu Naomi. I'm with the Black Knights. Let's see here, Naomi, Naomi. There was a pause as the man on the line repeated her name several times more before saying, ah yes, here we are, Inu Naomi. I have you on record and authorized. Speak. I'm looking for a person of interest I was hoping the Kyoto group could search for. Is this search authorized by Zero? Inu had a cover on the spot. Zero prefers us to look for the talent and he'll appraise it once the person's been found. He has that kind of faith in us. I see. Who's this individual you're looking for? His name is Kurosaki Ichigo. He has orange hair that should stick out and he has brown eyes. He's 33, blood type A, star sign Capricorn, former occupation, Mizuho Police Force. Inu heard typing in the background. Inu-san. Yes. I'll keep an eye out for Kurosaki Ichigo-san, but, I just pulled up records regarding the Mizuho Police Force involving the man I believe you're looking for. It says here that Chiba Nagisa, of the Four Holy Swords, worked with him when he was in the police. It's possible your man works in the Japan Liberation Front. Really? Inu got excited. It's not concrete, but she might know his whereabouts. Please contact me again if you can confirm or deny this. The Four Holy Swords are not authorized for such things by the Kyoto group at this time, so that part of the investigation you'll have to do yourself. If we find him though, you'll be the first to know. Should this be kept secret from Zero until he is found? Why yes. I don't have a cell number. Please if anyone else picks up when you call, please tell them to ask for me. Oh, and spread this to the rest of the network if you could. I want him found as quickly as possible. We'll do what we can do given it's only one individual, so don't be surprised if this takes weeks or even months. Don't contact us. We will contact you if we find anything, Miss Inu. Thank you very much. Inu said and then got the dial tone. For the first time in her life since that awful moment Orium felt hope again. Ichigo, I will find you. I know you're out there. She looked up at the moon overhead. Are you looking up at this same moon, my love? Ashford Academy. Lelouch watched CC shoot Mao and kill him dead. His live self and Suzaku filed out and then Lelouch was able to get closer and study Suzaku a little more. He knew CC could see him in this form, so he stayed outside her line of sight. As he expected, Suzaku collapsed when he got too close. Hey, what's going on, are you okay? Lelouch, the live one, asked. That phantom stomach cramp again. He then started to feel woozy. What the, oh my head. Lelouch, are you alright? CC asked rushing to his side. What, now I'm affected too. But Momo. Lelouch, the Soul Reaper one, began playing the order of events in his head. Ah, that's right, he looked at his live self as though he could see right into his counterpart's soul. Iin Tamashi is growing within me, like a fetus living off its mother. But, I'm much weaker than Suzaku, that's why I'm only getting a headache and he's taking the full blast. CC rushed to Lelouch's side, the live one, to check up on him. Lelouch, the Soul Reaper one, then noticed that students were approaching the area. Crap, I completely forgot about this. I have to geese them too. This is nothing, the other Lelouch said to CC, gripping his head. He then looked at the other students and activated his geese. Go back to your classes, please ignore everything over here. The students dispersed, influenced by the geese. Lelouch, the Soul Reaper one, let out a deep breath. I forgot, I don't have to panic if I'm not feeling like my existence is fading. Lelouch then noticed that CC was staring right at him. She wants to talk to me. I can see it in her gaze. He decided to open his mouth, hoping that Suzaku and his other self could only feel his pressure. If they can't see you they can't hear you either, unless they're blind, which they're not. Thanks for the bolster. Hey, you go out in flames, I do too. Besides, Iin Tamashia fixed her attention to her master's other half. I'm in there now. Yes, I know. Break free and we'll talk. Lelouch left without another word. Huh? Is something the matter? The other Lelouch asked CC. CC shook her head. No, it's nothing. Come on. She went with Lelouch and Suzaku back into the building. Lelouch, that's the girl from the Shinjuku incident, isn't it? What are you talking about? Huh? Suzaku was confused. Yeah, looks just like her, I know. Kind of strange how I found her out in the street a few weeks ago, took her in, cleaned her up. I'm letting her stay with me. I never knew you to be so charitable, Suzaku teased. Well, what can I say? I can't see suffering right in front of me, Lelouch said with a smirk. Why have I never seen her around with O? Because she looks like the girl, so she might be mistaken as such, right? Exactly, Lelouch told Suzaku. Well, it was nice to meet you, Miss Brina. CC gave Lelouch a very subtle, dirty look for saying her real name. I see, Suzaku bowed and spoke in Japanese, Konnichiwa Brina-san. Konnichiwa, Kururagi-san, CC responded in kind. Suzaku then got a text on his phone asking him to report to base. He sighed, wonderful, at a time like this. Will you keep quiet about this at work? Suzaku nodded. Of course. See ya. He took off. Lelouch, I'm going to dump Mao's body. Go back to class, would you? Lelouch gave her an estranged look. Don't worry, I won't be seen. Now run along. I'll be back in the house to see Nunnally shortly. Lelouch reluctantly did as CC suggested. CC picked up Mao and carried him to some place to dump him. To go and use my real name. Of all the audastic things to know, that was probably for the best. Suzaku is a soldier. He'd catch on. CC isolated herself and dumped Mao's body down a manhole cover. You know that's going to make him hard to track, Lelich, the dead one, called as he dropped down from the roof of one of the two buildings CC was standing in between of. Deal with it. This is where I dumped him without your knowledge anyhow. You want him go to the city dump. What, so he rots amongst the filth before he burns in hell? How symbolic. CC said nothing in response to Lelich's comment, probably not thinking along the same lines. She had only dumped Mao's body that way because it was the least likely place he'd be found in her opinion and the only place she knew to hide the body. Considering she used to hide bodies for people before her life with geese, she was well versed in where they would not be found. She had no segue into changing the topic of conversation with Lelich. So we've met again. I'm surprised. You certainly are an interesting one, Lelich, existing in two places at the same time. When I met you and gave you the geese, I hadn't forgotten our first meeting. And yet you never told the other me about this me. You really do keep your promises. When you live so long you tend to understand the time stream well enough and how it functions. CC. I have some questions that need answers. I want you to. No. Huh. I'm not answering anything you ask me now. You have a job to do, don't you? Who are you, Mao in CC's body? CC did not find Lelich's mind-reading joke funny. She continued to speak with an emotionless expression. I told you the last time we met. I know you're kind. I may know you, but you also have something you shouldn't. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm not supposed to have my geese? Lelich had suspected this might be the case. After all, the Soul Society had no records of it at all, no matter how thoroughly he searched. As far as he knew, he was the only Soul Reaper to ever possess a geese. There are rules of geese it's best that you know. A geese user is supposed to lose its power when they die. If a victim of geese influence dies, the influence of the geese leaves them, depending on the geese or geeses affecting them. The effects of a person with geese whose geese no longer exists, whether by death or absorbing a code, will continue to permeate or dissolve. It always depends on the geese type. I can sense that you still have yours. It comes with the territory of being the holder of a code. I can also sense that it's graduated to mastery. You can tell. I felt a pulse over 15 years ago and wondered what in the world it meant. Only after meeting you and giving you your geese did I understand. The pulsations I felt then and your geese when I gave it to you have similar wavelengths. Is that why you gave me the geese then, because you recognized me? That was part of it, I suppose. There's more. CC didn't answer that question. You want me to give up my geese, don't you? My live self still needs you. I can't take your code now. Yes, I'm aware, but I also am aware that he eventually dies. When or how, I do not know, nor do I care. Is it after Britannia perishes? Is it before? Does he succeed? Does he not? The mysteries are interesting. So that's why you started becoming so persnickety with me. You didn't know my fate, but you knew I'd eventually die. Exactly, and when it's all over, you will take my code. Lelich stared at CC with defiance. No. Those were the terms to our contract, she scowled back. Lelich smirked. Our paths are intertwined. You and I both know this. It's not just my future I know, but yours as well. You will come to want to live CC, this I know. I will find another way to release myself of the geese, this I predict. Utter foolishness, CC barked. Say what you will now, but don't forget that you are talking to a higher power, Lelich said, striking a pose of supremacy and looking down on CC. You haven't changed at all, CC said with no inflection of emotion. That's not true either, and you'll come to understand that in time. I'll see you at the close, I guess. Until then, Brina. Stop that. Don't call me by my name like that. Oh well, Lelich said with a provocative smirk and disappeared, leaving CC feeling fussy. Wow, I actually made her mad. Imagine that. Lelich then made his way to the dump to locate Mao's body. I wonder what kind of hollow he'll turn into. Lelich thought, recalling his algorithm. He's tricky and elusive, so he'd have wings, which also means he won't have bulk. He's also sneaky. He'd probably prefer speed over strength. On top of that he also might. Lelich paused his thought process, chuckled and shook his head. Why am I worried anyway? He'll never give me the slip. After all, I'm a captain. Lelich pursued the sewer line from overhead, knowing it well and the directions it ran, straight to the city dump. Mao's body was already there, covered in grime, and his spirit was already emerging from his corpse. Lelich had expected him to become a hollow and he had. Mao was too obsessed with CC to be anything else. Mao, in hollow form, had brown skin, wings, and a tuft of white hair coming from behind his mask that lacked lips and a nose. He had 3 claws per arm and 2 claws per leg. He had a lizard-like tail. Funny, I figured he'd be a little more cat-like. Lelich chuckled at the Japanese pun and dashed towards Mao, sword silently being drawn to cut him down before Mao had a chance to realize he was there, but the slippery hollow dodged with ease and took to the skies. Mao beat the back of his wings together, mimicking the sound of that god-awful sarcastic clapping. Well, 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 look who it is. I thought I recognized your thoughts reverberating through my mind. What's with the outfit? Like I have to tell you anything. Damn it. He can talk again. That means anyone who dies no longer has to follow the commands of my geese. He thought of Yuffie. I guess that's a good thing though. And this is precisely why I didn't want Susanna here. Mao began laughing joyfully and then stated, your mind it seems is quite different since I last read it. Has it really been that long? Lelich tried to block Mao from his mind with his riot suh. Oh ho ho. No it hasn't. You're just not the same kid I've just been messing with, are you? Damn it. Shut up. Hado 31, Shakkeho. Mao moved nimbly and dodged Lelich's strike with ease. Mao beat his wings again. Captain or not, I know your moves before you make them. You'll never hit me, Lelich. Oh yes I will. Using Shunpo, Lelich aimed right for Mao, but Mao was already moving before Lelich reached him. When you have faster speed, you move too quickly to react to someone already moving, even if they're slower than you. Control yourself, Captain. You wouldn't want to get an aneurysm at your age. Lelich grit his teeth in absolute hate. Hado 33, Sakasui. Mao still dodged. Oh ho, very, very clever, Lelich. You tried to confuse me, by thinking you were going to strike me with a different Kido, but the moment I knew that I had the instinct to dodge. Face it, Captain, you might have the strength to kill me, but you don't have the skill to catch me. Mao. Lelich rushed towards the hollow again, but missed. Mao laughed. So sorry to cut our time short, but picking your brain has given me some nice ideas. Ta-ta for now, Lelich. Mao disappeared into a garganta to leave for Hueco Mundo. Coward. Get back here. He dropped to the ground and put his sword away, slamming the guard into the scabbard. TCH, he sneered. Mao, what exactly do you plan to do? Hueco Mundo. Mao of course knew exactly what he was doing. He was able to obtain so much information by reading Lelich's mind, but as he stood amongst the white sands of Hueco Mundo, he realized that, despite being able to sense other presences, he couldn't hear any thoughts but his own. It was blissful to him. But then wait, why could I read Lelich's mind? As he thought of Lelich, Mao realized he was able to tap into the information he had scanned of Lelich's as if recalling it from a sort of databank. I see, so I don't have my geese power, this is a similar, but built-in power to my grotesque form. Yes, and I noticed from Lelich that he understands why that is. His wings clapped like the chirping wings of a cricket. How delicious. Mao began recalling all the information he had scanned from Lelich's mind. His wings clapped in delight again. Simply fabulous, my revenge will be swift, but who to use to draw him out? His live self? No, that's too easy and he'll suspect it. CC? Perhaps later. Mao went through his databank on Lelich, going through a list of potential targets. He had sucked up a lot of information from Lelich without either of them knowing it. Mao's new mind-scanning hollow power let him read the surface thoughts of those he concentrated his power on, but at the same time, he could slowly collect memory input from souls around him and then later pull it out like a file on a computer. From the knowledge he had obtained he found Lelich's ultimate fear. He chuckled. Oh ho, so he doesn't want the time stream to fluctuate, does he? Mao's mask blocked everything from his face except for a violet-red left eye. A crooked, cracked smile through Mao's mask formed. We'll have to fix that. Mao then began to notice that he was attracting attention. He whipped out his claws. Well, looks like it's feeding time. He began to sing a tune as he hacked and slashed away at the hollows coming towards him. 1 little, 2 little, 3 little hollows to eat. 4 little, 5 little, 6 little hollows to eat. 7 little, 8 little, 9 little hollows to eat. And I'll have my fill until I am full. Area 11, Ashford Academy. Lelich wasn't sure what to do now. Mao had escaped and that was bad news. Lelich didn't know what Mao might have read from his mind or where he might appear next. Should he call for backup? No, he had to work with what he had. This was exactly the reason he'd asked Momo to be nearby. He hadn't expected Mao to escape him, but the elusive bastard had anyway. To make sure he would be ready for Mao's reappearance, he decided to oversee Ashford Academy as the day went by. Any and all targets Mao could go after would be located here at the academy. Lelich, of course, was only considering his live self and CC since hollows only attacked those closely connected to them while they were alive. On the off chance Suzaku was targeted, Lelich asked Momo to make her way towards the Viceroy building and keep a close eye on him and his half-siblings, just in case. Whoever encountered Mao would call the other to battle. Lelich hoped Mao wouldn't be stupid enough to target Cornelia, if only because Cornelia had the spiritual power to see him. Lelich hadn't been thinking about her initially, but after what CC said, it was strange how Mao could still read minds. He should no longer have his geese. Then his mind-reading abilities are connected to his hollow powers. Great, Lelich thought sarcastically. Lelich stood atop one of the academy buildings that didn't have roof access and watched the entire day go by, monitoring his unit and deploying them to handle nearby activity so that he could focus on watching the school, waiting for Mao. Lelich had managed to identify Mao's strand of Ryotsu even within the narrow time frame they had clashed. Mao left pockets of Ryotsu everywhere, enough for Lelich to analyze and send to Division 12. If Mao decided to emerge again, he would appear different on Lelich's and Momo's pager than anything else. Eventually the sun went in and the night was serene with the whole city lit up. Lelich's Haori flapped in the night air as he remained on his perch, crouched on the ledge, surveying the academy, like a warrior of the night. You know, sitting here perched on the roof like this, scowling and such, you look like a comic book character. Bite me, Lelich snapped, I'm concentrating. Oh, yes, because it is so hard to watch over a peaceful school campus. Even the most serene situations can turn into raging chaos at the sight of a dropped lit match. Pessimistic, when did you become brooding again? Lelich simply growled. Gruchai. You're no fun today. When has confronting one's past sins ever been fun? Geez, why don't you just get a blade and slit your wrist? You sound so emo. Just stop talking. Fine. Sourpuss. Lelich took a deep breath and looked over the horizon and looked at his soul pager. He was kneeling down on the roof watching the city lights. It looked rather beautiful from his perch. It was unfortunate he had no one to share it with, not that this was the time to be thinking of such things. He could easily call Susanna over, but right now he was all business. Lelich sat perched like a gargoyle, waiting for something to happen. And then a little after 10, something finally did. His soul pager started to go haywire. He's here. Lelich began to follow the signal only to realize the direction he was headed in. The Ashford Manor? Why would he head there? The only person even remotely connected to me there is, Lelich gasped, realizing what Mao's angle was. That bastard. Lelich made great haste towards the manor. He knew Mao's goal exactly. He didn't know how Mao knew, but something told him that Mao was going to try and fuck up the time stream. Lelich also knew his target, Millie. Millie was minor enough in Lelich's life that she didn't play an impactful role, but even the slightest change could have catastrophic results, as he noted at Narita. If Millie died, Lelich would become student council president. He'd have school responsibilities that would completely screw up his schedule and duties with the Black Knights. Damn it. This is not good. Lelich approached the manor where she lived only to see Mao rocket out of one of the windows with the unconscious, voluptuous student council president in his grasp. However, there was something vastly different about Mao though. Lelich couldn't see it from a distance, but he could sense that Mao had become much stronger than last time. As Lelich neared, he could see exactly what had changed. Mao was bigger now and looked more formidable. His skin was now brownish red and his wings were curved with talons sticking out the topsides. He had 5 claws on each hand now and his legs were thick like tree trunks with 3 claws instead of 2. Mao had 2 smaller wings shaped like hands, obviously to replicate that annoying clapping sound whenever he felt like it. This isn't in my algorithm. What is this? This sensation, he's an Ajich's, but how did he get so powerful so quickly? Thanks to Mao's ability to read minds, Mao could scan for locations of other pockets of the hollows he had devoured. Mao was still the main mind. Since his power worked from his mind, it was always incredibly sharp. Millie! Lelich shouted in alarm and dove towards her, but Mao veered out of the way and the next thing Lelich knew, a burning blast caught him in the back. Mao's free hand crackled with fire. His wings on his back clip-clapped away. I knew it. I knew you'd come after me. I just knew you wouldn't risk even the slightest disruption to the time stream. Mao, she has nothing to do with this. Let her go. Lelich roared. Oh my, how you've changed, Mao said, his tiny wings a-clippity-clapping. The old you would have feigned a lack of concern for the girl's welfare until I went and tried to make a move. You've become quite a slave to your emotions, Lelich. Mao, I'm not going to tell you again. Lelich pointed his sword at him. Put Millie down. You and I both know that's a lie. This is your last warning. Put Millie down or what? You'll go Bankai and teach me a lesson. Mao held up Millie by the back of her collar. She was completely unconscious and blissfully unaware of what was going on around her. Your Ryotsu might harm the poor girl if it goes too much more powerful than mine. You and I both know that if a non-spiritual being comes in contact with a really powerful spiritual power, poof, it ceases to exist. Besides, I've grown quite attached to your friend here. Mao said, clamping a claw over Millie's shapely bosom. Very attached. Put her down. Now. Lelich scowled, speaking with utter contempt. If you insist, I suppose I could unhand her, Mao said with a shrug. Lelich relaxed for a moment only to watch as Mao ascended higher into the air and lift Millie high above his head. I'll make her make nice friends with Mr. Concrete. Stop! Lelich shouted, rushing towards Mao, but he wasn't fast enough. Mao chucked Millie towards the ground with a fierce throw. Lelich changed trajectory on a dime and dove towards the unconscious falling girl. Can't have you saving the day. Mao dove towards Lelich and smacked him in the side with a flame-imbued hand, sending Lelich spiraling away across the air. Lelich would never make it at this rate. Millie! Lelich called out to her. He could feel his body tense up. She was going to hit the ground and everything was going to be all for naught. He couldn't move. He tried to, but his body wouldn't will it, breath caught in his throat. Damn it! It's just like Narita, and this time there's no one here. The only one who knows about this is too far away and I can't call out to her. Millie! Millie yi. Millie sped towards the ground unconscious, head first. Lelich reached out towards her in wide-eyed fear. Mao smirked with delight. But then, at the last second, she vanished from sight, confusing both Mao and Lelich. What? Both Mao and Lelich uttered the same statement, wondering where she had suddenly vanished to. Their confusion was laid to rest when a powerful ball of fire went sailing in Mao's direction, which he dodged, and the blast continued to sail towards Lelich, forcing him to dodge as it went sailing across the horizon before exploding in midair, hitting nothing. I know that blast of fire anywhere. Lelich looked over behind Mao. Standing on air, tree-shaped sword imbued with fire, Haori, and violet hair flapping in the breeze, stood the captain of Squad 4, Hinamori Momo. Lelich let out a deep breath of relief and found that he could move again. Momo, thank you. Where did you come from? Mao asked. What's the matter, Mao? Do you not have such omnipresent awareness of your surroundings as you normally do? Lelich taunted. I have plenty of allies to help me in times of crisis. Mao should have at least sensed Momo headed this way. His power has changed. It's still mind reading, but it's different from before. Now it's just a matter of figuring it out and exploiting its weakness. That's right, Lamperouge-sensei isn't alone, Hollow. Momo scowled at him. Well, I know when I'm outclassed. I'll just. Bakudo 61, Rikiryu Koro. Momo and Lelouch cast at almost the exactly same time. Momo had cast first, Lelouch aiming where he thought Mao would be after he dodged Momo's Kido. It wouldn't hold him for long, but it was enough that Momo was able to take some time to return Millie to her bedroom. Lelouch struck forward, but Mao had broken free and he missed. Mao dodged and Momo returned to the scene. He and his apprentice were going to face Mao together. Between the two of them, Lelouch and Momo could take out this wily and crafty foe just as Lelouch had intended from the start. Unfortunately, Lelouch's mind was subconsciously calculating how things could possibly get worse and Mao began to laugh. Oh Lelouch, as always, your masterful mind is always your greatest weakness against me. What are you up to? Why, using the wonderful idea you just subconsciously gave me. Let's see, Mao flexed his claws, so I just do this. He drove his nails straight into his mask, surprising both Momo and Lelouch. And then I do, Mao said and paused as he gripped the portion of his mask in between the portions he had punctured, this. He ripped it off, revealing his face to Momo and Lelouch, letting what remained of his mask form around him like an astronaut without their visor on. Mao's body pulsed and then he suddenly convulsed backwards, and the next thing he knew he was dressed in white robes and carrying a sword at his hip side. Momo and Lelouch could feel Mao's energy skyrocket from the transformation. Mao had just become an Aaron Carr. He clapped in delight. And to think I owe all this from you knowing how the transformation is completed. I can read your minds like open books. You two are scared of how strong I might have become and you are only at 1/5 your full power. Mao whipped out his sword, which had a lime green handle and a C-shaped guard. Let's see how strong I've become, shall we? How about not? Tobio, before Momo could launch her attack, Mao was already on her and attacked Momo with a hard punch to the stomach. Momo got the wind knocked out of her. Mao then cut her across the torso and threw her at the ground. Momo! Lelouch shouted, but nearly met the same fate as Mao rushed towards him. Lelouch saw him disappear and mounted a defense with his own blade to stop Mao's crazed charge. Lelouch stood with his body turned at a 90-degree angle, blade held up over his head, turned towards Mao, both hands on the blade. Mao's blade was pushing down into it and he was smiling like a person who had lost all sanity. What's the matter, Lelouch? Can't push me off? Are you upset because I went and hurt your apprentice? Screw you, Mao, Lelouch grumbled. Oh, temper, temper. Come on Lelouch, aren't you a captain? Surely you can beat Muo, can't you? Or do you not have the skill? Mao pulled his blade up, spun clockwise and hacked towards Lelouch's front. Both hands on his blade, Lelouch blocked Mao's strike, but was pushed far across the air. Damn, he's strong. I can't push him away with a sealed blade. Damn it. Bankai! Lelouch shouted and emerged in his uniform. Zero no Seishin no Iin Tamashi. Mao clapped his hands. Bravo, bravo Lelouch. I was wondering when you'd take it out. Mao smiled fiendishly, but it won't help you. Mao rushed back at Lelouch, but was blocked off by a wall of white fire. White flames. Lelouch was confused, but as the flames dissipated he saw Momo on Mao's other side and she was already in her Bankai's form. Momo was wearing open-toed wingtipped laced-up leather boots that wrapped around her legs up to her knees. Rings of fire were wrapped around the ankles. Pink, lace ribbons were coiled around Momo's arms and swayed back and forth along the air, dangling below the altitude of Momo's feet. They were as long as pythons. Momo's full-length Shishisaito was equipped to her sword arm. Momo's Kosid and Shitagi were shrunken to show off her midriff and her sleeves didn't come down to the elbows, which is how far her ribbons were wrapped around her from her wrists on up, on both arms. Momo's left arm was extended. She bent her fingers and the next thing Lelouch knew, Mao was flying far away from his location as another pillar of white flames erupted in midair. Lelouch just stared. You're good enough to dodge the power of my Bankai. I didn't think anyone could sense my Shiro Kasayan coming. Shiro Kasayan equals white fire blaze. Oh, I didn't sense it. I just knew you were going to do it, Mao grinned. I can read your minds. All of your techniques are useless. All of them? Momo asked. Let's see you back up that claim. She charged straight towards Mao and made to attack with her sword, but Mao dodged with ease only for Lelouch to shoot a few fireballs at him. Momo, almost reading Lelouch's mind herself, was able to dodge when Mao did, and before Mao could lock onto Momo's mind she had slashed him along the back with her weapon and Lelouch was already preparing to attack. Heido 90, Kuro Hitsuji. Mao went to grab Momo's arm, but she created a distance between them. Bakudo 9, Seiki. Mao was repelled and took the full brunt of Lelouch's Kido. The student and teacher thought that had to be the end of Mao, but the warrior was not down for the count. Scan, Lagarto Oho. Lizard Eye. Mao broke out of Lelouch's imperfect Kido and emerged in a very similar form he had been in before. His tail was long and spiked and he had long, reptilian claws. He had 2 pairs of wings and his hands crackled with fire, but his body was not scaly and his legs did not change. Let's try this on for size. Mao then ripped towards Lelouch with a claw, and though Lelouch blocked with his spherical barrier, Mao's strike was enough to punch through Lelouch's defenses, but before his claw could reach Lelouch he had to dodge out of the way as Momo's ribbon went snaking towards him. He and Lelouch both dodged. Bakudo 61, Rikiryu Koro. Lelouch's Kido missed obviously. Mao didn't know why he bothered to try. He was just shaking his head when Lelouch began taking to the offensive and pelting Mao with fireballs in a chase until Mao swatted a volley of them back at Lelouch with his tail. Hana N. Blossom Flame. Now he understood. Mao's focus was on Lelouch and he had his attention diverted from Momo, and as the petals of flame broke towards him Mao zipped around frantically dodging before rushing towards Momo. Unfortunately, he left his back wide open to Lelouch, and as a Reikoho barreled towards him, the slippery Arrancar was forced to abandon his charge. Damn, they're good together. Mao said, flapping up above. I haven't exactly figured out all of my capabilities. It's mind-blowing. He has such trust in that girl that they don't even need to communicate. How irritatingly frustrating. It's like him and that damned Kurugi kid all over again. Shikumo. Lelouch's death cloud began to form around Mao and his vision was obscured. Mao, feeling the peeling sensation brought upon by the black vapor, bolted out of it in fear only to find Momo right in front of him. Shiro Kasayan. Mao was caught right in the blast at point blank. Good work, Lelouch said from up above. Thanks sensei. Momo's smile and sentence was short-lived when a fireball hit her in the chest and sent her flying. Mao was still standing and other than a few singe marks looked no worse for wear. He was laughing. All that senseless time spent dodging and you don't even have the power to scratch me. This is simply wonderful. Oh, you trolling bastard! Lelouch shouted. Shokin Kinshi. A chain ripped down from above and impacted into the open air. From out of the crack in space emerged a gigantic skeletal dragon. Lelouch blinked. Zizuk. The dragon roared in response. So that's why this technique is called such. Does this mean that the Shokin Kinshi summons creatures from hell? Lelouch figured he'd have to test this theory at a later date. Zook landed by Lelouch and awaited mental orders. Lelouch ordered the dragon to attack Mao. Unfortunately, Lelouch had not summoned Zook at the creature's full power. His Shokin Kinshi, a summoning technique, could only make the creature he summoned have 5 to 7 times the Ryutsu Lelouch had, and with the Gentei Kaijo leash that only made it as strong as his captain self at minimum. So Lelouch was floored when Mao opened his mouth, fired his Zero and disintegrated Zook on the spot. What? The next thing Lelouch knew, Mao had struck him across the face with his flaming fist and then chucked him into the ground. Lamperouge-sensei! Momo shouted in alarm. Mao's wings clapped in delight as he appeared before Momo with Sonido. Ah, what's the matter? Did I hurt the man you admire? The expression on Momo's face turned into one of vengeful hatred. Unlike her battle with Zurich, because Momo's Bankai was fully mastered, the form of it did not change and her angelic-looking Bankai remained as it was. She was just angry. You will pay. Momo glared darkly. Mao's mind scan of Momo as she swung her blade with both hands revealed that Momo was planning on intensifying gravity on him, confusing him somewhat, but he motioned to dodge nonetheless. He was floored however when all of a sudden his velocity was abruptly reduced and the next thing he knew he was in on a crash course with the pavement. Momo charged towards Mao with a fierce burst of speed and set him on fire with her Bankai as she passed him on the way down. As Mao was set aflame by Momo's Bankai, she touched down on the ground as he slammed into it. Mao could barely stand as he was grounded like a kiwi. Momo held her sword above her head and twirled it. Teo no Koto. Soaring Sun. All of a sudden a large twister of flame formed as Momo swung down at her hip side like her sword was a tennis racket. The twister, twice as tall as its creator, went spinning towards the grounded Mao and left him to be burned to his very core. Momo rushed in and did not let up and began by fiercely stabbing Mao in the wings and back, not caring where she was hitting. Her strikes were piercing straight through his arrow, but Momo couldn't tell that she was doing minimal damage. Eventually her gravity binding began to wear off and Mao took to the skies and flung Momo off his back. However, as he tried to scan her mind for information he noticed that her mind was way too wild to get a good readout. Momo was in a serious rage and she was only thinking of killing her opponent, her mind acting on its own. Her blade imbued with flame, a white-hot blast of fire went sailing towards Mao. He may have been in pretty terrible shape, but he wasn't down for the count just yet. He sped towards Momo head-on. She dodged and he began barraging her with fireballs. Momo countered with blasts of fire of her own. The entire sky, if one was spiritually attuned, looked like it was going up with fireworks from the clash of the enemies. This went on for about a minute or two before Mao unleashed a full-fledged stream of fire at Momo. Momo dodged, but Mao watched her move and unleashed his Zero. He had aimed where Momo would be and she didn't think she could dodge it in time. But then, out of nowhere, something suddenly blocked Mao's Zero. Momo was blurred by the red glare from the energy and the cape flapping in her face, but then suddenly noticed who stood before her. El Lamperouge Sensei. It was true. Lelouch was standing between Momo and Mao, but there was something different about him now. He seemed much more powerful and his Zero helmet was full and complete. He was also cased in dense, shiny, black armor with slanted, blade protrusions all around the armor. Lelouch only wasn't wearing this special armor along his elbow, shoulder, ankle, wrist, hip, and neck joints. His hands and feet were covered by black gloves and boots. The parts of his body that were not covered by armor were covered by a cloth that imitated his true Zero uniform, the full outfit of which was underneath the special armor. The geese emblems on his gloves and cape were gone. Instead, now, the geese was emblazoned brightly along Lelouch's chest plate. He stood with his left hand outstretched. It was smoking, giving the impression that he had just stopped Mao's Zero, with his bare hand. Impossible that Zero completely disintegrated that last attack of his end, and why can I suddenly not read his mind at all? It's completely blank. No, wait, it's not blank, there's another presence there, blocking me out. By the look on your face I'm going to guess that you can't read my mind, Lelouch said to Mao. I suppose that only makes sense given the form I am in. What are you talking about? Mao shouted. This is what we call a Bankai's core form. In all generations of the Godai, I am one of the few with the privilege of being able to use one. Mao scanned his mind for any memory banks of this applying to Momo, but came up empty. She doesn't know. Momo is a relatively new captain. Sensei, what's a core form? I suppose it doesn't matter to explain. A core form is the true form of the Bankai. When a Soul Reaper attains their Bankai and masters it, its release brings about a standard or neutral form to it, while still being the Bankai. Bankais are so unique because they are the true forms of the Zanpakuto. However, since a Zanpakuto release is formed by the synergistic union of the Soul Reaper and Zanpakuto spirit, then the core form is the perfection of that union. Byakuya's is his Senkei. Hisona's is her one-winged form, Stefan's is his Namikagu, and I've watched Anohana unleash hers twice. This is mine, Yosei Ocho no Zero, Sekai Seiki Yoroi. Ascendant Dynasty of Zero, world-shaping armor. My, what a pretentious name, Mao mocked. You know, for once we agree on something, Lelouch said. What? Mao twitched, expecting Lelouch to get angry. Well, you see, as its name suggests, such a powerful form would make you think that I could take on the world, but even with it I pale in comparison to the Ryotsu that of some of my superiors. Nevertheless, Momo watched as Lelouch took a stance of mid-level Hakuta, well beyond her knowledge of his capability on the art. It will be enough to take out the likes of you. Mao flashed a crazed smile and then laughed. No clapping was heard. That's rich, you actually think that can beat me. I knew you had this up your sleeve. You called it your trump card. I told you before, all your techniques are useless. You cannot best me. Oh really? Lelouch asked, and then all of a sudden was in Mao's personal space. I beg to differ. Momo then watched in awe as Lelouch began unleashing a relentless martial arts combo on Mao so fast he couldn't even blink. How unfortunate for you, Lelouch said as he ended his combo with a fierce right hook, knocking Mao away. Though I had discovered this technique a long time ago, it wasn't ready until after Britannia's war until recently. Lelouch stood with cape flapping up above him and his arms spread out, gathering energy in them while he lifted up his left leg, giving the impression of flight. I also couldn't actively practice with my Bankai, so some of my skills needed fine-tuning. With this, though I'm not normally a straight-up fighter, I had Stefan and Kendra teach me a few things in Hakuta. But then again, Lelouch turned his body away as a large orb of blue energy was gathering in between the watermelon-sized distance his hands were held. That Kido has always been my strong suit. With a fierce wave, Lelouch let loose Hiryuji Kazoku Shintenreiho with no incantation or declaration at full power, hindered only by the Gentai Kaijo, right at Mao. The frightened Arrancar emerged from the attack and flew higher into the air trying to escape, but Lelouch would have none of it. Appearing in front of Mao, thrusting his widespread palm forward, a wave of telekinetic energy slammed Mao down towards the ground. I could end this by ripping some of these houses or trees out of the ground, but then I'd have to pay for the repairs. Besides, I have other ways of finishing this. I thought you were going to strangle him. How barbaric, Iin Tamashi. Besides, where's the fun in simply killing him and being done with it? Yes, let's punish him. Way ahead of you. As Mao hit the dirt and prepared to get back up like he had just been hit by a big green bipedal monster of unstoppable rage, he staggered back and forth when he was suddenly bound in place by 6 rods of light. He couldn't move and then saw Lelouch standing across the way from him. Behind Lelouch's helmet, Mao couldn't see the glare Lelouch was sending his way. He then noticed the orbs of energy Lelouch was forming in either of his hands as they stood at either side of him. One orb was black, the other was crimson. Lelouch flung his arms out at his sides and then brought the energy together by smacking his wrists together, creating a swirling, crackling ball of energy. The energy formed closely resembled that of the Hadron cannon. Lelouch held a single palm in front of the energy ball and increased it in size. On the inside of his helmet an HUD display came up and Lelouch analyzed Mao's body. The HUD display was able to locate a spot on Mao's body where his arrow had been damaged. I'll focus my attack there. You! Mao cried out as he fruitlessly struggled to break free. How could I be overpowered by the likes of you? How? You've been living in my world, Mao. It's a world I've lived in for over 140 years. You're playing a game with the deck stacked in my favor. It was foolish for you to actually think you stood a chance against me. I don't ever want to see you again, you bastard. When you wake up, it had better be in hell. You can't kill me like this. Of course I can. Just who do you think I am, Mao? I am the man who destroys worlds and the man who creates them. I am the one and only true Black Knight who lurks in the shadows and makes all who see me fear my shadow. I am the undying Zero. Lelouch punctuated the last 3 syllables. Now meet your end. Lelouch said and blasted Mao into oblivion. He then disengaged from Bankai completely and then dropped to his knees. Momo disengaged her Bankai and then went to check on Lelouch's condition. He was dripping with sweat and panting heavily. Are you okay, sensei? She asked. I'll recover, Lelouch said, and coughed. It's my first time using that in combat. I figured things would be a little rough. The Gentai Kaijo also probably made things a little worse. How long have you had your core form for? Momo asked. Since the moment I became a captain, of course. My Bankai was well mastered by that point. I know all of my techniques, but some of them weren't quite ready for combat when Aizen came around, mostly because, as he had said on Sokioku Hill, I couldn't practice with it openly. My core form in particular would have done too much damage to be used in our hideout, so I had no time to give it a field test or properly invest time into it. As I said to Mao, Stefan, and Kendra taught me some Hakuta since my physical abilities are increased threefold by the armor. I then asked Kenpei, a couple years back, if he'd let me cut loose on him. I got a few scratches on him, nothing too serious. I'm far beneath his capabilities. If he had removed his eye patch, I probably wouldn't have been able to injure him at all. What took you so long to come to my rescue? Does your core form have a special release requirement like Luska and Kukaki Hisuna Teiko? No, I simply waited until Mao was completely focused on you. I wanted the shock factor to rattle him. And, of course, as I predicted, the core form confused his mind because during the use of a core form a Soul Reaper and their Zanpakuto are one and the same, so his mind reading couldn't differentiate between Iin Tamashi and me. I just bided my time, waited for the perfect opportunity, and took it. Lelouch stood up. Did you know that Aaron Carr? You knew his name. His name is Mao. He was a fierce enemy of mine when I was alive, Lelouch said as he put his sealed Zanpakuto away. And the girl I rescued, you knew her too. Lelouch was silent. Lamperouge-sensei, I want to know what's going on. As your apprentice and a part of this expedition, I'm knee-deep in all of this now. I think I have a right to know about the man who has trained me and molded me into the path I've chosen and the decisions I've made. Lelouch chuckled. What's so funny? Nothing, it's just you sound like someone I used to know when I was alive, and they had every right to say a similar statement, but never did. Lelouch let out a deep breath and stood up. Let's get some shut-eye, it's late at night. When your squad members bring breakfast tomorrow morning, I'll explain it to you during the meal. Okay, I can wait. Just one thing though, Lelouch said. What is it? I want you to know that no matter what I tell you, it doesn't change what I am now. Momo smiled and held her hands down by her waist. Of course it won't. I told you before, no matter how he changes or what he was like, Lamperouge-sensei is Lamperouge-sensei. He's the man that saved my life, opened my eyes and has helped me to become strong. When I joined the Godei, Momo gave Lelouch a kind, reminiscent smile. It should have been you I wanted to emulate and be near. Aizen tried to use me, but you've been good to me, despite all the cruelty you've opened my eyes to. I was a child when we first met and you've helped me mature. Even before we met I never saw anything good about being childish. Being childish means that you're naive, and when you're naive it's easy for people to hurt and take advantage of you. When that happens, those events control your entire life and you can lose sight of who you are. By growing mature, your heart grows more experienced. And you've helped me become mature. You may have made me grow mature quicker than I expected. Momo's face turned slightly upset, and I'll admit that I didn't appreciate it at the time. She smiled warmly, but considering what it led to in my life, I can't help but thank you for everything you've given me, Lamperouge-sensei. So no matter what your past is like, it doesn't change who you are now. After all, it was you who taught me. It's no good to dwell on the past. If you don't move forward you will be left behind in time. Always look forward to the future, for that is where your destiny lies. So unless you do something bad now, it doesn't matter to me what you used to be like, that just makes it easier to understand you. Loyalty without understanding is no better than blind faith. You taught me that too, remember? Sensei is the most intelligent and wisest Soul Reaper I know. Momo was gleaming with jubilance as she spoke. It makes me proud to call myself your apprentice. Thank you, Momo. Lelouch smiled at her and pat her on the head, and I am proud to call you my apprentice. End of chapter 160. Check the description for the links to the author.